Welcome back. We just had a short break as we were setting up to begin now the reading, the official reading of the Bible, beginning from Genesis chapter 1. And as we begin, we are being reminded that our hashtag is BRM 2025, hashtag in step with the Bible. Hashtag BRM 2025, hashtag in step with the Bible. Welcome.
Genesis chapter 1 from verse 1. In the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. Now the earth was formless and empty. Darkness was over the face of the deep, and the Spirit of God was hovering over the waters. And God said, "Let there be light," and there was light. God saw that the light was good, and he separated the light from darkness. And God called the light day, and the darkness he called night. And there was evening, and there was morning, the first day. And God said, "Let there be expanse between the waters to separate water from water." So God made the expanse and separated the water under the expanse from the water above it. And it was so. God called the expanse sky. And there was evening, and there was morning, the second day. And God said, "Let the water under the sky be gathered to one place, and let dry ground appear." And it was so. God called the dry ground land, and the gathered waters he called seas. And God saw that it was good. Then God said, "Let the land produce vegetation, seed-bearing plants, and trees on the land that bear fruit with seed in it according to their various kinds." And it was so. The land produced vegetation, plants bearing seed according to their kinds, and trees bearing fruit with seed in it according to their kinds. And God saw that it was good. And there was evening, and there was morning, the third day. Then God said, "Let there be lights in the expanse of the sky to separate the day from the night, and let them serve as signs to mark seasons and days and years. And let them be lights in the expanse of the sky to give light on the earth." And it was so. And God made two great lights, the greater light to govern the day, and the lesser light to govern the night. He also made the stars. God set them in the expanse of the sky to give light on the earth, to govern the day and the night, and to separate light from darkness. And God saw that it was good, and there was evening, and there was morning, the fourth day. And God said, "Let the water teem with living creatures. Let birds fly above the earth across the expanse of the sky." So God created the great creatures of the sea, and every living and moving thing with which the water teems, according to their kinds, and every winged bird according to its kind. And God saw that it was good. And God blessed them and said, "Be fruitful and increase in number, and fill the water in the seas, and let the birds increase on the earth." And there was evening, and there was morning, the fifth day. And God said, "Let the land produce living creatures according to their kinds, livestock, creatures, and moving along the ground, wild animals, and each according to its kind." And it was so. And God made the wild animals according to their kinds, the livestock according to their kinds, and all the creatures that move along the ground according to their kinds. And God saw that it was good. Then God said, "Let us make man in our own image, in the likeness of God. And let them rule over the fish of the sea and the birds of the air, over the creatures, over the earth, and over the creatures that move along the ground. So God made man in his own image. In the image of God he created him, male and female he created him. God blessed them and said to them, "Be fruitful and increase in number. Fill the earth and subdue it. Rule over the fish of the sea and the birds of the air, and over every living creature that moves on the ground." Then God said, "I give you every seed-bearing plant on the face of the whole earth, and every tree that has fruit with seed in it. They will be yours for food. And to all the beasts of the earth, and to all the birds of the air, and all the creatures that move on the ground, everything that has the breath of life in it, I give every green plant for food." And it was so. God saw that all he had made, and that it was very good. And there was evening, and there was morning, the sixth day. Chapter 2. Thus the heavens and the earth were completed in all their vast array. By the seventh day God had finished the work he had been doing. So on the seventh day he rested from all his work. And God blessed the seventh day and made it holy, because on it he rested from all the work of creating that he had done. This is the account of the heavens and the earth when they were created. When the Lord God made the earth and the heavens, no shrub of the field had yet appeared on the earth, and no plant of the field had yet sprung up, for the Lord God had not sent rain on the earth, and there was no man to work on the ground. But streams came from up the earth and watered the whole surface of the ground. The Lord God formed the man from the dust of the ground and breathed into his nostrils the breath of life, and the man became a living being. Now the Lord God had planted a garden in the east, in Eden, and there he put the man he had formed. And the Lord God made all kinds of trees grow out of the ground, trees that were pleasing to the eye and good for food. In the middle of the garden there was the tree of life and the tree of the knowledge of good and evil. A river watering the garden flowed from Eden. From there it was separated into 4 head waters. The name of the first one was Pison. It winds through the entire hand of Havilah, where there is gold. The gold of that land is good. Aromatic resin and onyx are also there. The name of the second river is Gihon. It winds through the entire land of Cush. And the name of the third river is Tigris. It runs along the east of Ashur. And the fourth river is the Euphrates. The Lord God took man and put him in the garden of Eden to work and to take care of it. And the Lord commanded man, "You are free to eat of the tree of the garden, but you must not eat from the tree of the knowledge of good and evil. For when you eat of it, you will surely die." The Lord God said, "It is not good for man to live alone. I will make him a helper suitable for him." And now the Lord had formed out of the ground all the beasts of the field and all the birds of the air, and he brought them to the man to use what he would name them, to see what he would name them. And whatever the man called each living creature, it was its name. So the man gave names to all the livestock, the birds of the air, and the beasts of the field. But for Adam no suitable helper was found. So the Lord caused man to fall into a deep sleep. And while he was sleeping, he took one of the man's ribs and closed up the place with flesh. Then the Lord made a woman from the ribs he had taken out of the man, and he brought her to the man. The man said, "This is the bone of my bones and the flesh of my flesh. She shall be called woman, for she was taken out of man." For this reason, a man will leave his father and mother and be united to his wife, and they shall become one flesh. And the man and his wife were naked, and they felt no shame. Now the serpent was more crafty than any of the wild animals the Lord God had made. He said to the woman, "Did God really say, 'You must not eat from any tree in the garden'?" The woman said to the serpent, "We may eat from the trees in the garden, but God said, 'You must not eat from the tree that is in the middle of the garden. You must not touch it, or you will die.' 'You will not surely die,' the serpent said to the woman, 'for God knows that when you eat of it, your eyes will be opened, and you be like God, knowing good and evil.' When the woman saw that the fruit of the tree was good for food, pleasing to the eye, and also desirable for gaining wisdom, she took some of it and ate. She also gave some to her husband who was with her, and he ate it. Then the eyes of both of them were opened, and they realized that they were naked, for they sewed fig trees together and made coverings for themselves. Then the man said to his wife, then the man and his wife heard the sound of the Lord God walking in the garden in the cool of the day, and they hid from the Lord among the trees of the garden. But God called the man, "Where are you?" He answered, "I heard you in the garden, and I was afraid because I was naked, so I hid." And he said, "Who told you that you are naked? Have you eaten from the tree that I have commanded you not to eat from?" Then the man said, "The woman you put here with me, she gave me some fruit from the tree. I ate it." Then the Lord God said to the woman, "What is this you have done?" The woman said, "The serpent deceived me, and I ate it." So the Lord God called the serpent, because of what you have done this, "Cursed you above all the livestock and all the wild animals. You will crawl on your belly. You will eat dust all the days of your life. And I will put enmity between you and the woman, and between your offspring and hers. He will crush your head, and you will crush his heel." To the woman he said, "I'll greatly increase the pains in childbearing. And with the pain you'll give birth to children. Your desire will be for your husband, and he will rule over you." To Adam he said, "Because you listened to your wife and ate from the tree about which I commanded, you must not eat of it. Cursed is the ground because of you. Through painful toil you eat of it all the days of your life. It will produce thorns and thistles for you, and you'll eat the plants of the field. By the sweat of your brow you will eat your food until you return to the ground, since from it you are taken. For the dust you are, and to the dust you will return." Adam named his wife Eve, because she would become the mother of all the living. The Lord God made garments of skin for Adam and his wife and clothed them. And the Lord God said, "The man has now become like one of us, knowing good and evil. He must not be allowed to reach out to the hand and take also from the tree of life and eat and live forever." So the Lord God banished him from the Garden of Eden to work ground from which he had taken. After he drove the man out, he placed on the east side of the Garden of Eden cherubim and a flaming sword flaming back and forth to guard the way of the tree of life.
his wife, and she became pregnant and gave birth to Cain. She said, "With the help of the Lord, I have brought forth a man." Later she gave birth to his brother Abel. Now Abel kept flocks, and Cain worked the soil. In the course of time, Cain brought some of the fruits of the soil as an offering to the Lord. But Abel brought fat portions from some of the firstborn of his flock. The Lord looked with favor on Abel and his offering, but on Cain and his offering he did not look with favor. So Cain was very angry, and his face was downcast. Then the Lord said to Cain, "Why are you angry? Why is your face downcast? If you do what is right, will you not be accepted? But if you do not do what is right, sin is crouching at your door. It desires to have you, but you must master it." Now Cain said to his brother Abel, "Let's go out to the field." And while they were in the field, Cain attacked his brother Abel and killed him. Then the Lord said to Cain, "Where is your brother Abel?" I don't know," he replied. "Am I my brother's keeper?" The Lord said, "What have you done?" "Listen, your brother's blood cries out to me from the ground. Now you are under a curse and driven from the ground, which opened its mouth to receive your brother's blood from your hand. When you work the ground, it will no longer yield its crops for you. You will be a restless wanderer on the earth." Cain said to the Lord, "My punishment is more than I can bear. Today you are driving me from the land, and I will be hidden from your presence. I will be a restless wanderer on the earth, and whoever finds me will kill me." But the Lord said to him, "Not so. If anyone kills Cain, he will suffer vengeance 7 times. Then the Lord put a mark on Cain so that no one who found him would kill him. So Cain went out from the Lord's presence and lived in the land of Nod, east of Eden. Cain lay with his wife, and she became pregnant and gave birth to Enoch. Cain was then building a city, and he named it after his son Enoch. To Enoch was born Irad, and Irad was the father of Mehujael, and Mehujael was the father of Methushael, and Methushael was the father of Lamech. Lamech married 2 women, one named Ada and the other Zillah. Ada gave birth to Jabal. He was the father of those who live in the tents and raise livestock. His brother's name was Jubal. He was the father of all who play the harp and flute. Zillah also had a son, Tubal-Cain, who forged all kinds of tools out of bronze and iron. Tubal-Cain's sister was Naamah. Lamech said to his wives, Ada and Zillah, "Listen to me, wives of Lamech. Hear my words. I have killed a man who for wounding me, a young man for injuring me. If Cain is avenged 7 times, then Lamech 77 times." Adam lay with his wife again, and she gave birth to a son and named him Seth, saying, "God has granted me another child in place of Abel, since Cain killed him." Seth also had a son, and he named him Enosh. At that time, men began to call on the name of the Lord. Chapter 5. This is the written account of Adam's line. When God created man, he made him in the likeness of God. He created them male and female and blessed them. And when they were created, he called them man. When Adam lived 130 years, he had a son in his own likeness, in his own image, and he named him Seth. After Seth was born, Adam lived 800 years and had other sons and daughters. Altogether, Adam lived 930 years, and then he died. When Seth had lived 105 years, he became the father of Enosh. And after he became the father of Enosh, Seth lived 807 years and had other sons and daughters. Altogether, Seth lived 912 years, and then he died. When Enosh had lived 90 years, he became the father of Canaan. And after he became the father of Canaan, Enosh lived 815 years and had other sons and daughters. Altogether, Enosh lived 905 years, then he died. When Canaan had lived 70 years, he became the father of Mahalalel. And after he became the father of Mahalalel, Canaan lived 840 years and had other sons and daughters. Altogether, Canaan lived 910 years, and then he died. When Mahalalel had lived 65 years, he became the father of Jared. And after he became the father of Jared, Mahalalel lived 830 years and had other sons and daughters. Altogether, Mahalalel lived 895 years, and then he died. When Jared had lived 162 years, he became the father of Enoch. And after he became the father of Enoch, Jared lived 800 years and had other sons and daughters. Altogether, Jared lived 962 years, then he died. When Enoch had lived 65 years, he became the father of Methuselah. And after he became the father of Methuselah, Enoch walked with God 300 years and had other sons and daughters. Altogether, Enoch lived 365 years. Enoch walked with God, then he was no more because God took him away. When Methuselah had lived 187 years, he became the father of Lamech. And after he became the father of Lamech, Methuselah lived 782 years and had other sons and daughters. Altogether, Methuselah lived 969 years, and then he died. When Lamech had lived 182 years, he had a son. He named him Noah and said, "He will comfort us in the labor and painful toil of our hands caused by the ground the Lord has cast." After Noah was born, Lamech lived 595 years and had other sons and daughters. Altogether, Lamech lived 777 years, then he died. After Noah was 500 years old, he became the father of Shem, Ham, and Japheth. Chapter 6. When man began to increase in number on the earth, and daughters were born to them, the sons of God saw that the daughters of men were beautiful, and they married any of them they chose. Then the Lord said, "My spirit will not contend with man forever, for he is mortal. His days will be 120 years. The Nephilim were on the earth in those days. And also afterward, when the sons of God went to the daughters of men and had children by them, they were the heroes of old, men of renown. The Lord saw how great man's wickedness on the earth had become, and that every inclination of the thoughts of his heart was only evil all the time. The Lord was grieved that he had made man on the earth, and his heart was filled with pain. So the Lord said, I will wipe mankind whom I have created from the face of the earth, men and animals and creatures that moved along the ground and birds of the air, for I am grieved that I have made them. But Noah found favor in the eyes of the Lord. This is the account of Noah. Noah was a righteous man, blameless among the people of his time, and he walked with God. Noah had 3 sons, Shem, Ham, and Japheth. Now the earth was corrupt in God's sight and was full of violence. God saw how corrupt the earth had become, for all the people on the earth had corrupted their ways. So God said to Noah, I'm going to put an end to all people, for the earth is filled with violence because of them. I'm surely going to destroy both them and the earth. So make yourself an ark of cypress wood, make rooms in it, and coat it with pitch inside and out. This is how you are to build it. The ark is to be 450 feet long, 75 feet wide, and 45 feet high. Make a roof for it and finish the ark to within 18 inches of the top. Put a door in the side of the ark and make lower, middle, and upper decks. I'm going to bring flood waters on the earth to destroy all life under the heavens, every creature that has the breath of life in it. Everything on earth will perish, but I will establish my covenant with you, and you will enter the ark, you and your sons, and your wife and your sons, and your wife and your sons' wives with you. You are to bring into the ark of all living creatures, male and female, to keep them alive with you. 2 of every kind of bird, of every kind of animal, and of every kind of creature that moves along the ground will come to you to be kept alive. You are to take every kind of food that is to be eaten and store it away as food for you and for them. Noah did everything just as God had commanded him.
Genesis chapter 7. Then the Lord said to Noah, "Go into the ark, you and your whole family, because I have found you righteous in this generation. Take with you 7 of every kind of clean animal, a male and its mate, and 2 of every kind of unclean animal, a male and its mate, and also 7 of every kind of bird, male and female, to keep their various kinds alive throughout the earth. 7 days from now, I will send rain on the earth for 40 days and 40 nights, and I will wipe from the face of the earth every living creature I have made." And Noah did all that the Lord commanded him. Noah was 600 years old when the flood waters came on the earth. And Noah and his sons and his wife and his sons' wives entered the ark to escape the waters of the flood. Pairs of clean and unclean animals, of birds and all creatures that move along the ground, male and female, came to Noah and entered the ark as God had commanded Noah. And after the 7 days, the flood waters came on the earth. In the 600th year of Noah's life, on the 17th day of the second month, on that day, all the springs of the great deep burst forth, and the floodgates of heaven were opened, and the rain fell on the earth 40 days and 40 nights. On that very day, Noah and his sons, Shem, Ham, and Japheth, together with his wife and the wives of his 3 sons, entered the ark. They had with them every wild animal according to its kind, all livestock according to their kinds, every creature that moves along the ground according to its kind, and every bird according to its kind, everything with wings. Pairs of all creatures that have the breath of life in them came to Noah and entered the ark. The animals going in were male and female of every living thing. As God had commanded Noah, then the Lord shut him in. For 40 days, the flood kept coming on the earth, and as the waters increased, they lifted the ark high above the earth. The waters rose and increased greatly on the earth, and the ark floated on the surface of the water. They rose greatly on the earth, and all high mountains under the entire heavens were covered. The waters rose and covered the mountains to a depth of more than 20 feet, and covered the mountains to a depth more than 20 feet. Every living thing that moved on the earth perished: birds, livestock, wild animals, all the creatures that swam over the earth, and all mankind. Everything on dry land that had the breath of life in its nostrils died. Every living thing on the face of the earth was wiped out: men and animals, and the creatures that move along the ground, and the birds of the air were wiped from the earth. Only Noah was left, and those with him in the ark. The waters flooded the earth for 150 days. Chapter 8. But God remembered, and all the wild animals and the livestock that were with him in the ark, and sent a wind over the earth, and the waters receded. Now the springs of the deep and the floodgates of the heavens had been closed, and the rain had stopped falling from the sky. The water receded steadily from the earth. At the end of the 150 days, the water had gone down. And on the 17th day of the 7th month, the ark came to rest on the mountains of Ararat. The waters continued to recede until the 10th month. And on the first day of the 10th month, the tops of the mountains became visible. After 40 days, Noah opened the window and he had made in the ark and sent out a raven and kept flying back and forth until the water had dried up from the earth. Then he set out a dove to see if the water had receded from the surface of the ground. But the dove could find no place to set its feet because there was water over all the surface of the earth. So it returned to Noah in the ark. He reached out his hand and took the dove and brought it back to himself in the ark. He waited 7 more days and again set out the dove from the ark. When the dove returned to him in the evening, there in its beak was a freshly plucked olive leaf. Then Noah knew that the water had receded from the earth. He waited 7 more days and sent the dove out again, but this time it did not return to him. By the first day of the first month of Noah's 601st year, the water had dried up from the earth. Noah then removed the covering from the ark so that the surface of the ground was dry. By the 27th day of the second month, the earth was completely dry. Then God said to Noah, "Come out of the ark, you and your wife and your sons and their wives. Bring out every kind of living creature that is with you, the birds, the animals, and all the creatures that move along the ground, so they can multiply on the earth and be fruitful and increase in number upon it." So Noah came out together with his sons and his wife and his sons' wives and his sons' wives, all the animals and all the creatures that move along the ground, and all the birds, everything that moves on the ground, came out of the ark, one kind after another. Then Noah built an altar to the Lord, and taking some of the clean animals and clean birds, he sacrificed burnt offerings on it. The Lord smelled the pleasing aroma and said in his heart, "Never again will I curse the ground because of man, even though every inclination of his heart is evil from childhood. And never again will I destroy all the creatures as I have done. As long as the earth endures, seedtime and harvest, cold and heat, summer and winter, day and night will never cease."
Then God blessed Noah and his sons, saying to them, "Be fruitful and increase in number and fill the earth. The fear and dread of you will fall upon all the beasts of the earth and all the birds of the air, upon every creature that moves along the ground, and upon all the fish of the sea. They are given into your hands. Everything that lives and moves will be food for you. Just as I gave you the green plants, I now give you everything. But you must not eat meat that has its lifeblood still in it. And for your lifeblood, I will surely demand an account. I will demand an accounting from every animal, and from each man too. I will demand an account for the life of his fellow man. Whoever sheds the blood of man, by man shall his blood be shed. For in the image of God has God made man. As for you, be fruitful and increase in number. Multiply on the earth and increase upon it." Then God said to Noah and his sons with him, "I now establish my covenant with you and with your descendants after you, and with every living creature that was with you, the birds, the livestock, and all the wild animals, and those that came out of the ark with you, every living creature on earth. I establish my covenant with you. Never again will all life be cut off by waters of a flood. Never again will there be a flood to destroy the earth." And God said, "This is the sign of the covenant I am making between me and you and every living creature with you, a covenant for all generations to come. I have set my rainbow in the clouds, and it will be the sign of the covenant between me and the earth. Whenever I'll bring clouds over the earth and the rainbow appears in the clouds, I will remember my covenant between me and you and all living creatures of every kind. Never again will the waters become a flood to destroy all life. Whenever the rainbow appears in the clouds, I will see it and remember the everlasting covenant between God and all living creatures of every kind on the earth. So God said to Noah, "This is the sign of the covenant I have established between me and all life on the earth." The sons of Noah who came out of the ark were Shem, Ham, and Japheth. Ham was the father of Canaan. These were the three sons of Noah, and from them came the people who scattered over the earth. Noah, a man of the soil, proceeded to plant a vineyard. When he drank some of its wine, he became drunk and lay uncovered in his tent. Ham, the father of Canaan, saw his father's nakedness and told his two brothers outside. But Shem and Japheth took a garment and laid it across their shoulders. They then walked in backward and covered their father's nakedness. Their faces were turned the other way so that they would not see their father's nakedness. When Noah woke from his wine and found out what his youngest son had done to him, he said, "Cursed be Canaan, the lowest of slaves will he be to his brothers." He also said, "Blessed be the Lord, the God of Shem. May Canaan be the slave of Shem. May God extend the territory of Japheth. May Japheth live in the tents of Shem, and may Canaan be his slave." After the flood, Noah lived 350 years. Altogether, Noah lived 950 years, and then he died. Genesis chapter 10. This is the account of Shem, Ham, and Japheth, Noah's sons, who themselves had sons after the flood. These, the sons of Japheth: Gomer, Magog, Madai, Javan, Tubal, Meshech, and Tyrus. The sons of Gomer: Ashkenaz, Raphath, Togarmah. The sons of Javan: Elisha, Tarshish, the Kittim, and the Rodanim. From these, the maritime people spread out into their territories by their clans within their nations, each with its own language. The sons of Ham: Cush, Mizraim, Put, and Canaan. The sons of Cush: Seba, Havilah, Sabta, Ramah, Sabtekah. The sons of Ramah: Sheba and Dedan. Cush was the father of Nimrod, who grew to be a mighty warrior on the earth. He was a mighty hunter before the Lord. That is why it is said, like Nimrod, a mighty hunter before the Lord. The first centers of his kingdom were Babylon, Erech, Akkad, and Calneh in Shinar, from the land where he went to Assyria, where he built Nineveh, Rehoboth, Ir, Calah, and Resen, which is between Nineveh and Calah, that is the great city. Mizraim was the father of the Ludites, Anamites, Lehabites, and Naphtalites, Pathrusites, Cazulhites, from whom the Philistines came, and Captorites. Canaan was the father of Sidon, his firstborn, and of the Hittites, Jebusites, Amorites, Girgashites, Hivites, Arkites, Sinitites, Arvadites, Zemratites, and Hamathites. Later, the Canaanites' clans scattered, and the borders of Canaan reached from Sidon towards Gerar as far as Gaza, and then towards Sodom, Gomorrah, Admah, and Zeboim as far as Lasha. These are the sons of Ham by their clans and languages in their territories, and nations. Sons were also born to Shem, whose older brother was Japheth. Shem was the ancestor of all the sons of Eber, the sons of Shem: Elam, Ashur, Arphaxad, Lud, and Aram. The sons of Aram: Uz, Ul, Gedar, and Meshech. Arphaxad was the father of Shelah, and Shelah the father of Eber. 2 sons were born to Eber. One was named Peleg, because in his time the earth was divided. His brother was named Joktan. Joktan was the father of Almodad, Shelef, Azarmaveth, Jerath, Hadoram, Uzal, Dikla, Obal, Abimael, Sheba, Ophir, Havilah, and Jobab. All these were the sons of Joktan. The region where they lived stretched from Mesha towards Sephar in the eastern hill country. These are the sons of Shem by their clans and languages, in their territories and nations. These are the clans of Noah's sons, according to their lines of descent with their nations. From them the nations spread out over the earth after the flood. Genesis chapter 11. Now the whole world had one language and a common speech. As men moved eastward, they found a plain in Shinar and settled there. They said to each other, "Come, let's make bricks and bake them thoroughly." They used brick instead of stone and tar for mortar. Then they said, "Come, let us build ourselves a city with a tower that reaches to the heavens, so that we may make a name for ourselves and not to be scattered over the face of the whole earth." But the Lord came down to see the city and the tower that the men were building. The Lord said, "If as one people speaking the same language they have begun to do this, then nothing they plan to do will be impossible for them. Come, let us go down and confuse their language, so they will not understand each other." So the Lord scattered them from there over all the earth, and they stopped building the city. That is why it is called Babel, because there the Lord confused the language of the whole world. From there the Lord scattered them over the face of the whole earth. This is the account of Shem. 2 years after the flood, when Shem was 100 years old, he became the father of Arphaxad. And after he became the father of Arphaxad, Shem lived 500 years and had other sons and daughters. When Arphaxad had lived 35 years, he became the father of Shelah. And after he became the father of Shelah, Arphaxad lived 403 years, and he had other sons and daughters. When Shelah had lived 30 years, he became the father of Eber. And after he had become the father of Eber, Shelah lived 403 years and had other sons and daughters. When Eber had lived 34 years, he became the father of Peleg. And after he had become the father of Peleg, Eber lived 430 years and had other sons and daughters. When Peleg had lived 30 years, he became the father of Reu. And after he became the father of Reu, Peleg lived 209 years and had other sons and daughters. When Reu had lived 32 years, he became the father of Serug. And after he had become the father of Serug, Reu lived 209 years and had other sons and daughters. When Reu had lived 32 years, he became the father of Serug. And after he had become the father of Serug, Reu lived 207 years and had other sons and daughters. When Serug lived 30 years, he became the father of Nahor. And after he became the father of Nahor, Serug lived 200 years and had other sons and daughters. When Nahor had lived 29 years, he became the father of Terah. And after he became the father of Terah, Nahor lived 119 years and had other sons and daughters. After Terah had lived 70 years, he became the father of Abram, Nahor, and Haran. This is the account of Terah. Terah became the father of Abram, Nahor, and Haran became the father of Lot. While his father Terah was still alive, Haran died in Ur of the Chaldeans, in the land of his birth. Abram and Nahor both married. The name of Abram's wife was Sarai, and the name of Nahor's wife was Milcah. She was the daughter of Haran, the father of both Milcah and Issachar. Now Sarai was barren, she had no children. Terah took his son Abram, his grandson Lot, son of Haran, and his daughter-in-law Sarai, the wife of his son Abram, and together they set out from the Ur of the Chaldeans to go to Canaan. But when they came to Haran, they settled there. Terah lived 205 years, and he died in Haran. Genesis chapter 12. The Lord said to Abram, leave your country, your people, and your father's household, and go to the land I will show you. I will make you into a great nation, and I will bless you. I will make your name great, and you will be a blessing. I will bless those who bless you, and whoever curses you, I will curse. And all the peoples on the earth will be blessed through you. So Abram left as the Lord had told him, and Lot went with him. Abram was 75 years old when he set out from Haran. He took his wife Sarai, his nephew Lot, and all the possessions they had accumulated, and the people they had acquired in Haran. And they set out for the land of Canaan, and they arrived there. Abram traveled through the land as far as the site of the great tree of Moreh at Shechem, at the site of the Canaanites. At that time, the Canaanites were in the land. The Lord appeared to Abram and said, to your offspring I will give this land. So he built an altar to the Lord who had appeared to him. From there he went on toward the hills east of Bethel, and pitched his tent, with Bethel on the west and Ai on the east. There he built an altar to the Lord and called on the name of the Lord. Then Abraham set out and continued toward the Negev. Now there was a famine in the land, and Abraham went down to Egypt to live there for a while because the famine was severe. As he was about to enter Egypt, he said to his wife Sarai, I know what a beautiful woman you are. When the Egyptians see you, they will say, this is his wife. Then they will kill me, but will let you live. Say you are my sister, so that I will be treated well for your sake, and my life will be spared because of you. When Abram came to Egypt, the Egyptians saw that she was a very beautiful woman. And when Pharaoh's officials saw her, they praised her for Pharaoh. And she was taken into his palace. He treated Abram well for her sake. And Abram acquired sheep and cattle, male and female donkeys, men servants and maid servants and camels. But the Lord inflicted serious diseases on Pharaoh and his household because of Abram's wife Sarai. So Pharaoh summoned Abraham. What have you done to me? He said, why didn't you tell me she was your wife? Why did you say she's my sister, so that I took your wife to be my wife? Now then, here is your wife. Take her and go. Then Pharaoh gave orders about Abraham to his men, and they sent him on his way, and with his wife and everything he had.
It says, So Abram went up from Egypt to the Negev with his wife and everything he had, and Lot went with him. Abram had become very wealthy in livestock and in silver and gold. From the Negev he went from place to place until he came to Bethel, to the place between Bethel and Ai, where his tent had been earlier, and where he had built an altar. There Abram called on the name of the Lord. Now Lot, who was moving about with Abram, also had flocks and herds and tents, but the land could not support them while they stayed together, for their possessions were so great that they were not able to stay together. And quarreling arose between Abram's herdsmen and the herdsmen of Lot. The Canaanites and the Perizzites were also living in the land at that time. So Abram said to Lot, Let's not have any quarreling between you and me, or between your herdsmen and mine, for we are brothers. Is not the whole land before you? Let's part company. If you go to the left, I'll go to the right. If you go to the right, I'll go to the left. Lot looked up and saw the whole plain of Jordan was well watered, like the garden of the Lord, like the land of Egypt towards Zoar. This was before the Lord had destroyed Sodom and Gomorrah. So Lot chose for himself the whole plain of the Jordan and set out toward the east. The two men parted company. Abram lived in the land of Canaan, while Lot lived among the cities of the plain and pitched his tents near Sodom. Now the men of Sodom were wicked and were sinning greatly against the Lord. The Lord said to Abram, after Lot had parted from him, Lift up your eyes from where you are and look north and south, east and west. All the land that you see, I will give to you and your offsprings forever. I will make your offspring like the dust of the earth, so that if anyone could count the dust, then your offspring could be counted. Go, walk through the length and breadth of the land, for I am giving it to you. So Abram moved his tent, went to live near the great trees of Mamre at Hebron, where he had built an altar to the Lord. At this time, Amraphel, king of Shinar, Arioch, king of Elasa, Kedorlaomer, king of Elam, and Tidal, king of Goim, went to war against Bera, king of Sodom, Birsha, king of Gomorrah, Shinab, king of Admah, Shemeber, king of Zeboim, and the king of Bela, that is Zoar. All these latter kings joined the forces in the valley of Citam, the Salt Sea. For the 12 years they had been subject to Kedorlaomer, but in the 13th year they rebelled. In the 14th year, Kedorlaomer and the kings allied with him went out and defeated the Rephites in Ashteroth, Karnaim, the Zuzites in Ham, the Emites in Shaveh Kiriathaim, and the Horites in the hill country of Seir, as far as El Paran near the desert. Then they turned back and went to En-Mishpat, that is Kadesh, and they conquered the whole territory of the Amalekites, as well as the Amorites who were living in Hazazon Tamar. Then the king of Sodom, the king of Gomorrah, the king of Admah, the king of Zeboim, and the king of Bela, that is Zoar, marched out and drew up their battle lines in the valley of Siddim against King Kedorlaomer, king of Elam, Tidal, king of Goim, Amraphel, king of Shinar, and Arioch, king of Elasa, 4 kings against 5. Now the valley of Siddim was full of tar pits, and when the kings of Sodom and Gomorrah fled, some of the men fell into them, and the rest fled to the hills. The four kings seized all the goods of Sodom and Gomorrah and all their food. Then they went away. They also carried off Abram's nephew Lot and his possessions, since he was living in Sodom. One who had escaped came and reported this to Abram the Hebrew. Now Abram was living near the great trees of Mamre, the Amorite, a brother of Eshcol and Aner, all of whom were allied with Abram. When Abram heard that his relative had been taken captive, he called out the 318 trained men born in his household and went in pursuit as far as Dan. During the night, Abram divided his men to attack them, and he routed them, pursuing them as far as Hobah, north of Damascus. He recovered all their goods and brought back his relative Lot and his possessions together with the women and the other people. After Abram returned from defeating King Kedorlaomer, the kings allied with him, the king of Sodom came out to meet him in the valley of Shaveh, that is, the king's valley. Then Melchizedek, king of Salem, brought out bread and wine. He was priest of God Most High, and he blessed Abram, saying, Blessed be Abram by God Most High, creator of heaven and earth, and blessed be God Most High, who delivered your enemies into your hand. Then Abram gave him a tenth of everything. The king of Sodom said to Abram, Give me the people and keep the goods for yourself. But Abram said to the king of Sodom, I have raised my hand to the Lord, God Most High, creator of heaven and earth, and have taken oath that I will accept nothing belonging to you, not even a thread or the thong of a sandal, so that you will never be able to say, I made Abram rich. I will accept nothing but what my men have eaten and the share that belongs to the men who went with me, to Aner, Eshcol, and Mamre. Let them have their share. After this, the word of the Lord came to Abram in a vision. Do not be afraid, Abram. I am your shield, your very great reward. But Abram said, O sovereign Lord, what can you give me since I remain childless? And the one who will inherit my estate is Eliezer of Damascus. And Abram said, You have given me no children, so a servant in my household will be my heir. Then the word of the Lord came to him, This man will not be your heir, but a son coming from your own body will be your heir. He took him outside and said, Look up at the heavens and count the stars. If indeed you can count them, then he said to him, So shall your offspring be. Abram believed the Lord, and he credited it to him as righteousness. He also said to him, I am the Lord who brought you out of Ur of the Chaldeans to give you this land to take possession of it. But Abram said, O sovereign Lord, how can I know that I will gain possession of it? So the Lord said to him, Bring me a heifer, a goat, and a ram, each 3 years old, along with a dove and a young pigeon. Abram brought all this to him, cut them in two, and arranged the halves opposite each other. The birds, however, he did not cut in half. The birds of prey came down on the carcasses, but Abram drove them away. As the sun was setting, Abram fell into a deep sleep, and a thick and dreadful darkness came over him. Then the Lord said to him, Know for certain that your descendants will be strangers in a country not their own, and they will be enslaved and mistreated 400 years. But I will punish the nation they serve as slaves, and afterward they will come out with great possessions. You, however, will go to your fathers in peace and be buried at a good old age. In the 4th generation, your descendants will come back here, for the sin of the Amorites has not yet reached its full measure. When the sun had set and darkness had fallen, a smoking firepot with a blazing torch, appeared and passed between the pieces. On that day, the Lord made a covenant with Abram and said, "To your descendants I give this land, from the river of Egypt to the great river the Euphrates, the land of the Kenites, Kenizzites, Kadmonites, Hittites, Perizzites, Rephites, Amorites, Canaanites, Gigashites, and Jebusites."
Chapter 16. Now Sarai, Abraham's wife, had borne him no children, but she had an Egyptian maidservant named Hagar. So she said to Abram, "The Lord has kept me from having children. Go sleep with my maidservant. Perhaps I can build a family through her." Abram agreed to what Sarai said. So after Abram had been living in Canaan 10 years, Sarai, his wife, took her Egyptian maidservant Hagar and gave her to her husband to be his wife. He slept with her and she conceived. When she knew she was pregnant, she began to despise her mistress. Then Sarai said to Abram, "You are responsible for the wrong I am suffering. I put my servant in your arms, and now that she knows she is pregnant, she despises me. May the Lord judge between you and me. Your servant is in your hands." Abram said, "Do with her whatever you think best." Then Sarai mistreated Hagar, so she fled from her. The angel of the Lord found Hagar near a spring in the desert. It was the spring that is beside the road to Shur. And he said, "Hagar, servant of Sarai, where have you come from, and where are you going?" "I am running away from my mistress Sarai," she answered. Then the angel of the Lord told her, "Come back to your mistress and submit to her." The angel added, "I will so increase your descendants that they will be too numerous to count." The angel of the Lord also said to her, "You are now with child, and you will have a son. You shall name him Ishmael, for the Lord has heard of your misery. He will be a wild donkey of a man. His hand will be against everyone, and everyone's hand against him, and he will live in hostility towards all his brothers." She gave this name to the Lord who spoke to her, "You are the God who sees me." For she said, "I have now seen the one who sees me." That is why the well was called Beer Lai Roi. It is still there between Kadesh and Bered. So Hagar bore Abram a son, and Abram gave the name Ishmael to the son she had born. Abram was 86 years old when Hagar bore him Ishmael. Genesis 17. When Abram was 99 years old, the Lord appeared to him and said, "I am God Almighty. Walk before me and be blameless. I will confirm my covenant between me and you, and will greatly increase your numbers." Abram fell face down, and God said to him, "As for me, this is my covenant with you. You will be the father of many nations. No longer will you be called Abram. Your name will be Abraham, for I have made you a father of many nations. I will make you very fruitful. I will make nations of you, and kings will come from you. I will establish my covenant as an everlasting covenant between me and you and your descendants after you for the generations to come, to be your God and the God of your descendants after you. The whole land of Canaan, where you are now an alien, I will give as an everlasting possession to you and your descendants after you, and I will be their God." Then God said to Abraham, "As for you, you must keep my covenant, you and your descendants after you for the generations to come. This is my covenant with you and your descendants after you. the covenant you are to keep. Every male among you shall be circumcised. You are to undergo circumcision, and it will be the sign of the covenant between me and you. For the generations to come, every male among you who is 8 days old must be circumcised, including those born in your household or brought with money from a foreigner, those who are not your offspring. Whether born in your household or brought with your money, they must be circumcised. My covenant in your flesh is to be an everlasting covenant. Any uncircumcised male who has not been circumcised in the flesh will be cut off from his people. He has broken my covenant. God also said to Abraham, as for Sarai your wife, you are no longer to call her Sarai. Her name will be called Sarah. I will bless her and will surely give you a son by her. I will bless her so that she will be the mother of nations. Kings of peoples will come from her. Abraham fell face down. He laughed and said to himself, will a son be born to a man 100 years old? Will Sarah bear a child at age of 90? And Abraham said to God, if only Ishmael might live under your blessing. Then God said, yes, but your wife Sarah will bear you a son, and you will call him Isaac. I will establish my covenant with him as an everlasting covenant for his descendants after him. And as for Ishmael, I have heard you. I will surely bless him. I will make him fruitful and will greatly increase his numbers. He will be the father of 12 rulers, and I will make him into a great nation. But my covenant I will establish with Isaac, whom Sarah will bear to you by this time next year. When he had finished speaking to Abraham, God went up from him. On that very day, Abraham took his son Ishmael and all those born in his household or brought with his money, every male in his household, and circumcised them, as God told him. Abraham was 99 years old when he was circumcised, and his son Ishmael was 13. Abraham and his son Ishmael were both circumcised on that same day. And every male in Abraham's household, including those born in his household or brought from a foreigner, was circumcised with him. Genesis 18. The Lord appeared to Abraham near the great tree of Mamre, while he was sitting at the entrance to his tent in the heat of the day. Abraham looked up and saw 3 men standing nearby. When he saw them, he hurried from the entrance of his tent to meet them and bowed to the ground. He said, if I have found favor in your eyes, my Lord, do not pass your servant by. Let a little water be brought, and then you may all wash your feet and rest under this tree. Let me get you something to eat, so you can be refreshed, and then go on your way, now that you have come to your servant. Very well, they answered. Do as you say. So Abraham hurried into the tent to Sarah. Quick, he said, get 3 seahs of fine flour and knead it and bake some bread. Then he ran to the herd and selected a choice tender calf and gave it to a servant who hurried to prepare it. He then brought some curds and milk and the calf that had been prepared and set this before them. While they ate, he stood near them under a tree. Where is your wife Sarah? They asked him. There in the tent, he said. Then the Lord said, I will surely return to you about this time next year, and Sarah your wife will have a son. Now Sarah was listening at the entrance to the tent which was behind him. Abraham and Sarah were already old and well advanced in years, and Sarah was past the age of childbearing. So Sarah laughed to herself as she thought, after I am worn out and my master is old, will I now have this pleasure? Then the Lord said to Abraham, why did Sarah laugh and say, will I really have a child now that I am old? Is there anything too hard for the Lord? I will return to you as at the appointed time next year, and Sarah will have a son. Sarah was afraid, so she lied and said, I did not laugh. But she said, yes, you did laugh. When the men got up to leave, they looked down towards Sodom, and Abraham walked along with them to see them on their way. Then the Lord said, "Shall I hide from Abraham what I am about to do? Abraham will surely become a great and powerful nation, and all nations on earth will be blessed through him. For I have chosen him, so that I will direct his children and his household after him to keep the way of the Lord, by doing what is right and just, so that the Lord will bring about for Abraham what he has promised him." Then the Lord said, "The outcry against Sodom and Gomorrah is so great that their sin is grievous, that I will go down and see if what they have done is as bad as the outcry that has reached me. If not, I will know." The men turned away and went towards Sodom, and Abraham remained standing before the Lord. Then Abraham approached him and said, "Will you sweep away the righteous with the wicked? What if there are 50 righteous people in the city? Will you really sweep it away and not spare the place for the sake of the 50 righteous people in it? Far be it from you to do such a thing, to kill the righteous with the wicked, treating the righteous and the wicked alike. Far be it from you. Will not the judge of all the earth do right?" The Lord said, "If I find 50 righteous people in the city of Sodom, I will spare the whole place for their sake." Then Abraham spoke up again, "Now that I have been so bold as to speak to the Lord, though I am nothing but dust and ashes, what if the number of the righteous is 5 less than 50? Will you destroy the whole city because of 5 people? If I find 45 there," he said, "I will not destroy it." Once again he spoke to him, "What if only 40 are found there?" He said, "For the sake of 40, I will not do it." Then he said, "May the Lord not be angry, but let me speak. What if only 30 can be found there?" He answered, "I will not do it if I find 30 there." Abraham said, Now that I have been so bold as to speak to the Lord, what if only 20 can be found there?" He said, "For the sake of 20, I will not destroy it." Then the Lord said, "May the Lord not be angry." Then he said, "May the Lord not be angry, but let me speak just once more. What if only 10 can be found there?" He answered, "For the sake of 10, I will not destroy it." When the Lord had finished speaking to Abraham, he left, and Abraham returned home.
The 2 angels arrived at Sodom in the evening, and Lot was sitting in the gateway of the city. When he saw them, he got up to meet them and bowed down with his face to the ground. "My lords," he said, "please turn aside to your servant's house. You can wash your feet and spend the night, and then go on your way early in the morning." "No," they answered, "we will spend the night in the square." But he insisted so strongly that they did go with him and entered his house. He prepared a meal for them, baking bread without yeast, and they ate. Before they had gone to bed, all the men from every part of the city of Sodom, both young and old, surrounded the house. They called to Lot, "Where are the men who came to you tonight? Bring them out to us, so that we can have sex with them." Lot went outside to meet them and shut the door behind him and said, "No, my friends, don't do this wicked thing. Look, I have 2 daughters who have never slept with a man. Let me bring them out to you, and you can do what you like with them. But don't do anything to these men, for they have come under the protection of my roof. Get out of our way," they replied. And they said, "This fellow came here as an alien, and now he wants to play the judge. Will treat you worse than them. They kept bringing pressure on Lot and moved forward to break down the door. But the men inside reached out and pulled Lot back into the house and shut the door. Then they struck the men who were at the door of the house, young and old, with blindness, so that they could not find the door. The two men said to Lot, "Do you have anyone else here, sons-in-laws, sons or daughters, or anyone else in the city who belongs to you? Get them out of here, because we are going to destroy this place. The outcry to the Lord against its people is so great that he has sent us to destroy it." So Lot went out and spoke to his sons-in-law, who were pledged to marry his daughters. He said, "Hurry and get out of this place, because the Lord is about to destroy the city." But his sons-in-laws thought he was joking. With the coming of dawn, the angels urged Lot, saying, "Hurry, take your wife and your two daughters who are here, or you will be swept away when the city is punished." When he hesitated, the men grasped his hand and the hands of his wife and of his two daughters and led them safely out of the city, for the Lord was merciful to them. As soon as they had brought them out, one of them said, "Flee for your lives. Don't look back and don't stop anywhere in the plain. Flee to the mountains, or you will be swept away." But Lot said to them, "No, my lords, please, your servant has found favor in your eyes, and you have shown great kindness to me in sparing my life. But I can't flee to the mountains. This disaster will overtake me, and I'll die. Look, here is a town near enough to run to, and it is small. Let me flee to it. It is very small, isn't it? Then my life will be spared." He said to him, "Very well, I'll grant this request too. I will not overthrow the town you speak of, but flee there quickly, because I cannot do anything until you reach it." That is why the town was called Zoar. By the time Lot reached Zoar, the sun had risen over the land. Then the Lord rained down burning sulfur on Sodom and Gomorrah from the Lord out of the heavens. Thus he overthrew those cities and the entire plain, including all those living in the cities, and also the vegetation in the land. But Lot's wife looked back, and she became a pillar of salt. Early next morning, Abraham got up and returned to the place where he had stood before the Lord. He looked down toward Sodom and Gomorrah, towards all the land of the plain, and he saw dense smoke rising from the land, like smoke from a furnace. So when God destroyed the cities of the plain, he remembered Abraham, and he brought Lot out of catastrophe that overthrew the cities where Lot had lived. Lot and his two daughters left Zoar and settled in the mountains, for he was afraid to stay in Zoar. He and his two daughters lived in a cave. One day, the older daughter said to the younger, "Our father is old, and there is no man around here to lie with us, as is the custom all over the earth. Let's get our father to drink wine and then lie with him and preserve our family line through our father." That night they got their father to drink wine, and the older daughter went in and lay with him. He was not aware of it when she lay down or when she got up. The next day, the older daughter said to the younger, "Last night I lay with my father. Let's get him to drink wine again tonight, and you go in and lie with him, so we can preserve our family line through our father." So they got their father to drink wine that night also, and the younger daughter went and lay with him. Again, he was not aware of it when she lay down or when she got up. So both of the Lot's daughters became pregnant by their father. The older daughter had a son, and she named him Moab. He is the father of the Moabites of today. The younger daughter also had a son, and she named him Benami. He is the father of the Amorites of today. Chapter 20. Now Abraham moved on from there into the region of the Negev and lived between Kadesh and Shur. For a while he stayed in Gerar, and there Abraham said to his wife Sarah, "She is my sister." Then Abimelech, king of Gerar, sent for Sarah and took her. But God came to Abimelech in a dream one night and said to him, "You are as good as dead because of the woman you have taken. She is a married woman." Now Abimelech had not gone near her. So he said, "Lord, will you destroy an innocent nation? Did he not say to me, 'She is my sister,' and didn't she also say, 'He is my brother'? I have done this with a clear conscience and clear hands." Then God said to him in the dream, "Yes, I know you did this with a clear conscience, and so I have kept you from sinning against me. That is why I did not let you touch her. Now return the man's wife, for he is a prophet, and he will pray for you, and you will live. But if you do not return her, you may be sure that you and all yours will die." Early the next morning, Abimelech summoned all his officials, and when he told them all that had happened, they were very much afraid. Then Abimelech called Abraham in and said, "What have you done to us? How have I wronged you that you have brought such great guilt upon me and my kingdom? You have done things to me that should not be done." And Abimelech asked Abraham, "What was your reason for doing this?" Abraham replied, "I say to myself, there is surely no fear of God in this place, and they will kill me because of my wife. Besides, she really is my sister, the daughter of my father, though not of my mother, and she became my wife. And then God had me wander from my father's household. I said to her, 'This is how you can show your love to me. Everywhere you go, say of me, he is my brother.' Then Abimelech brought sheep and cattle and male and female slaves and gave them to Abraham. And he returned Sarah, his wife, to him. And Abimelech said, 'My land is before you. Live wherever you like.' To Sarah he said, 'I am giving your brother 1,000 shekels of silver. This is to cover the offense against you, because all who are with you are completely vindicated.' Then Abraham prayed to God, and God healed Abimelech, his wife, and his slave girls, so they could have children again. For the Lord had closed up every womb in Abimelech's household because of Abraham's wife Sarah." Chapter 21. Now the Lord was gracious to Sarah, as he had said, and the Lord did for Sarah what he had promised. Sarah became pregnant and bore a son to Abraham in his old age, at the very time God had promised him. Abraham gave the name Isaac to the son Sarah bore him. When his son Isaac was 8 days old, Abraham circumcised him, as God commanded him. Abraham was 100 years old when his son Isaac was born to him. Sarah said, "God has brought me laughter, and everyone who hears about this will laugh with me." And she added, "Who would have said to Abraham that Sarah will nurse children? Yet I have borne him a son in his old age." The child grew and was weaned. And on the day Isaac was weaned, Abraham held a great feast. But Sarah saw that the son whom Hagar, the Egyptian, had borne to Abraham was mocking. And she said to Abraham, "Get rid of that slave woman and a son, for that slave woman's son will never share in the inheritance with my son Isaac." The matter distressed Abraham greatly, because it concerned his son. But God said to him, "Do not be so distressed about the boy and your maid servant. Listen to whatever Sarah tells you, because it is through Isaac that your offspring will be reckoned. I will make the son of the maidservant into a nation, also because he is your offspring. Early the next morning, Abraham took some food and a skin of water and gave them to Hagar. He sent them on her shoulders and then sent her off with the boy. She went on her way and wandered in the desert of Beersheba. When the water in the skin was gone, she put the boy under one of the bushes. Then she went off and sat down nearby, about a bow shot away, for she thought, I cannot watch the boy die. And as she sat there nearby, she began to sob. God had the boy crying, and the angel of God called to Hagar from heaven and said to her, What is the matter, Hagar? Do not be afraid. God has heard the boy crying as he lies there. Lift the boy up and take him by the hand, for I will make him into a great nation. Then God opened her eyes, and she saw a well of water. So she went and filled the skin with water and gave the boy a drink. God was with the boy. As he grew up, he lived in the desert and became an archer. While he was living in the desert of Paran, his mother got a wife for him from Egypt. At that time, Abimelech and Phicol, the commander of his forces, said to Abraham, God is with you in everything you do. Now swear to me here before God that you will not deal falsely with me or my children or my descendants. Show to me the country where you are living as an alien, and same kindness I have shown it to you. Abraham said, I swear it. Then Abraham complained to Abimelech about a well of water that Abimelech's servant had seized. But Abimelech said, I don't know who had done this. You did not tell me. I heard about it only today. So Abraham brought sheep and cattle and gave them to Abimelech. And the two men made a treaty. Abraham set apart 7 ewe lambs. Of these 7 ewe lambs you have set apart by themselves. He replied, accept these 7 lambs from my hand as a witness that I dug this well. So that place was called Beersheba, because the 2 men swore an oath there after the treaty had been made at Beersheba. Abimelech and Phicol, the commander of his forces, returned to the land of the Philistines. Abraham planted a tamarisk tree in Beersheba, and there he called upon the name of the Lord, the eternal God, and Abraham stayed in the land of the Philistines for a long time.
Sometime later, God tested Abraham and said to him, Abraham, here I am, he replied. Then God said, take your son, your only son Isaac, whom offering on the mountains I tell you about. Early next morning, Abraham got up and startled his donkey. He took with him 2 of his servants and his son Isaac. When he cut enough wood for burning for the burnt offering, he sent out for the place God had placed in the distance. And his servants, and he said to his servants, stay here with the donkey while I go. When I and the boy go over there, we will worship, and then we we come back for you. Abraham took the wood for the burnt offering and placed it on his son Isaac, and himself carried the fire and the knife as two of them. When together, Isaac spoke up and said to his father, Abraham, "Father." "Yes, my son," Abraham replied. "The fire and the wood is here," Isaac said. "But where is the lamb for the burnt offering?" Abraham answered, "God himself will provide the lamb for together burnt offering, my son." And the two of them went together. When they reached the place God has told them about, Abraham built an altar there, arranged the wood on it. He bound his son Isaac and laid him on the altar. On top of the wood, then he reached out his hand and took the knife to slay his son. But the angel of the Lord called out to him from heaven, "Abraham, Abraham." "Here I am," he replied. "Do not lay a hand on the boy," he said. "Do not do anything to him. Now I know you fear God, because you have not withheld from your only son." Abraham looked up, and there he saw a ram and caught it by thorns, and he went over and took the ram and sacrificed it as a burnt offering instead of his son. So Abraham called a place to the Lord, offering instead of his son. So Abraham will provide, and to this it is said, "On the mountain of the Lord it will be provided." The angel of the Lord called to Abraham from heaven a second time and said, "I swear by myself, declares the Lord, because you will have done this what you have not withheld your son, your only son. I will surely bless you and make you a descendant of as your numbers as the stars. Take portion of the creeds of the enemies, and through your offering and the nations on earth will be blessed, because you have obeyed me." Then Abraham returned to his servants and set off together of Beersheba, and Abraham stayed in Beersheba. Some later, Abraham was told Milcah is also a mother. She has born sons of your brother Noah. Use the firstborn, but his brother Kemuel, the father of Abram, casted Hasso, Philresh, Jephran, and Bethron. Bethron became the father of Rika. Milcah born 8 sons to Abraham's brother Noah. He contributed who was the 8 sons of Abraham's brothers Noah. He contributed who was the name was Rumai, and also had sons Teba, Gaham, Tahash, and Mashak.
Sarah lived to be 127 years old. She died at
Kiriath Araba, that is Hebron, in the land of Canaan, and Abraham went to mourn for Sarah and to weep over her. Then Abraham rose from beside his dead wife and spoke to the Hittites. He said, I am an alien and a stranger among you. Sell me some property for a burial site here so I can bury my dead wife. The Hittites replied to Abraham, Sir, listen to us. You are a mighty prince among us. Bury your dead in the choice of our tombs. None of us will refuse you his tomb for burying your dead. Then Abraham rose and bowed down before the people of the land, the Hittites. He said to them, If you are willing to let me bury my dead, then listen to me and intercede with Ephron, son of Zophar, on my behalf, so he will sell me the cave of Machpelah, which belongs to him, and is at the end of his field. Ask him to sell it to me for the full price as a burial site among you. Ephron the Hittite was sitting among his people, and he replied to Abraham, In the hearing of all the Hittites who have come to the gate of his city, No, my lord, he said, Listen to me. I give you the field, and I give you the cave that is in it. I give it to you in the presence of my people. Bury your dead. Again, Abraham bowed down before the people of the land, and he said to Ephron in their hearing, Listen to me. If you will, I will pay the price of the field. Accept it from me, so I can bury my dead there. Ephron answered Abraham, Listen to me, my lord. The land is worth 400 shekels of silver. But what is that between me and you? Bury your dead. Abraham agreed to Ephron's terms and weighed out for him the price he had named in the hearing of the Hittites, 400 shekels of silver, according to the weight current among the merchants. So Ephron's field in Machpelah, near Mamre, both the field and the cave in it, and all the trees within the borders of the field, was deeded to Abraham as his property in the presence of all the Hittites who had come to the gate of the city. Afterwards, Abraham buried his wife Sarah in the cave in the field of Machpelah near Mamre, which is at Hebron, in the land of Canaan. So the field that the cave in it were deeded to Abraham by the Hittites as a burial site. Chapter 24. Abraham was now old and well advanced in the years, and the Lord had blessed him in every way. He said to the chief servant in household, the one in charge of all that he had, Put your hand under my thigh. I want you to swear by the Lord, the God of heaven and the God of earth, that you will not get a wife for my son from the daughters of the Canaanites, among whom I am living, but will go to my country and my own relatives and get a wife for my son Isaac. The servant asked him, What is the woman is unwilling to come back with me to this land? Shall I take your son back to the country you came from? Make sure that you do not take my son back there. Abraham said, The Lord, the God of heaven, who brought me out of my father's household and my native land, and who spoke to me and promised me an oath, saying, To your offspring I will give this land. He will send an angel before you, so that you can get a wife for my son from there. If the woman is unwilling to come back with you, then you will be released from this oath of mine. Only do not take my son back there. So the servant put his hand under the thigh of his master Abraham and swore an oath to him concerning this matter. Abraham then the servant took 10 of his master's camels and left, taking up with him all kinds of good things from his master. He set out Aram Naharaim and made his way to the town of Nahor. He said he had the camels kneel down near the well outside the town. It was towards evening, the time the women go out to draw water. Then he prayed, O Lord, God of my master Abraham, give me success today and show my kindness to my master Abraham. See, I am standing beside the spring, and the daughters of the townspeople are coming to draw water. May it be that when I say to a girl, please let down your jar that I may have a drink, and she says, drink, and I'll water your camels too. Let her be the one you have chosen for my servant Isaac. But this I will know, that you have shown kindness to my master. Before he had finished praying, Rebekah came out with her jar on her shoulder. She was the daughter of Bethuel, the son of Milcah, who was the wife of Abraham's brother Nahor. The girl was very beautiful, a virgin. No man had ever lain with her. She went down to the spring, filled her jar, and came up again. The servant hurried to meet her and said, please give me a little water from your jar. Drink, my lord, she said, and I quickly lowered the jar to her hands and gave him a drink. After she had given him a drink, she said, I'll draw water for your camels too, until they have finished drinking. So she quickly emptied her jar into the trough, ran back to the well to draw more water, and drew enough for all his camels. Without saying a word, the man watched her closely to learn whether or not the Lord had made his journey successful. When the camels had finished drinking, the man took out a gold nose ring, weighing a becker, and 2 gold bracelets weighing 10 shekels. She had asked, whose daughter are you? Please tell me in the room in your father's house for us to spend the night. She answered him, I am the daughter of Bethuel, the son that Milcah bore to Nahor. And she added, we have plenty of straw and fodder, as well as a room for you to spend the night. Then the man bowed down and worshipped the Lord, saying, praise be to the Lord, the God of my master Abraham, who has not abandoned his kindness and faithfulness to my master. As for me, the Lord has led me on the journey to the house of my master's relatives. The girl ran and told her mother's household about these things. Now Rebekah had a brother named Laban, and he hurried out to the man at the spring. As soon as he had the nose ring and the bracelet on his sister's arms, and had heard Rebekah tell what the man said to her, he went out to the man and found him standing by the camels near the spring. Come, you who are blessed by the Lord, he said. Why are you standing out here? I prepared the house and a place for your camels. So the man went to the house, and the camels were unloaded. Straw and fodder were brought for the camels, and water for him and his men to wash their feet. Then food was set before him, but he said, I will not eat until I have told you what I have to say. Then tell us, Laban said. So he said, I am Abraham's servant. The Lord has blessed my master abundantly, and he has become wealthy. He had given him sheep, cattle, silver, gold, men servants and maid servants, and camels and donkeys. My master's wife Sarah had bore him a son in her old age, and he has given him everything he owns. And my master made me swear an oath and said, you must not get a wife for my son from the daughters of the Canaanites, in whose land I live, but go to my father's family and to my own clan and get a wife for my son. Then I asked my master, what if the woman will not come back with me? He replied, the Lord before whom I walked will send his angel with you and make your journey a success, so that you can get a wife for my son from my own clan and from my father's family. Then When you go to my clan, you will be released from my oath, even though if they refuse to give her to you. You will be released from my oath. When I came to the spring today, I said, O Lord God of my master Abraham, if you will please grant me success to the journey on which I have come. See, I am standing beside the spring. If a maiden comes out to draw water, and I say to her, please let me drink a little water from your jar. And if she says to me, drink, and I will draw water for your camels too, let her be the one the Lord had chosen for my master's son. Before I finished praying in my heart, Rebekah came out with her jar on her shoulder. She went down to the spring and drew water. And I said to her, please give me a drink. She quickly lowered her jar to her shoulder, from her shoulder, and said, drink, and I will water your camels too. So I drank, and she watered the camels also. I asked her, whose daughter are you? She said, the daughter of Bethuel, son of Nahor, whom Malachi brought to him. Then I will put in her nose and the bracelet on her arms, and I bowed down and worshipped the Lord. I praise the Lord, the God of my master Abraham, who has led me on the right road to get the granddaughter of my master's brother from his son. Now if you will show kindness and faithfulness to my master, tell me, and if not, tell me, so I may know which way to turn. Laban and Bethuel answered, this is from the Lord. We can say nothing to you one way or another. Here is Rebekah. Take us, go and let her become the wife of your master's son, as the Lord had directed. When Abraham's servant heard what they said, he bowed to the ground before the Lord. Then the servant brought out gold and silver jewelry and articles of clothing and gave them to Rebekah. He also gave costly gifts to her brother and to her mother. Then he had the men who were with him ate and drank and spent the night there. When they got up the next morning, he said, send me on my way to my master. But her brother and her mother replied, let the girl remain with us 10 days or so, then you may go. But he said to them, do not detain me now that the Lord has granted success to my journey. Send me on my way so that I may go to my master. Then they said, let's call the girl and ask her about it. So they called Rebekah and asked her, will you go with this man? I will go, she said. So they sent their sister Rebekah on her way along with the nurse and Abraham's servant and his men, and they blessed Rebekah and said to her, our sister, may you increase to thousands up thousands. May your offspring possess the gates of their enemies. Then Rebekah and her maids got ready and mounted their camels and went back with the man. So the servants took Rebekah and left. Now Isaac had come from Baalai Roy, for he was living in the Negev. He went out to the field one evening to meditate, and as he looked up, he saw camels approaching. Rebekah also looked up and saw Isaac. She got down from her camel and asked the servant, who is that man in the field coming to meet us? He is my master, the servant answered. So she took her veil and covered herself. Then the servant told Isaac all he had done. Isaac brought her into the tent of his mother Sarah and married Rebekah. So she became his wife, and he loved her, and Isaac was comforted after his mother's death.
Abraham took another wife, whose name was Keturah. She bore him Zimran, Jokshan, Midian, Ishbak, and Shua. Jokshan was the father of Sheba and Dedan. The descendants of Dedan were the Ashurites, the Rutishites, and the Rimanites. The sons of Midian were Ephah, Hanok, Abida, and Eda. All these were descendants of Keturah. Abraham left everything he owned to Isaac, But while he was still living, he gave gifts to the sons of his concubine and sent them away from his son Isaac to the land of the east. Altogether, Abraham lived 100 and at a good old age, an old man and full of years, and he was gathered to his people. His sons Isaac and Ishmael buried him in the cave of Machpelah near Mamre, in the field of Ephron, son of Zohar the Hittite, the field Abraham had bought from the Hittites. There Abraham was buried with his wife Sarah. After Abraham's death, God blessed his son Isaac, who then lived near Beer-lahai-roi. This is the account of Abraham's sons Ishmael, whom Sarah made servant Hagar, the Egyptian, born to Abraham. These were the names of the sons of Ishmael, listed in the order of their birth. Nebaioth, the firstborn of Ishmael, Kedan, Adbel, Mibsam, Mishma, Duma, Masa, Hadad, Tema, Jetur, Napish, Kedama. These were the sons of Ishmael, and these were the names of the 12 tribal rulers according to their settlement and camps. Altogether, Ishmael lived 137 years. He breathed his last and died, and he was gathered to his people. His descendants settled in the area of Havilah to Shul, near the border of Egypt, as you go towards Ashur, and they lived in hostility towards all their brothers. This is the account of Abraham's son Isaac. Abraham became the father of Isaac, and Isaac was 40 years old when he married Rebekah, daughter of Bethuel, the Aramean, from Padan Aram, and sister Laban, the Aramean. Isaac prayed to the Lord on behalf of his wife because she was barren. The Lord answered his prayers, and his wife Rebekah became pregnant. The babies jostled each other within her, and she said, "Why is this happening to me?" So she went to inquire of the Lord. The Lord said to her, "Two nations are in your womb. The two people from within you will be separated. One people will be stronger than the other, and the older will serve the younger." When the time came for her to give birth, there were twin boys in her womb. The first one to come was red, and his body was like a hairy garment. So they named him Esau. After this, his brother came out with his hand grasping Esau's heel. So he was named Jacob. Isaac was 60 years old when Rebekah gave birth to them. The boys grew up, and Esau became a skillful hunter, a man of the open country, while Jacob was a quiet man, staying among the tents. Isaac, who had a taste of wild game, loved Esau, but Rebekah loved Jacob. Once when Jacob was cooking some stew, Esau came in from open country, famished, and he said to Jacob, "Quick, let me have some of that red stew. I'm famished." This is why he was so called Edom. So Jacob replied, "First sell me your birthright. Look, I am about to die." Esau said, "What good is the birthright to me?" But Jacob said, "Swear to me first." So he swore an oath to him, selling his birthright to Jacob. Then Jacob gave Esau some bread and some lentil stew. He ate and drank, and then got up and left. So Esau despised his birthright. Chapter 26. Now there was a famine in the land, beside the earlier famine of Abraham's time, and Isaac went to Abimelech, king of the Philistines in Gerar. The Lord appeared to Isaac and said, "Do not go down to Egypt. Live in the land where I tell you to live. Stay in this land for a while, and I will be with you and will bless you. For to you and your descendants I'll give all these lands, and will confirm the oath I swore to your father Abraham. I'll make your descendants as numerous as the stars in the sky, and will give them all this land. And through your offspring, all nations on earth will be blessed, because Abraham obeyed me and kept my requirements, my commands, my decrees, and my laws." So Isaac stayed in Gerar. When the men of that place asked him about his wife, he said, "She is my sister," because he was afraid to say, "She is my wife." He thought, "The men of this place might kill me on account of Rebekah, because she is beautiful." When Isaac had been there a long time, Abimelech, king of Philistine, looked down from a window and saw Isaac caressing his wife Rebekah. So Abimelech summoned Isaac and said, "She's really your wife? Why did you say she's my sister?" Isaac answered, "Because I thought I might lose my life on account of her." Then Abimelech said, "What is this you have done to us? One of the men might have slept with your wife, and you would have brought guilt upon us." So Abimelech gave orders to all the people, "Anyone who molests this man or his wife shall surely be put to death." Isaac planted crops in that land, and the same year reaped a hundredfold, because the Lord blessed him. The man became rich, and his wealth continued to grow until he became wealthy. He had so many flocks and herds and servants that the Philistine envied him. So all the wells that his father's servant had dug in the time of his father Abraham, the Philistines stopped up, filling them with the earth. Then Abimelech said to Isaac, "Move away from us. You have become too powerful for us." 17. So Isaac moved away from there and encamped in the valley of Gerar and settled there. Isaac reopened the wells that had been dug in the time of his father Abraham, which the Philistines had stopped up after Abraham died, and he gave them the same names his father had given them. Isaac's servants dug in the valley and discovered a well of fresh water there. But the headsmen of Gerar quarreled with Isaac's headsman and said, "The water is ours." So he named the well Esek, because they disputed with him. Then they dug another well, but they quarreled over that one also. So he named it Sitna. He moved on from there and dug another well, and no one quarreled over it. He named it Rehoboth, saying, "Now the Lord has given us room, and we will flourish in the land." From there he went up to Beersheba. That night the Lord appeared to him and said, "I'm the God of your father Abraham. Do not be afraid, for I am with you. I will bless you and will increase the number of your descendants for the sake of my servant Abraham." Isaac built an altar there and called on the name of the Lord. There he pitched his tent, and there his servants dug a well. Meanwhile, Abimelech had come to him from Gerar with Ahuzad, his personal advisor, and Phicol, the commander of his forces. Isaac asked them, "Why have you come to me, since you are hostile to me and sent me away?" They answered, "We saw clearly that the Lord was with you. So we said, There ought to be a sworn agreement between us and you. Let us make a treaty with you, that you will do us no harm, just as we did not molest you, but always treated you well and sent you away in peace. And now you are blessed by the Lord. Isaac then made a feast for them, and they ate and drank. Early in the next morning, the men swore an oath to each other. Then Isaac sent them on their way and left him in peace. That day, Isaac's servants came and told him about the well they had dug and said, "We found water." He called it Shibal, and to this day the name of the town has been Beersheba. When Esau was 40 years old, he married Judith, daughter of Beri the Hittite, and also Basemath, daughter of Elon the Hittite. They were a source of grief to Isaac and Rebekah.
No longer see. He called for Esau, his older son, and he said to him, "My son, here I am." He answered. Isaac said, "I am now an old man and don't know the day of my death. Now then, get your weapons, your quiver and bow, and go out to the open country to hunt some wild game for me. Prepare the kind of tasty food I like and bring it to me to eat, so that I may give you my blessings before I die." Now Rebekah was listening as Isaac spoke to his son Esau. When Esau left for the open country to hunt game and bring it back, Rebekah said to her son Jacob, "Look, I overheard your father say to your brother Esau, 'Bring me some game and prepare me some tasty food to eat, so that I may give you my blessings in the presence of the Lord before I die.' Now, my son, listen carefully and do what I tell you. Go out to the flock and bring me 2 choice young goats, so I can prepare your father to eat. I can prepare some tasty food for your father, just the way he likes it. Then take it to your father to eat, so that he may give you his blessings before he dies." Jacob said to Rebekah his mother, "But my brother Esau is a hairy man, and I am a man with smooth skin. What if my father touches me? I would appear to be tricking him and would bring down a curse on myself rather than a blessing." His mother said to him, "My son, let the curse fall on me. Just do what I say. Go and get them for me." So he went and got them and brought them to his mother, and she prepared some tasty food, just the way his father liked it. Then Rebekah took the best clothes of Esau, her older son, which she had in the house, and put them on her younger son Jacob. She also covered his hands and the smooth part of his neck with goat skin. Then she handed to her son Jacob the tasty food and the bread she had made. She handed over to her son Jacob the tasty food and bread she had made. He went to his father and said, "My father." "Yes, my son," he answered. "Who is it?" Jacob said to his father, "I'm Esau, your firstborn. I have done as you told me. Please sit up and eat some of the game, so that you may give me your blessings." Isaac said to his son, "How did you find it so quickly, my son?" "The Lord your God gave me success," he replied. Then Isaac said to Jacob, "Come near so that I can touch you, my son, to know whether you are really my son Esau or not." Jacob went close to his father Isaac, who touched him and said, "The voice is for Jacob, but the hands are hands of Esau." He did not recognize him, for his hands were hairy like those of his brother Esau. So he blessed him. "Are you really my son Esau?" he asked. I am, he replied. Then he said, "My son, Bring me some of your game to eat, so that I may give you my blessings. Jacob brought it to him, and he ate. And he brought some wine, and he drank. Then his father Isaac said to him, "Come here, my son, and kiss me." So he went to him and kissed him. When Isaac caught the smell of his clothes, he blessed him and said, "Ah, the smell of my son is like the smell of the field that the Lord has blessed. May God give you heaven's dew, and on earth's riches, and of earth riches, an abundance of grain and new wine. May nations serve you. May peoples bow down to you. But be Lord over your brothers, and may the sons of your mother bow down to you. May those who curse you be cursed, and those who bless you be blessed." After Isaac finished blessing him, and Jacob had scarcely left his father's presence, his brother Esau came in from hunting. He too prepared some tasty food and brought it to his father. Then he said to him, "My father, sit up and eat some of my game, so that you may give me your blessings." His father Isaac said to him, "Who are you?" "I am your son," he answered, "your firstborn Esau." Isaac trembled violently and said, "Who was it then that hunted the game and brought it to me? I ate it just before you came, and I blessed him, and indeed he will be blessed." When Esau heard his father's words, he burst out with a loud and bitter cry and said to his father, bless me, me too, my father." But he said, "Your brother came deceitfully and took your blessings." Esau said, Isn't he rightly named Jacob? He has deceived me these 2 times. He took my birthright, and now he took my birthright, and now he has taken my blessings. Then he said, "Haven't you reserved any blessings for me?" Isaac answered Esau, "I have made him lord over you, and have made all his relatives and servants, and I have sustained him with the grain and new wine. So what can I possibly do for you, my son?" Esau said to his father, "Do you have only one blessing, my father? Bless me too, my father." Then Esau wept aloud. His father Isaac answered him, "Your dwelling will be away from the earth's riches, away from the dew of heaven above. You will live by the sword, and you will serve your brother. But when you grow restless, you will throw his yoke from off your neck." Esau held a grudge against Jacob because of the blessing his father had given him. He said to him, "The days of mourning for my father are near. Then I will kill my brother Jacob." When Rebekah was told what his older son Esau had said, she sent for her younger son Jacob and said to him, "Your brother Esau is consoling himself with the thought of killing you. Now then, my son, do what I say. Flee at once to my brother Laban in Haran. Stay with him for a while until your brother's fury subsides. When your brother is no longer angry with you and forgets what you did to him, I'll send word for you to come back from there. Why should I lose both of you in one day?" Then Rebekah said to Isaac, "I'm disgusted with living because of this Hittite woman. If Jacob takes a wife from among the women of this land, from Hittite women like this, my life will not be worth living." Chapter 28. So Isaac called for Jacob and blessed him and commanded him, "Do not marry a Canaanite woman. Go at once to Padan Aram, to the house of your mother's father Bethuel. Take a wife for yourself there. For among the daughters of Laban, your mother's brother, may God Almighty bless you and make you fruitful, and increase your numbers until you become a community of peoples. May he give you and your descendants the blessings given to Abraham. so that you may take possession of the land where you now live as an alien, the land God gave to Abraham. Then Isaac sent Jacob on his way, and he went to Padan Aram, to Laban son of Bethuel, the Aramean, and brother of Rebekah, who was the mother of Jacob and Esau. Now Esau learned that Isaac had blessed Jacob and had sent him to Padan Aram to take a wife from there, and that that when he blessed him, he commanded him, "Do not marry a Canaanite woman," and that Jacob had obeyed his father and mother and had gone to Padan Aram. Esau then realized how displeasing the Canaanite woman were to his father's Isaac. So he went to Ishmael and married Mahalath, the sister of Nebaioth, and daughter of Ishmael, son of Abraham, in addition to the wives he had already. Jacob left Beersheba and sent out for Haran. When he reached a certain place, he stopped for the night because the sun had set. Taking one of the stones there, he put it under his head and lay down to sleep. He had a dream in which he saw a stairway resting on the earth with its top reaching to heaven, and the angels of God were ascending and descending on it. There above it stood the Lord, and he said, "I am the Lord, God of your father Abraham and God of Isaac. I will give you and your descendants the land on which you are lying. Your descendants will be like the dust of the earth, and you will spread out to the west and to the east, to the north and to the south. All peoples on earth will be blessed through you, and your offsprings. I am with you and will watch over you. Wherever you go, I will bring you back to this land. I will never leave you until I have done what I have promised you." When Jacob awoke from his sleep, he thought, "Surely the Lord is in this place, and I was not aware of it." He was afraid and said, "How awesome is this place! This is none other than the house of God. This is the gate of heaven." Early the next morning, Jacob took the stone he had placed under his head and set it up as a pillar and poured oil on top of it. He called that place Bethel, though the city used to call it Luz. Then Jacob made a vow, saying, if God will be with me and will watch over me on this journey I'm taking, and will give me food to eat and clothes to wear, so that I may return safely to my father's house, then the Lord will be my God, and this stone that I have set up as a pillar will be God's house. And of all that you give me, I will give you a tenth.
Jacob arrives in Padan Aram. Then Jacob continued on his journey and came to the land of the eastern peoples. There he saw a well in the field with 3 flocks of sheep lying near it, because the flocks were watered from the well. The stone over the mouth of the well was large. When all the flocks were gathered there, the shepherds would roll the stone away from the well's mouth and water the sheep. Then they would return the stone to its place over the mouth of the well. Jacob asked the shepherds, "My brothers, where are you from?" "We are from Haran," they replied. He said to them, "Do you know Laban, Nahor's grandson?" "Yes, we know him," they answered. Then Jacob asked them, "Is he well?" Then, "Yes, he is," they said. "And here comes his daughter Rachel
with the sheep. Look, he said, the sun is still high. It is not time for the flocks to be gathered. Water the sheep and take them back to pasture. We can't, they replied, until all the flocks are gathered and the stone has been rolled away from the mouth of the well. Then we will water the sheep. While he was still talking with them, Rachel came with her father's sheep, for she was a shepherdess. When Jacob saw Rachel, daughter of Laban, his mother's brother, and Laban's sheep, he went over and rolled the stone away from the mouth of the well and watered his uncle's sheep. Then Jacob kissed Rachel and began to weep aloud. He told Rachel that he was a relative of her father and a son of Rebekah. So she ran and told her father. As soon as Laban heard the news about Jacob, his sister's son, he hurried out to meet him. He embraced him and kissed him and brought him to his home. And there Jacob told him all these things. Then Laban said to him, "You are my own flesh and blood." After Jacob had stayed with him for a whole month, Laban said to him, "Just because you are a relative of mine, should you work for me for nothing? Tell me, what should your wages be?" Now Laban had 2 daughters. The name of the older one was Leah, and the name of the younger one was Rachel. Leah had weak eyes, but Rachel was lovely in form and beautiful. Jacob was in love with Rachel and said, "I'll work for you for 7 years in return for your younger daughter Rachel." Laban said, "It's better that I give her to you than to some other man. Stay here with me." So Jacob served 7 years to get Rachel, but they seemed like only a few days to him because of his love for her. Then Jacob said to Laban, "Give me my wife. My time is completed, and I want to lie with her." So Laban brought together all the people of the place and gave a feast. But when evening came, he took his daughter Leah and gave her to Jacob. And Jacob lay with her. And Laban gave her his servant girl Zilpah to his daughter as her maidservant. When morning came, there was Leah. So Jacob said to Laban, "What is this you have done to me? I have served you for Rachel, didn't I? Why have you deceived me?" Laban replied, "It is not our custom here to give the younger daughter in marriage before the older one. Finish this daughter's bridal week. Then we will give you the younger one also in return for another 7 years of work." And Jacob did so. He finished the week with Leah, and then Laban gave him his daughter Rachel to be his wife. Laban gave his servant girl Bilhah to his daughter Rachel as her maidservant. As Jacob lay with Rachel also, and he loved Rachel more than Leah, and he worked for Laban another 7 years. When the Lord saw that Leah was not loved, he opened her womb, but Rachel was barren. Leah became pregnant and gave birth to a son. She named him Reuben, for she said, "It is because the Lord has seen my misery. Surely my husband will love me now." She conceived again, and when she gave birth to a son, she said, "Because the Lord heard that I'm not loved, he gave me this one too." So she named him Simeon. Again she conceived again, and when she gave birth to a son, she said, "Now at last my husband will become attached to me, because I have borne him 3 sons." So he was named Levi. She conceived again, and when she gave birth to a son, she said, "This time I will praise the Lord." So she named him Judah. Then she stopped having children. When Rachel saw that she was not bearing Jacob any children, she became jealous of her sister. She said to Jacob, "Give me children, or I'll die." Jacob became angry with her and said, "Am I in the place of God, who has kept you from having children?" Then she said, "Here is Bilhah, my maidservant. Sleep with her so that she can bear children for me, and that through her I can build a family." So she gave him her servant Bilhah as a wife. Jacob slept with her, and she became pregnant and bore him a son. Then Rachel said, "God has vindicated me. He has listened to my plea and given me a son." Because of this, she named him Dan. Rachel's servant Bilhah conceived again and bore Jacob a second son. Then Rachel said, I have a great struggle with my sister, and I have won. So she named him Naphtali. When Leah saw that she had stopped having children, she spoke to her maidservant Zilpah and gave her to Jacob as a wife. Leah's servant Zilpah bore Jacob a son. Then Leah said, what good fortune! So she named him Gad. Leah's servant Zilpah bore Jacob a second son. Then Leah said, how happy I am! The women will call me happy. So she named him Asher. During wheat harvest, Reuben went into the fields and found some mandrake plants, which he brought to his mother Leah. Rachel said to Leah, please give me some of your son's mandrakes. But she said to her, wasn't it enough that you took away my husband? Will you take my son's mandrakes too? Very well, Rachel said. He can sleep with you tonight in return for your son's mandrakes. So when Jacob came in from the fields that evening, Leah went out to meet him. You must sleep with me, she said. I have hired you with my son's mandrakes. So he slept with her that night. God listened to Leah, and she became pregnant and bore a fifth son. Then Leah said, God has rewarded me for giving my maidservant to my husband. So she named him Issachar. Leah conceived again and bore Jacob a sixth son. Then said, God has presented me with a precious gift. This time my husband will treat me with honor because I have borne him 6 sons. So she named him Zebulun. Sometime later she gave birth to a daughter and named her Dinah. Then God remembered Rachel. He listened to her and opened her womb. She became pregnant and gave birth to a son and said, God has taken away my disgrace. She named him Joseph and said, may the Lord add me another son. After Rachel's birth to Joseph, Jacob said to Laban, send me on my way so I can go back to my homeland. Give me my wives and children for whom I have served you, and I'll be on my way. You know how much work I have done for you. But Laban said to him, if I have found favor in your eyes, please stay. I have learned by divination that the Lord has blessed me because of you. He added, name your wages, I will pay them. Jacob said to him, you know how I have worked for you, and how your livestock has fared under my care. The little you had before I came has increased greatly, and the Lord has blessed you whenever I have been. But now, may I do something for my own household? What shall I give you? He asked. Don't give me anything, Jacob replied. But if you will do this one thing for me, I will go on tending your flocks and watching over them. Let me go through all your flocks today and remove from them every speckled or spotted sheep, every dark-colored lamb, and every spotted or speckled goat. They will be my wages. And my honesty will testify for me in the future whenever you check on the wages you have paid me. Any goat in my possession that is not speckled or spotted, or any lamb that is not dark-colored, will be considered stolen. Agreed, said Laban. Let it be to you as you have said. That same day he removed all the male goats that were streaked or spotted, and all the speckled or spotted female goats, all that had white on them, and all the dark-colored lambs, and placed them in the care of his sons. Then he put a 3-day journey between himself and Jacob, while Jacob continued to tend the rest of Laban's flocks. Jacob, however, took fresh-cut branches from poplar, almond, and plane trees, and made white stripes on them by peeling the bark and exposing the white inner wood of the branches. Then he placed the peeled branches in all the watering troughs, so that they would be directly in front of the flocks when they came to drink. When the flocks were in heat and came to drink, they mated in front of the branches, and they bore young that were streaked or speckled or spotted. Jacob set apart the young of the flock by themselves, but made the rest face the streaked, dark-colored animals that belonged to Laban. Thus he made separate flocks for himself,
and did not put them with Laban's animals. Whenever the stronger females were in heat, Jacob would place the branches in the traps in front of the animals so they would mate near the branches. But if the animals were weak, he would not place them there. So the weak animals went to Laban and the strong ones to Jacob. In this way, the man grew exceedingly prosperous and came to own large flocks and maid servants and men servants and camels and donkeys.
Genesis 31. Jacob heard that Laban's sons were saying, Jacob has taken everything our father owned and has gained all this wealth from what belonged to our father. And Jacob noticed that Laban's attitude towards him was not what it had been. Then the Lord said to Jacob, go back to the land of your fathers and to your relatives, and I will be with you. So Jacob sent word to Rachel and Leah. He said to them, I see that your father's attitude towards me is not what it was before, but the God of my father has been with me. You know that I've worked for your father with all my strength, yet your father has cheated me by changing my wages 10 times. However, God has not allowed him to harm me. If he said, the speckled swans will be your wages, then all the flocks gave birth to speckled young. And if he said, the streaked ones will be your wages, then all the flocks bore streaked youngs. So God has taken away your father's livestock and has given them to me. In breeding season, I once had a dream in which I looked up and saw that the male goats mating with the flock were streaked, speckled, or spotted. The angel of God said to me in the dream, Jacob. I answered, here I am. And he said, look up and see that all the male goats mating with the flock are streaked, speckled, or spotted, for I have seen all that Laban has been doing to you. I am the God of Bethel, where you anointed a pillar, where you made a vow to me. Now leave this land at once and go back to your native land. Then Rachel and Leah replied, do we still have any share in the inheritance of our father's estate? Does he not regard us as foreigners? Not only has he sold us, but he has used up what was paid for us. Surely all the wealth that God took away from our father belongs to us and our children. So do whatever God has told you. Then Jacob put his children and his wives on camel, and he drove all his livestock ahead of him, along with all the goods he had accumulated in Padan Aram, to go to his father Isaac in the land of Canaan. When Laban had gone to shear his sheep, Rachel stole her father's household gods. Moreover, Jacob deceived Laban and Amarians by not telling him he was running away. So he fled with all he had, and crossing the river, he headed from the hill country of Gilead. On the third day, Laban was told that Jacob had fled. Taking his relatives with him, he pursued Jacob for 7 days and caught up with him in the hill of Gilead. Then God came to Laban. The Aramean, in the dream at night and said to him, be careful not to say anything to Jacob, either good or bad. Jacob had pitched his tent in the hill country of Gilead when Laban overtook him. And Laban and his relatives camped there too. Then Laban said to Jacob, "What have you done? You've deceived me, and you've carried off my daughters like captives in war. Why did you run off secretly and deceive me? Why didn't you tell me so I could send you away with joy and singing in the music of tambourines and harps? You didn't even let me kiss my grandchildren and my daughters goodbye. You have done a foolish thing. I have the power to harm you, but last night the God of your father said to me, Be careful not to say anything to Jacob, either good or bad. Now you have gone off because you long to return to your father's house. But why did you steal my gods?" Jacob answered Laban, "I was afraid because I thought you would take your daughters away from me by force. But if you find anyone who has your gods, he shall not live. In the presence of our relatives, see for yourselves whether there is anything of yours here with me. And if so, take it." Now Jacob did not know that Rachel had stolen the gods. So Laban went into Jacob's tent and into Leah's tent and into the tent of the two maidservants. But he found nothing. After he came out of Leah's tent, he entered Rachel's tent. Now Rachel had taken the household gods and put them inside her camel saddle and was sitting on them. Laban searched through everything in the tent but found nothing. Rachel said in her father, "Don't be angry, my lord, that I cannot stand up in your presence. I am having my periods." So he searched but could not find the household gods. Jacob was angry and took Laban to task. "What is my crime?" he asked Laban. What sin have I committed that you hunt me down? Now that you have searched through all my goods, what have you found that belongs to your household? Put it here in front of your relatives and mine, and let them judge between the two of us. I have been with you for 20 years now. Your sheep and goats have not miscarried, nor have I eaten rams from your flock. I did not bring you animals torn by wild beasts. I bore the loss myself, and you demanded payment from me from whatever was stolen by day or night. This was my situation. The heat consumed me in the daytime and the cold at night, and sleep fled from my eyes. It was like this for the 20 years I was in your household. I worked for you 14 years for your 2 daughters, and 6 years for your flock, and you changed my wages 10 times. If the God of my father, the God of Abraham and the fear of Isaac, had not been with me, you will surely have sent me away empty-handed. But God has seen my hardship and the toil of my hands, and last night he rebuked you." Laban answered Jacob, The women are my daughters, the children are my children, and the flock are my flock. All you see is mine. Yet what can I do today about these daughters of mine, or about the children that they have borne? Come now, let's make a covenant, you and I, and let it serve as a witness between us. So Jacob took a stone and set it up as a pillar. He said to his relatives, "Gather some stones." So they took stones and piled them in a heap, and they ate there by the heap. Laban called it Jegar Sahadutha, and Jacob called it Gilead.
Laban said, "This heap is a witness between you and me today." This is why it was called Galid. It was also called Mizpah, because he said, "May the Lord keep watch between you and me when we are away from each other. If you mistreat my daughters, or if you take any wives besides my daughters, even though no one is with us, remember that God is a witness between you and me." Laban also said to Jacob, Here is this heap, and here is this pillar I have set up between you and me. This heap is a witness. And this pillar is a witness that I will not go past this heap to your side to harm you, and that you will not go past this heap and pillar to my side to harm me. May the God of Abraham and the God of Nahor, the God of their father, judge between us. So Jacob took an oath in the name of the fear of his father Isaac. He offered a sacrifice there in the hill country and invited his relatives to a meal. After they had eaten, they spent the night there. Early the next morning, Laban kissed his grandchildren and his daughters and blessed them. Then he left and returned home. 32. Jacob also went to his way, and the angels of God met him, When Jacob saw them, he said, This is the camp of God. So he named that place Mahanaim. Jacob sent messengers ahead of him to his brother Esau in the land of Seir, the country of Edom. He instructed them, "This is what you are to say to my master Esau. Your servant Jacob said, I have been staying with Laban, and I have remained there till now. I have cattle and donkey, sheep and goats, men servants and maid servants. Now I am sending this message to my lord, that I may find favor in your eyes." When the messengers returned to Jacob, they said, "When we went to your brother Esau, and now he is coming to meet you, and 400 men are with him." In great fear and distress, Jacob divided the people who were with him into two groups, and the flock and herd and camels and as well. He thought, if Esau comes and attacks one group, the group that is left may escape. Then Jacob prayed, "O God of my father Abraham, God of my father Isaac, O God, O Lord, who said to me, 'Go back to your country and your relatives, and I will make you prosper.' I am unworthy of all the kindness and faithfulness you have shown your servant. I had only my staff when I crossed this Jordan, but now I have become two groups. Save me, I pray, from the hand of my brother Esau, for I am afraid he will come and attack me, and also the mothers with their children. But you have said, I will surely make you prosper, and will make your descendants like the sand of the sea, which cannot be counted." He spent the night there, and from what he heard with him, he selected a gift for his brother Esau: 200 female goats and 20 male goats, 200 ewes and 20 rams, 30 female camels with their young, 40 cows and 10 bulls, and 20 female donkeys and 10 male donkeys. He put them in the care of his servant, each herd by itself, and said to his servants, "Go ahead of me and keep some space between the herds." He instructed the one in the lead, When my brother Esau meets you and asks, to whom do you belong? And where are you going? And who owns all these animals in front of you? Then you are to say, they belong to your servant Jacob. They are a gift sent to my lord Esau, and he is coming behind us. He also instructed the second, the third, and all the other who followed the herd. You are to say the same things to Esau when you meet him. And be sure to say, your servant Jacob is coming behind us, for he thought, I will pacify him with these gifts I am sending on ahead. Later, when I see him, perhaps he will receive me. So Jacob's gifts went on ahead of him, but he himself spent the night in the camp. That night Jacob got up and took his 2 wives, his 2 maidservants, and his 11 sons, and crossed the ford of the Jabbok after he had sent them across the stream. He sent over all his possessions. So Jacob was left alone, and a man wrestled with him till daybreak. When the man saw that he could not overpower him, he touched the socket of Jacob's hip, so that his hip was wrenched, and he wrestled with the man. Then the man said, let me go, for it is daybreak. But Jacob replied, I will not let you go unless you bless me. Then the man asked him, what is your name? Jacob, he answered. Then the man said, your name will no longer be Jacob, but Israel, because you have struggled with God and with men and have overcome. Jacob said, please tell me your name. But he replied, why do you ask my name? Then he blessed him there. So Jacob called the place Peniel, saying, it is because I saw God face to face, and yet my life was spared. The sun rose above him as he passed Peniel, and he was limping because of his hip. Therefore, to this day, the Israelites do not eat the tender attached to the socket of the hip, because the socket of Jacob's hip was touched near the tendon.
Jacob looked up, and there was Esau coming with his 400 men. I saw he divided the children among Leah, Rachel, and the 2 maidservants. He put the maidservants and their children in front, Leah and her children next, and Rachel and Joseph in the rear. He himself went on ahead and bowed down to the ground 7 times as he approached his brother. But Esau ran to meet Jacob and embraced him. He threw his arms around his neck and kissed him, and they wept. Then Esau looked up and saw the woman and children. Who are these with you? He asked. Jacob answered, They are the children God has graciously given your servant. Then the maidservants and their children approached and bowed down. Next, Leah and her children came and bowed down. Last of all came Joseph and Rachel, and they too bowed down. Esau asked, What do you mean by all these droves I met to find favor in your eyes? My lord, he said. But Esau said, I already have plenty. My brother, keep what you have for yourself. No, Please, said Jacob, if I have found favor in your eyes, accept this gift from me. For to see your face is like seeing the face of God. Now that you have received me favorably, please accept the present that was brought to you. For God has been gracious to me, and I have all I need. And because Jacob insisted, Esau accepted it. Then Esau said, Let us be on our way. I'll accompany you. But Jacob said to him, My Lord knows that the children are tender and that I must care for the ewes and cows that are nursing their young. If they are driven hard just one day, all the animals will die. So let my Lord go on ahead of his servant, while I move along slowly at the pace of the droves before me and that of the children, until I come to my Lord in Seir. Esau said, Then let me leave some of my men with you. But why do that? Jacob asked. Just let me find favor in the eyes of my Lord. So that day Esau started on his way back to Seir. Jacob, however, went to Succoth, where he built a place for himself and made shelters for his livestock. That is why the place is called Succoth. After Jacob came from Padam Aram, he arrived safely at the city of Shechem in Canaan and camped within sight of the city for 100 pieces of silver. He bought from the sons of Hamor, the father of Shechem, the plot of ground where he pitched his tent. There he set up an altar and called it Elohe Israel. Now Dinah, the daughter Leah had born to Jacob, went out to visit the woman of the land. When Shechem, son of Hamor, the Hivite, the ruler of that area, saw her, he took her and violated her. His heart was drawn to Dinah, daughter of Jacob, and he loved the girl and spoke tenderly to her. And Shechem said to his father Hamor, Get me this girl as my wife. When Jacob heard that his daughter Dinah had been defiled, his sons were in the fields with his livestock. So he kept quiet about it until they came home. Then Shechem's father Hamor went out to talk with Jacob. Now Jacob's son had come in front of the fields as soon as they heard what happened. They were filled with grief and fury because Shechem had done a disgraceful thing in Israel by living with Jacob's daughter, a thing that should not be done. But Hamor said to them, My son Shechem has his heart set on your daughter. Please give her to him as his wife. Intermarry with us, give us your daughters and take our daughters for yourselves. You can settle among us. The land is open to you. Live in it, trade in it, and acquire property in it. Then Shechem said to Dinah's father and brothers, Let me find favor in your eyes. and I will give you whatever you ask. Make the price of the bride and the gift I am to bring as great as you like, and I'll pay whatever you ask me. Only give me the girl as my wife. Because their sister Dinah had been defiled, Jacob's son replied deceitfully as they spoke to Shechem and his father Hamor. They said to them, we can't do such a thing. We can't give our sister to a man who is not circumcised. That would be a disgrace to us. We will give our consent to you on one condition only, that you will become like us by circumcising all your males. Then we will give you our daughters and take your daughters for ourselves. We'll settle among you and become the people with you, and become one people with you. But if you will not agree to be circumcised, we'll take our sister and go. Their proposal seemed good to Hamor and his son Shechem. The young man, who was the most honored of all his father's household, lost no time in doing what they said, because he was delighted with Jacob's daughter. So Hamor and his son Shechem went to the gate of their city to speak to their fellow townsmen. These men are friendly towards us, they said. Let them live in our land and trade in it. The land has plenty of room for them. We can marry their daughters and they can marry ours. But then we will consent to live with us as one people only on the condition that our males be circumcised, as they themselves are. Won't their livestock, their property, and all their other animals become ours? So let us give our consent to them, and they will settle among us. All the men who went out of the city gate agreed with Hamor and his son Shechem, and every male in the city was circumcised. 3 days later, while all of them were still in pain, 2 of Jacob's sons, Simeon and Levi, Dinah's brothers, took their swords and attacked the unsuspecting city, killing every male. They put Hamor and his son Shechem to the sword and took Dinah for Shechem's house and left. The sons of Jacob came upon the dead bodies and looted the city where their sister had been defiled. They seized their flocks and herds and donkeys and everything else of theirs in the city and out in the fields. They carried off all their wealth and all their women and children, taking as plunder everything in the houses. Then Jacob said to Simeon and Levi, "You have brought trouble in me by making me a stench to the Canaanites and Perizzites, the people living in this land. We are few in number, and if they join forces against me and attack me, I and my household will be destroyed." But they replied, "Should he have treated his sister like a prostitute?"
Go up to Bethel and and build an altar there to God, who appeared to you when you were fleeing from your brother Esau. So Jacob said to his household and to all who were with him, "Get rid of the foreign gods you have with you, and purify yourselves and change your clothes. Then come, let us go up to Bethel, where I will build an altar to God, who answered me in the day of distress, and who has been with me wherever I have gone." So they gave Jacob all the foreign gods they had and the rings in their ears, and Jacob buried them under the oak at Shechem. Then they set out, and the terror of God fell upon the towns and around them, so that no one passed them. Jacob and all the people with him came to Luz, that is Bethel, in the land of Canaan. There he built an altar, and he called the place El Bethel, because it was there that God revealed himself to him when he was fleeing from his brother. Now Deborah, Rebekah's nurse, died and was buried under the oak below Bethel. So it was named Alon Bakach. After Jacob returned from Padan Aram, God appeared to him again and blessed him. God said to him, "Your name is Jacob, but you will no longer be called Jacob. Your name will be Israel." So he named him Israel. And God said to him, "I am God Almighty. Be faithful and increase in number. A nation and a community of nations will come from you, and kings will come from your body. The land I gave to Abraham and Isaac I also give to you, and I will give this land to your descendants after you." Then God went up from him, and at the place where he had talked with him, Jacob set up a stone pillar at the place where God had talked with him, and he poured out a drink offering on it. He also poured oil on it. Jacob called the place where God had talked to him Bethel. The deaths of Rachel and Isaac. Then they moved on from Bethel, where they were still some distance from Ephrath. Rachel began to give birth and had great difficulty. And as she was having great difficulty on childbirth, the midwife said to her, "Don't be afraid, for you have another son." As she breathed her last, for she was dying, she named her son Ben-Oni. But his father named him Benjamin. So Rachel died and was buried on the way to Ephrath, that is Bethlehem. Over the tomb, Jacob set up a pillar, and to this day that pillar marks Rachel's tomb.
Israel moved on again and pitched his tent beyond Migdal Eder. While Israel was living in that region, Reuben went up and slept with his father concubine Bilhah, and Israel heard of it. Jacob had 12 sons. The sons of Leah, Reuben and the firstborn of Jacob, Simon, Simeon, Levi, Judah, Issachar, and Zebulun. The sons of Rachel, Joseph and Benjamin. The sons of Rachel's maidservant Bilhah, Dan and Naphtali. The sons of Leah's maidservant Zilpah, Gad and Asher. These were the sons of Jacob who were born to him in Padan Aram. Jacob came home to his father Isaac in Mamre, near Kiriath Arba, that is Hebron, where Abraham and Isaac had stayed. Isaac lived 180 years. Then he breathed his last and died, and was gathered to his people, old and full of years. And his sons Esau and Jacob buried him. Esau took of Canaan, Ada daughter of Elon the Hittite, and Aholibamah daughter of Anna, and granddaughter of Zibeon the Hivite, also Basemath daughter of Ishmael and the sister of Nebaioth. Ada bore Eliphaz to Esau, Basemath bore Reuel, and Aholibah bore Jeush, Jalam, and Korah. These were the sons of Esau who were born to him in Canaan. Esau took his wives, sons, and daughters, and all the members of his household, as well as his livestock and all his other animals, and all the goods he had acquired in Canaan, and moved to the land some distance from his brother Jacob. Their possessions were too great for them to remain together. The land where they were staying could not support them both because of their livestock. So Esau, that is Edom, settled in the hill country of Seir. This is the account of Esau, the father of Edomites in the hill country of Seir. These are the names of Esau's sons: Eliphaz, the son of Esau's wife Ada, and Reuel, the son of Esau's wife Basemath. The sons of Eliphaz, Teman, Omar, Zepho, Gatam, and Kenaz. Esau's sons Eliphaz also had a concubine named Timnah, who bore him Amalek. These were the grandsons of Esau's wife Ada. The sons of Reuel, Nahath, Zerah, Shamna, and Mizah. These were the grandsons of Esau's wife Basemath. The sons of Esau's wives, Oholibamah, daughter of Anna, and the granddaughter of Zibeon, whom she bore to Esau, Jeush, Jalam, and Korah. These were the chiefs among Esau's descendants. The sons of Eliphaz, firstborns of Esau, chiefs Teman, Omna, Zepho, Kenaz, Korah, Gatam, and Amalek. These were the chiefs descendants of Eliphaz in Edom, where they were grandsons of Ada. The sons of Esau's son Reuel, chiefs Nahath, Zerah, Shema, and Mizah. These were the chiefs descendants from Reuel in Edom. They were grandsons of Esau's wife Basemath. The sons of Esau These were the chiefs descendants from Esau's wife Oholibamah, daughter of Anna. These were the sons of Esau, that is Edom, and they were their chiefs. These were the sons of Seir and Horite who were living in the region: Lotan, Shobal, Zibeon, Anna, Disho, Ezna, Dishan. These were the sons of Edom, my Horite chiefs. The sons of Lotan, Hori and Homan. Timnah was Lotan's sister. The sons of Shobal, Alvan, Manahath, Ebal, Shepho, and Omna. The sons of Zibeon, Aiah and Anna. This is the Anna who discovered the hot springs in the desert while he was grazing the donkeys of his father Zibeon. The children of Anna, Dishon and Holibamah, daughter of Anna. The sons of Dishon, Hebna, Eshban, Ithran, and Keran. The sons of Ezer, Bilhan, Zavan, and Akan. The sons of Dishan, Uz and Aran. They were the Horite chiefs: Lotan, Shobal, Zibeon, Anna,
Dishon, Ezer, and Dishan. These were the Horite chiefs according to the divisions in the land of Seir, the rulers of Edom. These were the kings who reigned in Edom before the Israelites' king reigned. Bela, son of Beor, became king of Edom. His city was named Dinhaba. When Bela died, Jobab, son of Zerah from Bozrah, succeeded him as king. When Jacob died, Husham from the land of Temanite succeeded him as king. When Husham died, Hadad, son of Bedad, who defeated Midian in the country of Moab, succeeded him as king. His city was named Avith. When Hadad died, Shamla from Masrek succeeded him as king. When Shamla died, Shaul Rehoboth on the river succeeded him as king. When Shaul died, Baal Hanan, son of Akbor, succeeded him as king. When Baal Hanan, son of Akbor, died, Hadad succeeded him as king. His city was named Pau, and his wife's name was Mehedbel, daughter of Matred, the daughter of Mezahabab. These were the chiefs' descendants from Esau by name according to their clans and regions: Timnah, Alva, Jeetheth, Oholibamah, Ela, Pinon, Kenaz, Teman, Mibzah, Magdiel, and Iram. These were the chiefs of Edom according to their settlements in the land they occupied. This was Esau, the father of Edomites.
Joseph lived in the land where his father had stayed, the land of Canaan. This is the account of Jacob. Joseph, a young man of 17, was tending the flocks with his brothers, the son of Bilhah, and the sons of Zilpah, his father's wives, and he brought their father a bad report about them. Now Israel loved Joseph more than any of his other sons, because he had been born to him in his old age. And he made a richly ornamented robe for him. When his brothers saw that their father loved him more than any of them, they hated him and could not speak a kind word to him. Joseph had a dream, and when he told it to his brothers, they hated him all the more. He said to them, "Listen to this dream I had. We were binding sheaves of grain out in the field, when suddenly my sheaves rose and stood upright, while your sheaves gathered around mine and bore down to it." His brothers said to him, "Do you intend to reign over us? Will you actually rule us?" And they hated him all the more because of his dream and what he had said. Then he had another dream, and he told it to his brothers. Listen, he said. "I had another dream, and this time the sun and moon and 11 stars were bowing down to me." When he told his father as well as his brothers, his father rebuked him and said, "What is this dream you had? Will your mother and I, your brothers, actually come and bow down to the ground before you?" His brothers were jealous of him, but his father kept the matter in mind. Now his brothers had gone to graze their father's flocks near Shechem, and Israel said to Joseph, "As you know, your brothers are grazing the flocks near Shechem. Come, I'm going to send you to them." "Very well," he replied. So he said to him, "Go and see if all is well with your brothers and with the flocks, and bring word back to me." Then he sent him off from the valley of Hebron. When Joseph arrived at Shechem, a man found him wandering around in the fields and asked him, "What are you looking for?" He replied, "I'm looking for my brothers. Can you tell me where they are grazing their flocks?" They have moved on from here," the man answered. "I heard them say, 'Let's go to Dothan.'" So Joseph went after his brothers and found them near Dothan. But they saw him in the distance, and before he reached them, they plotted to kill him. "Here comes that dreamer," they said to each other. "Come now, let's kill him and throw him into these cisterns, and say that a furious animal devoured him. Then we'll see what comes of his dreams." When Reuben heard this, he tried to rescue him from their hands. "Let's not take his life," he said. "Don't shed any blood. Throw him into this cistern here in the desert, but don't lay a hand on him." Reuben said this to rescue him from them and take him back to his father. So when Joseph came to his brothers, they stripped him of his robe, the richly ornamented robe he was wearing, and they took him and threw him into the cistern. Now the cistern was empty, there was no water in it. As they sat down to eat their meal, they looked up and saw a caravan of Ishmaelites coming from Gilead. Their camels were loaded with spices, balm, and myrrh, and they were on their way to take them down to Egypt. Judah said to his brothers, "What will we gain if we kill our brother and cover up his blood? Come, let's sell him to the Ishmaelites and not lay our hands on him. After all, he is our brother, our own flesh and blood." His brothers agreed. So when the Midianite merchants came by, his brothers pulled Joseph out of the cistern and sold him for 20 shekels of silver to the Ishmaelites, who took him to Egypt. When Reuben returned to the cistern and saw that Joseph was not there, he tore his clothes. He went back to his brothers and said, "The boy isn't there. Where can I turn now?" Then they got Joseph's robe, slaughtered a goat, and dipped the robe in the blood. They took the ornament robe back to their father and said, "We found this. Examine it to see whether it is your son's robe." He recognized it and said, "It is my son's robe. Some ferocious animal had devoured him. Joseph has surely been torn to pieces." Then Jacob tore his clothes, put on sackcloth, and mourned for his son many days. All his sons and daughters came to comfort him, but he refused to be comforted. "No," he said, "in mourning will I go down to the grave to my son." So his father wept for him. Meanwhile, the Midianites sold Joseph in Egypt to Potiphar, one of Pharaoh's officials, the captain of the guard. Chapter 38. At that time, Judah left his brothers and went down to stay with a man of Adullam named Hira. There Judah met the daughter of a Canaanite man named Shua. He married her and lay with her. She became pregnant and gave birth to a son, who was named Er. She conceived again and gave birth to a son and named him Onan. She gave birth to still another son and named him Shelah. It was at Kezib that she gave birth to him. Judah got a wife of Er, his firstborn, and her name was Tamar. But Judah's firstborn, was wicked in the Lord's sight, so the Lord put him to death. Then Judah said to Onan, lie with your brother's wife and fulfill your duty to her as a brother-in-law to produce offspring for your brother. But Onan knew that the offspring would not be his, so whenever he lay with his brother's wife, he spilled his semen on the ground to keep from producing offspring for his brother. What he did was wicked in the Lord's sight, so he put him to death also. Judah then said to his daughter-in-law Tamar, live as a widow in your father's house until my son Shelah grows up, for he thought he may die too, just like his brothers. So Tamar went to live in her father's house. After a long time, Judah's wife, the daughter of Shua, died. When Judah had recovered from his grief, he went up to Timnah, to the men who were shearing his sheep, and his friend Hira, the Adullamite, went with him. When Tamar was told, your father-in-law is on his way to Timnah to shear his sheep, she took off her widow's clothes, covered herself with a veil to disguise herself, and then sat at the entrance to Enaim, which is on the road of Timnah. For she saw that though Shelah had now grown up, she had not been given to him as his wife. When Judah saw her, he thought she was a prostitute, for she had covered her face, not realizing that she was his daughter-in-law. He went over to her by the roadside and said, come now, let me sleep with you. And what will you give me to sleep with you? She asked. I'll send you a young goat from my flock, he said. Will you give me something as a pledge? Until you send it, she asked. He said, what pledge should I give you? Your seal and its cord, and the staff in your hand, she answered. So he gave them to her and slept with her, and she became pregnant by him. After she left, she took off her veil and put on her widow's clothes again. Meanwhile, Judah sent the young goat by his friend, the Adullamite, in order to get his pledge back from the woman, but he did not find. He asked the men who lived there, where is the shrine prostitute who was beside the road at Enaim? There hasn't been any shrine prostitute here, they said. So he went back to Judah and said, I didn't find her. Besides, the men who lived there said, there hasn't been any shrine prostitute here. Then Judah said, let her keep what she has, or we will become a laughing stock after all. I did send her this young goat, but you didn't find her. About 3 months later, Judah was told, your daughter-in-law Tamar is guilty of prostitution, and as a result, she is now pregnant. Judah said, bring her out and have her burned to death. As she was being brought out, she sent a message to her father-in-law. I'm pregnant by the man who owns this, she said. As she added, see if you recognize whose seal and cord and staff these are. Judah recognized them and said, "She is more righteous than I, since I wouldn't give her to my son Shelah." And he did not sleep with her again. When the time came for her to give birth, there were twin boys in her womb. As she was giving birth, one of them put out his hand. So the midwife took a scarlet thread and tied it on his wrist and said, This one came out first. But when he drew back his hand, his brother came out. And she said, "So this is how you have broken out." And he was named Perez. Then his brother, who had the scarlet thread on his wrist, came out, and he was given the name Zerah.
Now Joseph had been sold down to Egypt. Potiphar, an Egyptian, who was one of the Pharaoh's officials and captain of the guard, brought him from the Ishmaelites who had taken him there. The Lord was with Joseph, and he prospered, and he lived in the house of his Egyptian master. When his master saw that the Lord was with him and that the Lord gave him success in everything he did, Joseph found favor in the eyes and found his attendant. Potiphar put him in charge of his household, and he entrusted to his care everything he owned. From the time he put him in charge of his household and of all that he owned, the Lord had blessed the household of the Egyptian because of Joseph. The blessings of the Lord was on everything Potiphar had, both in the house and in the field. So he left in Joseph's care everything he had. With Joseph in charge, he did not concern himself with anything except the food he ate. Now Joseph was well built and handsome, and after a while his master's wife took notice of Joseph and said, "Come to bed with me." But he refused. With me in charge, he told her, "My master does not concern himself with anything in the house. Everything he owns, he has entrusted to my care. No one is greater in this house than I am. My master has withheld nothing from me except you. Because you are his wife, how then can I do such a wicked thing, a sin against God?" And though she spoke to Joseph day and day, he refused to go to bed with her or even be with her. One day, he went into the house to attend to his duties, and none of the household servants was inside. She caught him by his cloak and said, "Come to bed with me." But he left his cloak in her hands and ran out of the house. When she saw that he had left his cloak in her hand and had run out of the house, she called the household servant. "Look," she said to them, this Hebrew has been brought to us to make sport of us. He came in here to sleep with me, but I screamed. When he heard me scream for help, he left his cloak beside me and ran out of the house. She kept his cloak beside her until his servant came home. Then she told him this story. The Hebrew slave you brought us came to me to make sport of me. But as soon as I screamed for help, he left his cloak beside me and ran out of the house. When his masters heard the story, his wife told him, saying, "This is how your slave treated me." He burnt with anger. Joseph's master took him and put him in prison and placed at the place where the king's prisoners were confined. But while Joseph was there in the prison, the Lord was with him, and he showed him kindness and granted him favor in the eyes of the prison warden. So the warden put Joseph in charge of all those who were in prison, and he was made responsible for all that was done there. The warden paid no attention to anything under Joseph's care, because the Lord was with Joseph and gave him success in whatever he did. Chapter 40. Some time later, the cupbearer and the baker of the king of Egypt offended the master, the king of Egypt. Pharaoh was angry with his two officials, the chief cupbearer and the chief baker, and put them in custody in the house of the captain of the guard in the same prison where Joseph was confined. The captain of the guard The captain of the guard assigned them to Joseph and attempted them. After they had been in custody for some time, one of the two men, the cupbearer and the baker of the king of Egypt, who were being held in prison, had a dream, and the same night, and each dream had a meaning of its own. When Joseph came to them the next morning, he saw that they were dejected. So he asked Pharaoh's officials, who were in custody with him in the master's house, "Why are your faces so sad today?" "We both had dreams," they answered, "but there is no one to interpret them." Then Joseph said to them, Do not interpretations belong to God? Tell me your dreams. So the chief cupbearer told Joseph his dream. He said to him, "In my dream, I saw a vine in front of me, and on the vine were 3 branches. As soon as it budded, it blossomed, and its clusters ripened into grapes. Pharaoh's cup was in my hand, and I took the grapes, squeezed them into Pharaoh's cup, and put the cup in his hand." "This is what it means," Joseph said to him. "The 3 branches are 3 days. Within 3 days, the Pharaoh will lift up your head and restore you to your position, and you will put Pharaoh's cup in his hand, just as you used to do when you were his cupbearer. But when all goes well with you, remember me and show me kindness. Mention me to the Pharaoh and get me out of this prison, for I will forcibly carry off from the So I was forcibly carried off from the land of the Hebrews, and even here I have done nothing to deserve being put in a dungeon." When the chief baker saw that Joseph had given the favorable interpretation, he said to Joseph, "I too had a dream. On my head were 3 baskets of bread. In the top basket were all kinds of baked food for Pharaoh. But the birds were eating them out of the basket on my head. This is what it means, Joseph said. The 3 baskets were 3 days. Within 3 days, Pharaoh will lift off your head and hang you on a tree, and the birds will eat away your flesh. Now the 3rd day was Pharaoh's birthday, and he gave a feast for all his officials. He lifted up the head of the chief cupbearer and the chief baker in the presence of his officials. He restored the chief cupbearer to his position so that he once again put the cup into Pharaoh's hand. But he hung the chief baker, just as Joseph had said to them in his interpretation. The chief cupbearer, however, did not remember Joseph. He forgot him. Thank you.
Chapter 41. When 2 full years had passed, Pharaoh had a dream. He was standing by the Nile when out of the river there came up 7 cows, sleek and fat, and they gazed among the reeds. After them, 7 other cows, ugly and gaunt, came up to the Nile and stood beside those on the riverbank. And the cows that were ugly and gaunt ate up the 7 sleek, fat cows. Then Pharaoh woke up. He fell asleep again and had a second dream. 7 heads of grain, healthy and good, were growing on a single stalk. After them, 7 other heads of grain sprouted, thin and scorched by the east wind. The thin heads of grain swallowed up the 7 healthy, full heads. Then Pharaoh woke up. It had been a dream. In the morning, his mind was troubled. So he sent for all the magicians and wise men of Egypt. Pharaoh told them his dreams, but no one could interpret them for him. Then the chief cupbearer said to Pharaoh, "Today I am reminded of my shortcomings. Pharaoh was once angry with his servants, and he imprisoned me and the chief baker in the house of the captain of the guard. Each of us had a dream the same night, and each dream had a meaning of its own. Now a young Hebrew was there with us, a servant of the captain of the guard. We told him our dreams, and he interpreted them for us, giving each man the interpretation of his dream. And things turned out exactly as he interpreted them to us. I was restored to my position, and the other man was hanged." So Pharaoh sent to Joseph, and he was quickly brought from the dungeon. When he had shaved and changed his clothes, he came before Pharaoh. Pharaoh said to Joseph, "I had a dream, and no one can interpret it. But I have heard it said of you that when you hear a dream, you can interpret it." "I cannot do it," Joseph replied to Pharaoh, "but God will give Pharaoh the answer he desires." Then Pharaoh said to Joseph, "In my dream, I was standing on the bank of the Nile, when out of the river there came up 7 cows, fat and sleek, and they gazed among the reeds. After them, 7 other cows came up, scrawny and very ugly and lean. I had never seen such ugly cows in all the land of Egypt. The lean, ugly cows ate up the 7 fat cows that came up first. But even after they ate them, no one could tell that they had done so. They looked just as ugly as before. Then I woke up. In my dreams, I also saw 7 heads of grain, full and good, growing on a single stalk. After them, 7 other heads sprouted, withered and thin and scorched by the east wind. The thin heads of grain swallowed up the 7 good heads. I told this to the magicians, but none could explain it to me." Then Joseph said to Pharaoh, "The dreams of Pharaoh are one and the same. God has revealed to Pharaoh what he is about to do. The 7 good cows are 7 years, and the 7 good heads of grain are 7 years. It is one and the same dream. The 7 lean, ugly cows that came up afterward are 7 years, and so are the 7 worthless heads of grain scorched by the east wind. They are 7 years of famine. It is just as I had said to Pharaoh. God has shown Pharaoh what he is about to do. 7 years of great abundance are coming throughout the land of Egypt, but 7 years of famine will follow them. Then all the abundance in Egypt will be forgotten, and the famine will ravage the land. The abundance in the land will not be remembered, because the famine that follows it will be so severe. The reason the dream was given to Pharaoh in 2 forms is that the matter has been firmly decided by God, and God will do it soon. And now let Pharaoh look for a discerning and wise man and put him in charge of the land of Egypt. Let Pharaoh appoint commissioners over the land to take 1/5 of the harvest of Egypt during the 7 years of abundance. They should collect all the food of these good years that are coming and store up the grain under the authority of Pharaoh to be kept in the cities for food. This food should be held in reserve for the country to be used during the 7 years of famine that will come upon Egypt, so that the country may not be ruined by the famine. The plan seemed good to Pharaoh and to all his officials. So Pharaoh asked them, "Can we find anyone like this man, one in whom is the Spirit of God?" Then Pharaoh said to Joseph, "Since God has made all this known to you, there is no one so discerning and wise as you. You shall be in charge of my people, and all my people are to submit to your orders. Only with respect to the throne will I be greater than you." So Pharaoh said to Joseph, "I hereby put you in charge of the whole land of Egypt." Then Pharaoh took his signet ring from his finger and put it on Joseph's finger. He dressed him in robes of fine linen and put a gold chain around his neck. He had him ride in a chariot as his second in command, and men shouted before him, "Make way!" Thus he put him in charge of the whole land of Egypt. Then Pharaoh said to Joseph, "I am Pharaoh, but without your word, no one will lift hand or foot in all Egypt." Pharaoh gave Joseph the name Zaphenath-Phaner, and gave him Asenath, daughter of Potiphera, priest of On, to be his wife. And Joseph went throughout the land of Egypt. Joseph was 30 years old. Then he entered the service of Pharaoh, king of Egypt. And Joseph went out from Pharaoh's presence and traveled throughout Egypt. During the 7 years of abundance, the land produced plentifully. Joseph collected all the food produced in those 7 years of abundance in Egypt and stored it in the cities. In each city, he put the food grown in the fields surrounding it. Joseph stored up huge quantities of grain like the sand of the sea. It was so much that he stopped keeping records because it was beyond measure. Before the years of famine came, 2 sons were born to Joseph by Asenath, daughter of Potiphera, priest of On. Joseph named his firstborn Manasseh and said, "It is because God has made me forget all my trouble and all my father's household." The second son he named Ephraim and said, "It is because God has made me fruitful in the land of my suffering." The 7 years of abundance in Egypt came to an end, and the 7 years of famine began, just as Joseph had said. There was famine in all the other lands, but in the whole land of Egypt there was food. When all Egypt began to feel the famine, the people cried to Pharaoh for food. Then Pharaoh told all the Egyptians, "Go to Joseph and do what he tells you." When the famine had spread over the whole country, Joseph opened the storehouses and sold grain to the Egyptians, for the famine was severe throughout Egypt. And all the countries came to Egypt to buy grain from Joseph, because the famine was severe in all the world. Chapter 42. When Jacob learned that there was grain in Egypt, he said to his sons, "Why do you just keep looking at each other?" He continued, "I have heard that there is grain in Egypt. Go down there and buy some for us, so that we may live and not die." Then 10 of Joseph's brothers went down to buy grain from Egypt, but Jacob did not send Benjamin, Joseph's brother, with the others, because he was afraid that harm might come to him. So Israel's sons were among those who went to buy grain, for the famine was in the land of Canaan also. Now Joseph was the governor of the land, the one who sold grain to all its people. So when Joseph's brothers arrived, they bowed down to him with their faces to the ground. As soon as Joseph saw his brothers, he recognized them, but he pretended to be a stranger and spoke harshly to them. "Where do you come from?" he asked. "From the land of Canaan," they replied, "to buy food." Although Joseph recognized his brothers, they did not recognize him. Then he remembered his dreams about them and said to them, "You are spies. You have come to see where our land is unprotected." "No, my lord," they answered. "Your servants have come to buy food. We are all the sons of one man. Your servants are honest men, not spies." "No," he said to them, "you have come to see where our land is unprotected." But they replied, "Your servants were 12 brothers, the sons of one man, who lives in the land of Canaan. The youngest is now with our father, and one is no more." Joseph said to them, "It is just as I told you. You are spies, and this is how you will be tested. As surely as Pharaoh lives, you will not leave this place unless your youngest brother comes here. Send one of your number to get your brother. The rest of you will be kept in prison, so that your words may be tested to see if you are telling the truth. If you're not, then as surely as Pharaoh lives, you are spies." And he put them all in custody for 3 days. On the third day, Joseph said to them, "Do this and you will live, for I fear God. If you are honest men, let one of your brothers stay here in prison, while the rest of you go and take grain back for your starving households. But you must bring your youngest brother to me, so that your words may be verified and that you may not die." This they proceeded to do. They said to one another, "Surely we are being punished because of our brother. We saw how distressed he was when he pleaded with us for his life, but we will not listen. That's why this distress has come upon us." Reuben replied, "Didn't I tell you not to sin against the boy? But you wouldn't listen. Now we must give an accounting for his blood." They did not realize that Joseph could understand them, since he was using an interpreter. He turned away from them and began to weep, but then turned back and spoke to them again. He had Simeon taken from them and bound before their eyes. Joseph gave orders to fill their bags with grain, to put each man's silver back in his sack, and to give them provisions for their journey. After this was done for them, they loaded their grain on their donkeys and left. At the place where they stopped for the night, one of them opened his sack to get feed for his donkey, and he saw his silver in the mouth of his sack. "My silver has been returned," he said to his brothers. "Here it is in my sack." Their hearts sank, and they turned to each other, trembling, and said, "What is this that God has done to us?" When they came to their father Jacob in the land of Canaan, they told him all that had happened to them. They said, "The man who is Lord over the land spoke harshly to us and treated us though we were spying on the land. But we say to him, 'We are honest men. We are not spies. We were 12 brothers, sons of one father. One is no more, and the youngest is now with our father in Canaan.' Then the man who is Lord over the land said to us, 'This is how I will know whether you are honest men. Leave one of your brothers here with me, and take food for your starving households and go.' But bring your youngest brother to me, so I will know that you're not spies but honest men. Then I will give your brother back to you, and you can trade in the land." As they were emptying their sacks, there in each man's sack was his pouch of silver. When they and their father saw the money pouches, they were frightened. Their father Jacob said to them, "You have deprived me of my children. Joseph is no more, and Simeon is no more, and now you want to take Benjamin? Everything is against me." Then Reuben said to his father, "You may put both my sons to death if I do not bring him back to you. Entrust him to my care, and I will bring him back." But Jacob said, "My son will not go down there with you. His brother is dead, and he is the only one left. If harm comes to him on the journey you're taking, you will bring my gray head down to the grave in sorrow."
Genesis 43. Now the famine was severe in the land. So when they had eaten all the grain they had brought from Egypt, their father said to them, "Go back and buy us a little more food." But Judah said to him, "The man warned us solemnly, 'You will not see my face again unless your brother is with you.' If you will send our brother along with us, we will go down and buy food for you. But if you will not send him, we will not go down, because the man said to us, 'You will not see my face again unless your brother is with you.'" Israel asked, "Why did you bring this trouble on me by telling the man you had another brother?" They replied, "The man questioned us closely about ourselves and our family. 'Is your father still living?' he asked us. 'Do you have another brother?' We simply answered his questions. How are we to know he would say, 'Bring your brother down here'?" Then Judah said to Israel his father, "Send the boy along with me, and we will go at once, so that we and you and our children may live and not die. I myself will guarantee his safety. You can hold me personally responsible for him. If I do not bring him back to you and set him here before you, I will bear the blame before you all my life. As it is, if he had not delayed, we could have gone and returned twice." Then their father Israel said to them, "If it must be, then do this. Put some of the best products of the land in your bags and take them down to the man as a gift: a little balm and a little honey, some spices, some myrrh, some pistachio nuts and almonds. Take double the amount of silver with you, for you must return the silver that was put back into the mouth of your sacks. Perhaps it was a mistake. Take your brother also and go back to the man at once. And may God Almighty grant you mercy before the man, so that he will let your other brother and Benjamin come back with you. As for me, if I am bereaved, I am bereaved." So the men took the gifts and doubled the amount of silver, and Benjamin also. They hurried down to Egypt and presented themselves to Joseph. When Joseph saw Benjamin with them, he said to the steward of his house, "Take these men to my house, slaughter an animal and prepare dinner. They are to eat with me at noon." The man did as Joseph told him and took the men to Joseph's house. Now the men were frightened when they were taken to his house. They thought, "We were brought here because of the silver that was put back into our sacks the first time. He wants to attack us and overpower us and seize us as slaves and take our donkeys." So they went up to Joseph's steward and spoke to him at the entrance to the house. "Please, sir," they said, "we came down here the first time to buy food. But at the place where we stopped for the night, we opened our sacks, and each of us found his silver, the exact weight, in the mouth of his sack. So we have brought it back with us. We have also brought additional silver with us to buy food. We don't know who put our silver in our sacks." "It's all right," he said. "Don't be afraid. Your God, the God of your father, has given you treasure in your sacks. I received your silver." Then he brought Simeon out to them. The steward took the men into Joseph's house, gave them water to wash their feet, and provided fodder for their donkeys. They prepared their gifts for Joseph's arrival at noon, because they had heard that they were to eat there. When Joseph came home, they presented to him the gifts they had brought into the house, and they bowed down before him to the ground. He asked them how they were, and they said, "How is your aged father?" And he said, "How is your aged father you told me about? Is he still living?" They replied, "Your servant, our father, is still alive and well." And they bowed low to pay him honor. As he looked about and saw his brother Benjamin, his own mother's son, he asked, "Is this your youngest brother, the one you told me about?" And he said, "God be gracious to you, my son." Deeply moved at the sight of his brother, Joseph hurried out and looked for a place to weep. He went into his private room and wept there. After he had washed his face, he came out and, controlling himself, said, "Serve the food." They served him by himself, the brothers by themselves, and the Egyptians who ate with them by themselves, because Egyptians could not eat with Hebrews, for that is detestable to Egyptians. The men had been seated before him in the order of their ages, from the firstborn to the youngest, and they looked at each other in astonishment. When portions were served to them from Joseph's table, Benjamin's portion was 5 times as much as anyone else's. So they feasted and drank freely with him. Chapter 44. Now Joseph gave these instructions to the steward of his house: "Fill the men's sacks with as much food as they can carry, and put each man's silver in the mouth of his sack. Then put my cup, the silver one, in the mouth of the youngest son's sack, along with the silver for his grain." And he did as Joseph said. As morning dawned, the men were sent on their way with their donkeys. They had not gone far from the city when Joseph said to his steward, "Go after those men at once, and when you catch up with them, say to them, 'Why have you repaid good with evil? Isn't this the cup my master drinks from and also uses for divination? This is a wicked thing you have done.'" When he caught up with them, he repeated these words to them. But they said to him, "Why does my lord say such things? Far be it from your servants to do anything like that. We even brought back to you from the land of Canaan the silver we found inside the mouths of our sacks. So why would we steal silver or gold from your master's house? If any of your servant is found to have it, he will die, and the rest of us will become my lord's slaves." "Very well then," he said, "let it be as you say. Whoever is found to have it will become my slave. The rest of you will be free of blame." Each of them quickly lowered his sack to the ground and opened it. Then the steward proceeded to search, beginning with the oldest and ending with the youngest, and the cup was found in Benjamin's sack. At this, they tore their clothes. Then they all loaded their donkeys and returned to the city. Joseph was still in the house when Judah and his brothers came in, and they threw themselves to the ground before him. Joseph said to them, "What is this you have done? Don't you know that a man like me can find things out by divination?" What can we say to my lord?" Judah replied. "What can we say? How can we prove our innocence? God has uncovered your servant's guilt. We are now my lord's slaves, we ourselves and the one who was found to have the cup." But Joseph said, "Far be it from me to do such a thing. Only the man who was found to have the cup will become my slave. The rest of you go back to your father in peace." Then Judah went up to him and said, "Please, my lord, let your servant speak a word to my lord. Do not be angry with your servant, though you are equal to Pharaoh himself." My lord asked his servants, "Do you have a father or a brother?" And we answered, "We have an aged father, and there is a young son born to him in his old age. His brother is dead, and he is the only one of his mother's sons left, and his father loves him." Then you said to your servants, "Bring him down to me so I can see him for myself." And we said to my lord, "The boy cannot leave his father. If he leaves him, his father will die." But you told your servants, "Unless your youngest brother comes down with you, you will not see my face again." When we went back to your servant, my father, we told him what my lord had said. Then our father said, go back and buy a little more food. But we said, we cannot go down. Only if our youngest brother is with us will we go. We cannot see the man's face unless our youngest brother is with us. Your servant, my father, said to us, you know that my wife bore me 2 sons. One of them went away from me, and I said, he has surely been torn to pieces, and I have not seen him since. If you take this one from me too, and harm comes to him, you will bring my gray head down to the grave in misery. So now, if the boy is not with us when I go back to your servant my father, and if my father, whose life is closely bound up with the boy's life, sees that the boy isn't there, he will die. Your servants will bring the gray head of our father down to the grave in sorrow. Your servant guaranteed the boy's safety to my father. I said, if I do not bring him back to you, I will bear the blame before you, my father, all my life. Now then, please, let your servant remain here as my lord's slave in place of the boy, and let the boy return to his brothers. How can I go back to my father if the boy is not with me? No, do not let me see the misery that would come upon my father.
Genesis 45. Then Joseph could no longer control himself before all his attendants, and he cried out, have everyone leave my presence. So there was no one with Joseph when he made himself known to his brothers. And he wept so loudly that the Egyptians heard him, and Pharaoh's household heard about it. Joseph said to his brothers, I am Joseph. Is my father still living? But his brothers were not able to answer him, because they were terrified at his presence. Then Joseph said to his brothers, come close to me. When they had done so, he said, I am your brother Joseph, the one you sold into Egypt. And now do not be distressed, and do not be angry with yourselves for selling me here, because it was to save lives that God sent me ahead of you. For 2 years now, there has been famine in the land, and for the next 5 years, there will not be plowing and reaping. But God sent me ahead of you to preserve for you a remnant on earth, and to save your lives by a great deliverance. So then, it was not you who sent me here, but God. He made me father to Pharaoh, lord of his entire household, and ruler of all Egypt. Now hurry back to my father and say to him, this is what your son Joseph says. God has made me lord of all Egypt. Come down to me, don't delay. You shall live in the region of Goshen and be near me, you, your children and grandchildren, your flocks and herds, and all you have. I will provide for you there, because 5 years of famine are still to come. Otherwise, you and your household and all who belong to you will become destitute. You can see for yourselves, and so can my brothers Benjamin, that it is really I who am speaking to you. Tell my father about all the honor accorded to me in Egypt, and about everything you have seen, and bring my father down here quickly. Then he threw his arms around his brother Benjamin and wept. And Benjamin embraced him weeping, and he kissed all his brothers and wept over them. Afterward, his brothers talked with him. When the news reached Pharaoh's palace that Joseph's brothers had come, Pharaoh and all his officials were pleased. Pharaoh said to Joseph, tell your brothers, do this, load your animals and return to the land of Canaan, and bring your father and your families back to me. I will give you the best of the land of Egypt, and you can enjoy the fat of the land. You are also directed to tell them, do this, take some cuts from Egypt for your children and your wives, and get your father and come. Never mind about your belongings, because the best of all Egypt will be yours." So the sons of Israel did this. Joseph gave them cuts, as Pharaoh had commanded, and he also gave them provisions for their journey. To each of them he gave new clothing, but to Benjamin he gave 300 shekels of silver and 5 sets of clothes. And this is what he sent to his father, 10 donkeys loaded with the best of Egypt, and 10 female donkeys loaded with grain and bread and other provisions for his journey. Then he sent his brothers away. As they were leaving, he said to them, "Don't quarrel on the way." So they went up out of Egypt and came to their father Jacob in the land of Canaan. They said to him, "Joseph is still alive. In fact, he is ruler over all Egypt." Joseph was stunned. He did not believe them. But when they told him everything Joseph had said to them, and when he saw the carts Joseph had sent to carry him back, the spirit of their father Jacob revived. And Israel said, "I am convinced my son Joseph is still alive. I will go and see him before I die." Chapter 46. So Israel set out with all that was his. And when he reached Beersheba, he offered sacrifices to the God of his father Isaac. And Jacob spoke to Israel in a vision at night and said, "Jacob, Jacob." "Here I am," he replied. "I am God, the God of your father," he said. "Do not be afraid to go down to Egypt, for I will make you into a great nation there. I will go down to Egypt with you, and I will surely bring you back again, and Joseph's own hand will close your eyes." Then Jacob left Beersheba, and Israel's sons took their father Jacob and their children and their wives in the carts that Pharaoh had sent to transport him. They also took with them their livestock and the possessions they had acquired in Canaan, and Jacob and all his offspring went to Egypt. He took with him to Egypt his sons and grandsons, and his daughters and granddaughters, all his offspring. These are the names of the sons of Israel, Jacob and his descendants who went to Egypt. Reuben, the firstborn of Jacob, the sons of Reuben, Hanok, Palu, Hezron, and Carmi. The sons of Simeon, Jemuel, Jamin, Ohad, Jachin, Zohar, and Shaul, the son of a Canaanite woman. The sons of Levi, Gershon, Kohath, and Merari. The sons of Judah are Onan, Shelah, Perez, and Zerah. But Ar and Onan had died in the land of Canaan. The sons of Perez, Hezron and Hamul. The sons of Issachar, Tola, Pua, Jashub, and Shimron. The sons of Zebulun, Sered, Elon, and Jalil. These were the sons Leah bore to Jacob in Padam Aram, besides his daughter Dinah. These sons and daughters of his were 33 in all. The sons of Gad, Zephon, Hagi, Shuni, Esbon, Eri, Arodi, and Areli. The sons of Asher, Imnah, Ishvi, and Beriah. Their sister was Sarah. The sons of Beriah, Haba, and Malkiel. These was the children born of Jacob by Zilpah, whom Laban had given to his daughter Leah, 16 in all. The sons of Jacob's wife Rachel, Joseph, and Benjamin. In Egypt, the sons of Jacob's wife Rachel, Joseph, and Benjamin. In Egypt, Manasseh and Ephraim were born to Joseph by Asenath, daughter of Potipherah, priest of On. The sons of Benjamin,
Bela, Beker, Ashbel, Gera, Naaman, Ehi, Rosh, Mupin, Hupim, and Ard. These were the sons of Rachel, who were born to Jacob, 14 in all. The son of Dan, Hushim. The sons of Naphtali, Jaziel, Guni, Jezer, and Shilem. These were the sons born to Jacob by Bilhah, whom Laban had given to his daughter Rachel, 7 in all. All those who went to Egypt with Jacob, those who were his direct descendants, not counting his sons' wives, numbered 66 persons, with the 2 sons who had been born to Joseph in Egypt. The members of Jacob's family which went to Egypt were 70 in all. Now Jacob sent Judah ahead of him to Joseph to get directions to Goshen. When they arrived in the region of Goshen, Joseph had his chariot made ready and went to Goshen to meet his father Israel. As soon as Joseph appeared before him, he threw his arms around his father, and he wept for a long time. Israel said to Joseph, "Now I am ready to die, since I have seen for myself that you are still alive." Then Joseph said to his brothers and to his father's household, "I will go up and speak to Pharaoh and will say to him, 'My brothers and my father's household, who are living in the land of Canaan, have come to me. The men are shepherds and they tend livestock, and they have brought along their flocks and herds and everything they own. When Pharaoh calls you in and asks, "What is your occupation?" you should answer, "Your servants have tended livestock from our boyhood on, just as our fathers did." Then you will be allowed to settle in the region of Goshen, for all shepherds are detestable to the Egyptians.
Herds and everything they own, they have from the land of Canaan, and they are in Goshen. He chose 5 of his brothers and presented them before Pharaoh. Pharaoh asked the brothers, "What is your occupation?" "Your servants are shepherds." They replied to Pharaoh, "Just as our fathers were." They also said to him, "We have come to live here a while, because the famine is severe in Canaan, and your servants' flocks have no pasture. So now, please let your servants settle in Goshen." Pharaoh said to Joseph, "Your father and your brothers have come to you, and the land of Egypt is before you. Settle your father and your brothers in the best part of the land. Let them live in Goshen. And if you know of any among them with special ability, put them in charge of my own livestock." Then Joseph brought his father Jacob in and presented him before Pharaoh. And Jacob blessed Pharaoh. Pharaoh asked him, "How old are you?" And Jacob said to Pharaoh, "The years of my pilgrimage are 130. My years have been few and difficult, and they do not equal the year of pilgrimage of my fathers." Then Jacob blessed Pharaoh and went out of his presence. So Joseph settled his fathers and his brothers in the land in Egypt, and gave them property in the best part of the land, the district of Rameses, and Pharaoh directed. Joseph also provided his father and his brother and all his father's household with food according to the numbers of their children. There was no food, however, in the whole region because the famine was severe. Both Egypt and Canaan wasted away because of famine. Joseph collected all the money that was to be found in Egypt and Canaan in payment for the grain they were buying. And he brought into Pharaoh's place. When the money of the people of Egypt and Canaan was gone, all Egypt came to Joseph and said, "Give us food. Why should we die before your eyes? Our money is used up." "Then bring your livestock," said Joseph. "I will send you food in exchange for your livestock, since your money is gone." So they brought their livestock to Joseph, and he gave them food in exchange for their horses, their sheep and goats, their cattle and donkeys, and and he brought them through that year with food in exchange of all their livestock. 18. When that year was over, they came to him following year and said, "We cannot hide from our Lord the fact that since our money is gone and our livestock belongs to you, there is nothing left for our Lord except our bodies and our land. Why should we perish before your eyes, we and our land as well? Buy us and our land in exchange for food, and we with our land will be in bondage to Pharaoh. Give us seeds so that we may live and not die, and that the land may not become desolate." So Joseph bought all the land in Egypt for Pharaoh, the Egyptians one and all. Sold their field because the famine was too severe for them. The land became Pharaoh's, and Joseph reduced the people to servitude from one end to Egypt to the other. However, he did not buy the land of the priests because they received a regular allotment from Pharaoh and had food enough from the allotment Pharaoh gave them. That is why they did not sell their land. Joseph said to the people, "Now that I have bought you and your land today for Pharaoh, here is seed for you, so you can plant the ground. But when the crops comes in, give a fifth of it to Pharaoh. The other 4/5 you may keep as seeds for the field and as food for yourselves and your household and your children." "You have served our lives," they said. "May we find favor in the eyes of our Lord. We will be in bondage to Pharaoh." So Joseph established it as a law concerning land in Egypt, still in force today, that a fifth of the produce belongs to Pharaoh. It was only the land of the priests that did not become Pharaoh's. Now, The Israelites settled in Egypt in the region of Goshen. They acquired properties there and were fruitful and increased greatly in numbers. Jacob lived in Egypt 17 years, and the years of his life were 147. When the time drew near for Israel to die, he called for his son Joseph and said to him, "If I have found favor in your eyes, put your hand under my thigh and promise that you will show me kindness and faithfulness. Do not bury me in Egypt, but when I rest with my fathers, carry me out of Egypt and bury me where they were buried." "I will do as you said," he said. "Swear to me," he said. Then Joseph swore to him, and Israel worshipped as he leaned on the top of his staff. 48. Sometime later, Joseph was told, "Your father is ill." So he took his 2 sons, Manasseh and Ephraim, along with him. When Jacob was told, "Your son Joseph has come to you," Israel rallied his strength and sat up on the bed. Jacob said to Joseph, "God Almighty appeared to me at Luz in the land of Canaan, and there he blessed me and said to me, 'I am going and Isaac walked, the God who has been my shepherd all my life to this day, the angel who has delivered me from all harm, may he bless these boys. May they be called by my name and the names of became great. Nevertheless, his younger brother will be greater than he, and his descendants will become a group of nations.
My mighty, the first sign of my strength, excellence, accelerating in honor, accelerating in power. They prayed, and their fueled so cruel. I will scatter them into Jacob and despair them in Israel. Judah, your brother will praise you. Your brother will praise you. Your hand will be on the neck of your enemies. Your father's son will bow down into you. You are a lion, a cub of Judah. You turn from the pedigree of my son. Not depart from Judah, nor the rulers staff from between his feet until he comes to whom it belongs. And the obedience of the nation is his. He will tender his donkey to vine his court, to the choice seat of branch. He will wash his garments with wine, his robe in the blood of grapes. He says his eyes will be dark than wine, his tooth white than milk. Zebulun will live by the sea shores and become an haven of the sheep. His borders will extend towards Shadon. Issachar as a broad donkey lying down between two slender bags. Then he sees how good is his resting places and how pleasant in the land of Canaan. Now let me go up and bury my father. Then I will return. The Pharaoh said, Go up and bury your father, as he made you swear to do. So Joseph went up to bury his father. All the Pharaoh's officials accompanied him, and the dignities of his court, and all the dignities of the Egypt, beside all the members of the Joseph's household, and his brothers, and those who belonged to his father's house. Only their children and their folks and the heads were left in the Goshen. Chariots and horses also went up with him. It was a very large ceremony. When they it was a very large company. When they reached the threshing of the flow of the Hokti near the Jordan, they lamented loudly and bitterly. And there Joseph observed 7 days period of mourning of his father. Then the Canaanites who lived there saw the mourning at the threshing floor of the earth. They said, the Egyptians are holding ceremonial of the mourning. That is why that place near the Jordan is called Abel Mizrahim. So Jacob's son did as he had commanded them. They carried him to the land of Canaan and buried him in the cave in the field of the Machpelah near the Mamre, which Abraham had bought as a burial place from Ethon the Hittites, along with the field. After burying his father, Joseph returned to Egypt together with his brothers and all the others who had gone with him but to bury his father. Then Joseph's brothers saw that their father was dead. They said, What if Joseph holds a grudge against us and pays us back for all the wrong we did to him? So they sent a word to Joseph, saying, Your father left this instruction before he died. This is what you are to. Your father left this instruction before he died. This is what he says to Joseph. I ask you to forgive your brothers the sins and the wrongs they committed in the trading you as a body. Now, please forgive them. Forgive the sins of the servants of God, your father. When they are
family. Rebellion summoned Levi and Judah, Isaiah, Zebulun and Benjamin, Dan and Naphtali, Gad and Asher. The descendants of Jacob numbered 70 in all. Joseph was already in Egypt. Now Joseph and all his brothers and all that generation died. But the Israelites were fruitful and multiplied greatly and became exceedingly numerous, so that the land was filled with them. Then a new king from who did not know about Joseph came to the power in Egypt. Look, he said to his people, the Israelites have become much too numerous for us.
Now a man of the house of the Levi married a Levite woman, and she became pregnant and gave birth to a son. When she saw that he was fine child, she hid him for 3 months. But when she could hide him no longer, she got a purpose basket for him and coated it with tar and pitch. Then she placed the child in it and put it among the reeds along the bank of the Nile. His sister stood at a distance to see what will happen to him. Then Pharaoh's daughter went down to the Nile to bathe, and her attendants were walking along the river. She saw a basket among the reeds around the reeds and sent her slaves girl to get it. She opened it and saw a Hebrew baby. He was crying and she felt sorry for him. This was one of the Hebrew babies, she said. Then his sister asked Pharaoh, daughter, shall I go and get one of the Hebrew women to nurse the baby for you? Yes, go, she answered. And the girl went to the baby. Their father. He asked them, why have you returned so early today? They answered, an Egyptian rescued us from the shepherds. He shepherds. And where is he? He asked his daughters, where did you leave him? Invite him to have something to eat. Moses agreed to stay with the man who gave his daughter Zipporah to Moses in marriage. Zipporah gave birth to a son, and Moses named him Gershom, saying, I have become an alien in foreign land. During that long period,
Mandian.
and he led the flock to the far side of the desert and came to Horeb, the mountain of God. The mountain of God. The angels of the Lord appeared to him in flames of fire from the God of your father, the father of Abraham, the father of Isaac, and the God of Jacob. At this, Moses hid his face because he was afraid to look at God. The Lord said, I have indeed seen the misery of my people in Egypt. I have heard them crying out because of their slave divers, and I am concerned about their suffering. So I have come down to rescue them from the hand of the Egyptians and to bring them up out of that land into a good and spacious land, and a land flowing with milk and honey. The home the home of the Canaanites, Hittites, Amorites, Perizzites, Hivites, and Jebusites. And now the cry of the Israelites has reached me. has met with us, let us take a 3-day journey into the desert to offer sacrifices of the Lord our God. But I know that the king of Egypt will not let you go unless a mighty hand composes him. So I will stretch out my hand and strike the Egyptians with all the wonders that I will perform among them. After that, he will let you go, and I will make the Egyptians favorably disposed towards these people, so that when you leave, you will not go empty-handed. Ask her neighbor and any woman living in her house for articles of silver and gold, and for clothing which you will put on your sons and daughters, and so you will plunder the Egyptians.
Is that in your hand? A staff, he replied. The Lord said, throw it on the ground. Moses threw it on the ground, and it became a snake. And he ran Levite. I know he can speak well. He is already on his way to meet. He's already on his way to meet you, and his heart will be glad when he sees you. You shall speak to him and put words in his mouth. I will help both of you speak, and will teach you what to do. He will speak to the people. He will speak to the people for you, and it will be as if he were your mouth, and if you were God to him, and as if you are God to him. But take this staff in your hand so that you can perform miraculous sign with it. Then Moses went back to Jethro with his father-in-law and said to him, "Let me go back to my own people in Egypt to see if any of them are still alive." Jethro said, "Go, and I wish you well." Now the Lord had said to Moses in Midian, "Go back to Egypt, for all the men who wanted to kill you are dead." So Moses took his wife and son, put them on a donkey, and started back to Egypt. And he took the staff of God in his hand. The Lord said to Moses, "When you return to Egypt, see that you perform before Pharaoh all the wonders I have given you the powers to do. But I will harden his heart so that he will not let the people go. Then say to Pharaoh, 'This is what the Lord says. Israel is my firstborn son, and I told you, let my son go, so he may worship me. But you refuse to let him go, so I will kill your firstborn son.' At a lodging place on the way, the Lord met Moses, and was about to kill. The Lord met Moses and was about to kill him. But Zipporah took a flint knife, cut off his. Go. I do not know the Lord, and I will not let Israel go. Then they said, "The God of the Hebrews has met with us. Now let us take a 3-day journey into the desert to offer sacrifices to the Lord of our God, or he may strike us with plague or with swords." But the king of Egypt said, "Moses and Aaron, why are you taking the people away from their labor? Get back to your work." Then Pharaoh said, "Look, the people of the land are now numerous, and you are stopping them from working." That same day, Pharaoh gave this order to the slave drivers and to the foremen in charge of the people: You are no longer to supply the people with straw for making bricks. Let them go and gather their own straw, but require them to May the Lord look upon you and judge you. You have made us a stench to Pharaoh and his officials and have put a sword in their hands to kill us. Chapter 6. Oh, sorry. Moses returned to the Lord and said, "O Lord, why have you brought trouble upon these people? Is this why you sent me? Ever since I went to Pharaoh to speak in your name, he has brought trouble upon these people, and you have not rescued your people at all." Chapter 6. Then the Lord said to Moses, "Now you will see what I will do to Pharaoh. Because of my mighty hand, he will let them go. Because of my mighty hand, he will drive them all out of his own he will drive them out of his country." God also said to Moses, "I am the Lord. I appeared to Abraham, to Isaac, and to Jacob as God Almighty. But my name, the Lord, I did not make myself known to them. I also established my covenant with them to give them the land of Canaan, where they lived as aliens. Moreover, I have heard the groaning of the Israelites, whom the Egyptians are enslaving, and I have remembered my covenant. Therefore, say to the Israelites, I am the Lord, and I will bring you out from under the yoke of the Egyptians. I will free you from being slaves to and to Jacob. I will give it to you as possession. I am the Lord. Moses reported this to the Israelites, but they did not listen to him because of his discouragement and cruel bondage. Because of their discouragement and cruel bondage. The Lord said to Moses, "Go tell Pharaoh, king of Egypt, to let the Israelites go out of his country." But Moses said to the Lord, "If the Israelites will not listen to me, why would Pharaoh listen to me, since I speak with faltering lips?" Now the Lord spoke to Moses and Aaron, and the Israelites. Now the Lord spoke to Moses and Aaron about the Israelites and Pharaoh, king of Egypt, and commanded them to bring the Israelites out of Egypt. These were the heads of their families. The sons of Reuben, firstborn son of Israel, were Hanok, Palu, Hezron, and Carmi. These were the clans of Reuben. The sons of Simeon were Jemuel, Jamin, Ohad, Jakin, Zohar, and Shaul, the son of the Canaanite woman. These were the clans of Simeon. These were in the names of the sons of Levi according to their records. The sons of Kohath were Amram, Izhar, Hebron, and Uzziel. Kohath lived 133 years. The sons of Merari were Mali and Mushi. These were the clans of Levi according to their records. Amram married his father's sister, Jochebed, who were born with him, Aaron and Moses. Amram lived 137 years. The sons of Izhar were Korah, Zephag, and Zechri. The sons of Uzziel were Mishael, Elzaphan, and Sithri. Aaron married Elisheba, daughter of Aminadab, and sister of Nashon, and were born him Nadab and Abihu, Eleazar and Ithamar. Sons of Korah were Asi, Elkanah, Abiasaph. These were the Korahites. These were the Korahite sons, the Korahite clans. Eleazar, son of Aaron, married one of the daughters of Putiel, and she bore him Phinehas. These were the heads of the Levite families, clan by clan. It was the same Aaron and Moses to whom the Lord said, "Bring the Israelites out of Egypt by their divisions." They were the ones who spoke to Pharaoh, king of Egypt, about bringing the Israelites out of Egypt. It was the same Moses and Aaron.
Nimekufanya wewe kuwa kama Mungu kwa Farao, na huyu ndugu yako Haruni atakuwa nabii wako. Utanena hayo yote ni kuagizayo, na ndugu yako Haruni atanena na Farao, ili awape wana wa Israeli ruhusa watoke nchi yake.
nami nitaifanya mgumu moyo wa Farao, nami nitazifanya kuwa nyingi ishara zangu na ajabu zangu katika nchi ya Misri. Lakini Farao hatawasikia nyinyi, nami nitaweka mkono wangu juu ya Misri na kuyatoa majeshi yangu, watu wangu hao wana wa Israeli, watoke nchi ya Misri kwa hukumu zilizo kuu. Na Wamisri watajua ya kuwa mimi ndimi Bwana hapo nitakapounyosha mkono wangu juu ya Misri na kuwatoa wana wa Israeli watoke kati yao. Musa na Haruni wakafanya vivyo kama Bwana alivyowaambia, ndivyo walivyofanya. Huyo Musa alikuwa ni mtu wa miaka 80 umri wake, na Haruni alikuwa ni mtu wa miaka 83 hapo waliponena na Farao. Bwana akanena na Musa na Haruni akamwambia, Farao atakaponena nanyi na kuwaambia, jifanyieni miujiza, ndipo utakapomwambia Haruni, shika fimbo yako uibwage chini mbele ya Farao ili iwe nyoka. Basi Musa na Haruni wakaingia kwa Farao, wakafanya vivyo kama Bwana alivyowaambia. Haruni akaibwaga fimbo yake chini mbele ya Farao, mbele ya watumishi wake, ikawa nyoka. Ndipo Farao naye akawaita wenye akili na wachawi, na hao waganga wa Misri wakafanya vivyo kwa uganga wao. Wakabwaga chini kila mtu fimbo yake, nazo zikawa nyoka. Lakini fimbo ya Haruni ikameza fimbo zao. Moyo wa Farao ukawa ni mgumu, asiwasikize kama Bwana alivyonena. Bwana akamwambia Musa, moyo wa Farao ni mzito na anakataa kuwapa watu ruhusa waende zao. Mwendee Farao asubuhi, tazama, atoka kwenda majini, nawe simama karibu na ufuo na mto ili upate kuonana naye. Na ile fimbo iliyogeuzwa kuwa nyoka utaichukua mkononi mwako. Nawe umwambie, Bwana Mungu wa Waebrania amenituma nije kwako kusema, wape watu wangu ruhusa ili wapate kunitumikia jangwani. Nawe tazama, hujasikia hata sasa. Bwana asema, katika jambo hili utanijua ya kuwa mimi ndimi Bwana. Tazama, nitayapiga haya maji yaliyo mtoni kwa fimbo hii niliyo nayo mkononi mwangu, nayo yatageuzwa kuwa damu. Na hao samaki walio mtoni watakufa, na huo mto utatoa uvundo, nao Wamisri watachukizwa kuyanywa maji ya mtoni. Bwana akamwambia Musa, mwambie Haruni, shika fimbo yako, kaunyoshe mkono wako juu ya maji ya Misri, juu ya mito yao na juu ya vijito vyao na juu ya maziwa ya maji yao na juu ya visima vyao vyote vya maji, ili yageuke kuwa damu. Nako kutakuwa na damu katika nchi yote ya Misri, katika vyombo vya miti na katika vyombo vya jiwe. Musa na Haruni wakafanya hivyo kama Bwana alivyowaambia. Naye akainua ile fimbo na kuyapiga maji yalivyokuwa mtoni mbele ya Farao, mbele ya watumishi wake, na hayo maji yote yalikuwa katika mto yakageuzwa kuwa damu. Hao samaki waliokuwa mtoni nao wakafa, na ule mto ukatoa uvundo, Wamisri wasipate kunywa maji ya motoni, na ile damu ilikuwa katika nchi yote ya Misri. Lakini waganga wa Misri wakafanya mfano na hayo kwa uganga wao, na moyo wake Farao ukawa mgumu, wala hakuwasikiza kama Bwana alivyonena. Farao akazunguka na kuingia nyumbani mwake, wala hata hilo hukuliweka moyoni. Wamisri wote wakachimba kando ya mto ili wapate maji ya kunywa, maana hawakuweza kuyanywa yale maji ya mtoni. Zikatimia siku 7 baada ya Bwana kuupiga ule mto. Mlango wa 8. Bwana akamwambia Musa, ingia kwa Farao ukamwambie, Bwana asema hivi, wape watu wangu ruhusa ili wapate kunitumikia. Tena kama Bwana ukikataa kuwapa ruhusa, tazama, nitaipiga mipaka yako yote kwa kuleta vyura, na huo mto utafurika vyura. Nao watakwea juu ya kuingia ndani ya nyumba yako, na ndani ya chumba chako cha kulala, na juu ya kitanda chako, na ndani ya nyumba ya watumishi wako, na juu ya watu wako, na ndani ya meko yako, na ndani ya vyombo vyako vya kukandia unga. Kisha hao vyura watakwea juu yako wewe, na juu ya watu wako, na juu ya watumishi wako wote. Bwana akamwambia Musa, mwambie Haruni, nyosha mkono wako na fimbo yako juu ya mito, juu ya vijito, na juu ya maziwa ya maji, ukawalete vyura waje juu ya nchi yote ya Misri. Basi Haruni akaunyosha mkono wake juu ya maji yote ya Misri, na hao vyura wakakwea juu, wakaifunika nchi ya Misri. Waganga nao wakafanya mfano wa hayo kwa uganga wao, na kuleta vyura juu ya nchi ya Misri. Samahani. Ndipo Farao akawaita Musa na Haruni akawaambia, muombeni Bwana na awaondoe vyura hawa kwangu, mimi na watu wangu, nami nitawapa watu ruhusa waende zao, ili wamtolee Bwana dhabihu. Musa akamwambia Farao, haya, ujikutuze juu yangu katika jambo hili. Sema ni lini unapotaka nikuombee wewe na watumishi wako na watu wako, ili vyura waangamizwe, watoke kwako wewe na nyumba zako, wakae ndani ya mto tu. Akamwambia, kesho. Akasema, na yawe kama neno lako, ili upate kujua ya kwamba hapana mwingine mfano wa Bwana Mungu wetu. Hao vyura wataondoka kutoka kwako na kwako wewe na watu wako, watasalia mtoni tu. Basi Musa na Haruni wakatoka kwa Farao. Musa akamlilia Bwana katika jambo la hao vyura aliokuwa amewaleta juu ya Farao. Bwana akafanya sawasawa na neno la Musa, na hao vyura wakafa kutoka katika zile nyumba, na katika viwanja, na katika mashamba. Wakakusanya chungu chungu, na nchi ikatoa uvundo. Lakini Farao alipoona ya kuwa pana nafuu, akaufanya moyo wake kuwa mzito, asiwasikize kama Bwana alivyonena. Bwana akamwambia Musa, mwambie Haruni, nyosha fimbo yako, ukayapige mavumbi ya nchi, ili kwamba yawe chawa katika nchi yote ya Misri. Nao wakafanya. Haruni akanyosha mkono wake na fimbo yake na kuyapiga mavumbi ya nchi, nayo yakawa chawa juu ya wanadamu na juu ya wanyama. Mavumbi yote ya nchi yakawa ni chawa katika nchi yote ya Misri. Hao waganga nao wakafanya mfano wa hayo kwa uganga wao, ili kwamba walete chawa, lakini wasiweze. Nako kulikuwa na chawa juu ya wanadamu na juu ya wanyama. Ndipo wale waganga wakamwambia Farao, jambo hili ni chanda cha Mungu. Na moyo wake Farao ukawa mgumu asiwasikize, vile vile kama Bwana alivyonena. Bwana akamwambia Musa, inuka asubuhi na mapema, usimame mbele ya Farao. Angalia, atoka aende majini. Kamwambie, Bwana asema, wape watu wangu ruhusa waende zao, ili wanitumikie mimi, au kwamba huwapi ruhusa watu wangu. Tazama, nitaleta wingi wa watumishi wako na juu ya watu wako, nao wataingia ndani ya nyumba yako, na nyumba ya Wamisri zitajawa na wingi wa mainzi, na nchi nayo ambayo ni juu yake. Nami siku hiyo nitatenga nchi ya Gosheni, watu wangu wanayokaa, ili hao mainzi wasiwe huko, ili kwamba upate kujua wewe ni ya kuwa mimi ndimi Bwana kati ya dunia. Nami nitatia mpaka kati ya watu wangu na watu wako. Ishara hiyo italetwa kesho. Bwana akafanya. Wakaja wingi wa mainzi kwa uzito sana, wakaingia nyumbani mwa Farao, na katika nyumba ya watumishi wake, tena katika nchi yote ya Misri. Nayo nchi iliharibiwa kwa ajili ya wale mainzi. Farao akawaita Musa na Haruni akawaambia, endeni mkamtolee Bwana wenu dhabihu ndani ya nchi hii. Musa akasema, haitupasi kufanya hivyo, kwa kuwa tutamchinjia sadaka Bwana Mungu wetu. Na hayo machukizo ya Wamisri, je, tutachinja sadaka na hayo machukizo ya Wamisri mbele ya macho yao, wasitupige kwa mawe? La, tutakwenda safari ya siku 3 jangwani, tumchinjie dhabihu Bwana Mungu wetu kama atakavyokutuagiza. Farao akasema, mimi nitawapa ruhusa mwende, ili mchinjie dhabihu Bwana Mungu wenu jangwani, lakini hamtakwenda mbali sana. Haya, niombeeni. Musa akasema, tazama, mimi natoka kwako, nami nitamwomba Bwana ili hao mainzi wamtoke Farao na watumishi wake na watu wake kesho. Lakini Farao asitende kwa udanganyifu tena, kwa kutoacha watu waende kumchinjia Bwana dhabihu. Musa akatoka kwa Farao akamwomba Bwana. Bwana akafanya kama neno la Musa, akawaondoa wale mainzi wabaya kwake Farao na kwa watumishi wake na watu wake, hakusalia hata mmoja. Farao akaufanya moyo wake kuwa mzito Farao akaufanya moyo wake kuwa mzito mara hiyo nayo, wala hakuwapa ruhusa hao watu waende zao. Ndipo Bwana akamwambia Musa, ingia wewe kwa Farao, umwambie, Bwana Mungu wa Waebrania yuasema, wape ruhusa watu wangu ili waende wanitumikie. Kwani ukikataa kuwapa ruhusa waende na kuzidi kuwazuia, tazama, mkono wa Bwana ujuu ya wanyama wako wa mifugo walioko kondeni, juu ya farasi na juu ya punda na juu ya ngamia na juu ya ng'ombe na juu ya kondoo, kutakuwa na tauni nzito sana. Kisha Bwana atawatenga wanyama wa Israeli na wanyama wa Misri, wala hakitakufa kitu chochote cha wana wa Israeli. Naye Bwana akaweka muda akasema, kesho Bwana atalifanya jambo hili katika nchi hii. Bwana akalifanya jambo hili siku ya pili, na wanyama wote wa kufugwa wa Misri wakafa. Lakini katika wanyama wa wana wa Israeli hakufa hata mmoja. Farao akatuma watu, na tazama, hapana mmoja aliyekufa katika wanyama wa wana wa Israeli. Lakini moyo wa Farao ulikuwa mzito, wala hakuwapa hao watu ruhusa waende zao. Bwana akamwambia Musa na Haruni, jitwalieni konzi za majivu na tanuni, kisha Musa na ayarushe juu kuelekea mbinguni mbele ya Farao. Nayo yatakuwa ni mavumbi membamba juu ya nchi yote ya Misri. Nayo yatakuwa majipu kwenye kufura na kutumbuka juu ya wanadamu na juu ya wanyama katika nchi yote ya Misri. Basi wakatwaa majivu ya tanuni na kusimama mbele ya Farao, na Musa akayarusha juu mbinguni, nayo yakawa ni majipu yenye kufura na kutumbuka juu ya wanadamu na juu ya wanyama. Nao wale waganga hawakuweza kusimama mbele ya Musa kwa sababu ya hayo majipu, kwa maana hao waganga walikuwa na majipu na Wamisri wote walikuwa nayo. Bwana akaufanya mgumu moyo wa Farao asiwasikize, vile vile kama Bwana alivyomwambia Musa. Bwana akamwambia Musa, ondoka asubuhi na mapema, ukasimame mbele ya Farao, umwambie, Bwana Mungu wa Waebrania asema, wape watu wangu ruhusa waende ili wakanitumikie. kwani wakati huu nitaleta mapigo yangu yote juu ya moyo wako na juu ya watumishi wako na juu ya watu wako, ili watu wapate kujua ya kuwa hapana mmoja mfano wa mimi ulimwenguni mote. Kwa kuwa wakati huu ningekwisha kuonyesha mkono wangu na kukupiga wewe na watu wako kwa tauni, nawe ungekatiliwa mbali na kuondolewa katika nchi. Lakini nilikusimamisha wewe kwa sababu hii ili nikuonyeshe uweza wangu, tena kwamba jina langu litangazwe katika dunia yote. Nawe je, hata sasa wajitukuza juu ya watu wangu? Usiwape ruhusa kwenda zao. Tazama, kesho wakati kama huu nitanyesha mvua ya mawe nzito sana, ambayo mfano wake hauja kuwa huko Misri tangu siku ile nilipoanza kuwa hata hivi sasa. Basi sasa tuma wahimize waingie ndani wanyama wako na hayo yote ulio nayo mashambani, kwani kila mtu na kila mnyama apatikanaye mashambani wasiotolewa nyumbani, hiyo mvua ya mawe itanyesha juu yao, nao watakufa. Yeye aliyelicha neno la Bwana miongoni mwa watumishi wa Farao aliwakimbiza watumishi wake na wanyama wake waingie nyumbani. Na yeye asiyelitia moyoni neno la Bwana akawaacha watumishi wake na wanyama wake mashambani. Bwana akamwambia Musa, nyosha mkono wako kuelekea mbinguni, ili iwe mvua ya mawe katika nchi yote ya Misri, juu ya wanadamu na juu ya wanyama na juu ya mboga zote za mashamba katika nchi yote ya Misri. Musa akaunyosha mkono wake kuelekea mbinguni, na Bwana akaleta ngurumo na mvua ya mawe na moto ukashuka juu ya nchi. Bwana akanyesha mvua ya mawe juu ya nchi yote ya Misri. Basi palikuwa na mvua ya mawe na moto uliochanganyikana na ile mvua ya mawe nzito sana, ambayo mfano wake haukuwapo katika nchi yote ya Misri tangu ilipoanza kuwa taifa. Na ile mvua ya mawe ikapiga kila kilichokuwa mashambani, binadamu na wanyama, katika nchi yote ya Misri. Hiyo mvua ya mawe ikapiga kila mmea wa mashambani na kuuvunja kila mti wa mashambani. Katika nchi ya Gosheni peke yake walikokaa wana wa Israeli haikuwako mvua ya mawe. Farao akatuma watu na kuwaita Musa na Haruni na kuwaambia, mimi nimekosa wakati huu. Bwana ni mwenye haki na mimi na watu wangu tu waovu. Muombeni Bwana, kwa kuwa zimekuwa za kutosha ngurumo hizo kuu na hii mvua ya mawe, nami nitawapa ninyi ruhusa mwende zenu msikie zaidi. Musa akamwambia, mara nitakapotoka mjini nitamwinulia Bwana mkono wangu, na hizo ngurumo zitakoma, wala haitanyesha mvua ya mawe tena, ili upate kujua ya kuwa dunia hii ni ya Bwana. Lakini wewe na watumishi wako najua ya kuwa nyinyi hamtamcha Bwana Mungu bado. Kitani ya shairi zilipigwa, maana shairi zilikuwa na masuke, na kitani zilikuwa katika kutoa maua. Lakini ngano na kusemethu hazikupigwa, maana zilikuwa hazijakuwa bado. Musa akatoka mjini kutoka kwa Farao, akamwinulia Bwana mikono yake, na zile ngurumo na ile mvua ya mawe zikakoma, wala mvua haikunyesha juu ya nchi. Farao alipoona ya kwamba mvua ya mawe na ngurumo zimekoma, akazidi kufanya dhambi na kufanya moyo wake mzito, yeye na watumishi wake. Moyo wa Farao ukawa ni mgumu, naye hawakuwapa wana wa Israeli ruhusa waende zao, kama Bwana alivyonena kwa kinywa cha Musa. Mlango wa 10. Bwana akamwambia Musa, ingia wewe kwa Farao, kwa kuwa mimi nimeufanya moyo wake mzito, nipate kuzionyesha ishara zangu hizi kati yao. Nawe upate kusema masikioni mwa mwanao na masikioni mwa mjukuu wako, ni mambo gani niliyotenda juu ya Misri, na ishara zangu nilizozifanya kati yao, ili mpate kujua ya kuwa mimi ndimi Bwana. Basi Musa na Haruni wakaingia kwa Farao na kumwambia, Bwana Mungu wa Hebrania asema hivi, je, utakataa hata lini kujinyenyekeza mbele zangu? Wape watu wangu ruhusa waende zao, ili wanitumikie, au kwamba wakataa kuwapa hao watu ruhusa waende zao. Tazama, kesho nitaleta nzige waingie ndani ya mipaka yako, nao wataufunika uso wa nchi, mtu asipate kuona hiyo nchi. Nao watakula mabaki ya hayo yaliyopona, yaliyowasalia baada ya ile mvua ya mawe. Watakula kila mti umeao kwa ajili yenu mashambani, na nyumba zako na nyumba za watumishi wako na nyumba za Wamisri wote zitajawa na nzige. Mfano wake baba zako wala baba za baba zako hawakuona, tangu siku walipoanza kuwapa juu ya nchi hata hivi leo. Basi akageuka na kutoka kwa Farao. Ndipo watumishi wa Farao wakamwambia, mtu huyu atakuwa tanzi kwetu sisi hata lini? Wape hawa watu ruhusa waende zao, wamtumikie Bwana Mungu wao. Hujatambua bado ya kuwa Misri imekwisha haribika? Musa na Haruni wakaletwa tena kwa Farao, naye akawaambia, nendeni mkamtumikie Bwana Mungu wenu. Lakini ni kina nani watakaokwenda? Musa akamjibu, tutakwenda na vijana wetu na wazee wetu na wana wetu na binti zetu, tutakwenda na kondoo zetu na ng'ombe zetu, kwa kuwa inatupasa kumfanyia Bwana sikukuu. Lakini akawaambia, Bwana na awe pamoja nanyi, kama nitakavyowapa ruhusa kwenda zenu pamoja na watoto wenu. Angalieni, kwa kuwa pana uovu huko mbele yenu. Sivyo, endeni ninyi mlio watu wazima, mkamtumikie Bwana, kwa kuwa ndilo jambo mtakalo. Nao walifukuzwa usoni pa Farao. Bwana akamwambia Musa, nyosha mkono wako juu ya nchi ya Misri kwa hao nzige, ili wakwee juu ya nchi ya Misri, waile mimea yote ya nchi, yani vyote vilivyosazwa na ile mvua ya mawe. Basi Musa akainyosha fimbo yake juu ya nchi ya Misri, na Bwana akaleta upepo kutoka mashariki juu ya nchi, mchana kutwa na usiku kucha. Kulipopambazuka ule upepo wa mashariki, ukawaleta nzige, na hao nzige wakakwea juu ya nchi yote ya Misri, wakatua ndani ya mipaka yote ya Misri. Walikuwa wabaya mno, hawaja kuwepo nzige kama hao majira yoyote, wala baada yao hawatakuwa wengine jinsi hivyo, kwa kuwa waliufunika uso wote wa nchi, hata nchi iliingia giza. Wakala mimea yote ya nchi na matunda yote ya miti yaliyosazwa na ile mvua ya mawe. Hapa kusalia hata jani moja, mti wala mmea wala mashamba katika nchi yote ya Misri. Ndipo Farao akawaita Musa na Haruni haraka, akasema, nimefanya dhambi Bwana Mungu wenu na ninyi pia. Basi sasa nawasihi, nisameheni dhambi yangu mara hii moja tu, mkamwombe Bwana Mungu wenu aniondolee kifo hiki tu. Akatoka kwa Farao na kumwomba Bwana. Bwana akaugeuza upepo wa magharibi kwenye nguvu nyingi, ambao waliondoka wale nzige na kuwapeleka katika bahari ya Shamu. Hawakusalia hata nzige mmoja ndani ya mipaka yote ya Misri. Lakini Bwana akaufanya ule moyo wa Farao uwe mgumu, usiwape wana wa Israeli ruhusa waende zao. Bwana akamwambia Musa, nyosha mkono wako kuelekea mbinguni, kuwe giza juu ya nchi ya Misri, watu wapapase gizani. Basi Musa akaunyosha mkono wake kuelekea mbinguni, kukawa na giza nene katika nchi yote ya Misri muda wa siku 3. Hawakupata kuonana mtu na mwenziwe, wala hakuondoka mtu wa mahali alipokuwa muda wa siku 3. Lakini wana wa Israeli wote walikuwa na mwanga makaoni mwao. Farao akamwita Musa na kumwambia, haya, nendeni mkamtumikie Bwana. Kondoo zenu na ng'ombe zenu tu na waachwe, watoto wenu nao na waende pamoja nanyi. Musa akasema, ni lazima utupe mikononi mwetu na wanyama wa dhabihu na wa sadaka za kuteketezwa, ili tupate kumchinjia Bwana Mungu wetu dhabihu. Makundi yetu pia yatakwenda pamoja nasi, hautasalia nyuma hata ukwato mmoja, kwa maana inampasa kutwa katika hao tupate kumtumikia Bwana Mungu wetu, nasi hatujui hata tutakapofika huko ni kitu gani ambacho kwa hicho inatupasa kumtumikia Bwana. Lakini Bwana akaufanya kuwa mgumu moyo wa Farao, asikubali kuwapa ruhusa waende zao. Farao akamwambia Musa, nenda zako, ujiangalie, usinione uso tena, kwani siku hiyo utakayoniangalia uso wangu utakufa. Musa akasema, umenena vyema, mimi sitakuangalia uso wako tena. Mlango wa 11. Bwana akamwambia Musa, liko pigo moja bado nitakalolileta juu ya Farao na juu ya Misri, baada atawapa ninyi ruhusa mtoke huku. Naye hapo atakapowapa ruhusa, atawafukuza mtoke huku kabisa kabisa. Basi nena wewe masikioni mwa watu hawa, na kila mtu mume na atake kwa jirani yake, na kila mwanamke atake kwa jirani yake vyombo vya fedha na vyombo vya dhahabu. Bwana akawapa watu hao kibali machoni pa Wamisri. Zaidi ya hayo, huyo Musa alikuwa ni mkuu sana katika nchi ya Misri, machoni pa watumishi wa Farao na machoni pa watu wake. Musa akasema, Bwana asema hivi, kama usiku wa manane mimi nitatoka nipite kati ya Misri, na wazaliwa wa kwanza wote katika nchi ya Misri watakufa, tangu yule mzaliwa wa kwanza wa Farao aketie katika kiti chake cha enzi, hata mzaliwa wa kwanza wa huyo kijakazi aliye pale nyuma ya jiwe ya kusagia, na wazaliwa wa kwanza wote wa wanyama. Ndipo kutakuwa na kilio kikuu katika nchi yote ya Misri, ambacho mfano wake haujakuwa bado majira yoyote, wala hautakuwako mfano wake tena kabisa. Lakini katika wana wa Israeli hapana hata mbwa atakayetoa ulimi juu yao, juu ya mtu wala juu ya mnyama, ili kwamba mpate kujua jinsi Bwana anavyowatenga Wamisri na Waisraeli. Tena hao watumishi wako wote watanitelemkia kwangu mimi, nao watanisujudia wakisema, toka wewe na hawa watu wote wakufuatao, na baada ya hayo nitatoka. Basi akatoka kwa Farao na hasira kuu. Bwana akamwambia Musa, Farao hatawasikiza nyinyi, kusudi ajabu zangu ziongezeke katika nchi ya Misri. Musa na Haruni walifanya ajabu hizo zote mbele ya Farao. Bwana akaufanya moyo wa Farao kuwa mgumu, asiwape wana wa Israeli ruhusa watoke nchi yake.
Kumbola mriango wa 12. Bwana anamweleza Musa juu ya Pasaka. Vikara Bwana akinena na Musa na Haruni ko Misiri, akiamba, mwezi huu ndakala mwezi wa kwanza kwenu, yani mwezi wa kwanza wa mwaka. Ambira Israeli yosi kukala, kaiza siku ya 10 ya mwezi huu, kila mwana mlume andahala ng'onzi kwa utu wa Adamuwe, yani ng'onzi mwenga kwa kila nyumba, na kila nyumba yoyosi indakala na atwa chache masiodima kugonya ng'onzi nzima. O atwa nyumba hiyo mandagwirana na atwa nyumba jirani kulengana na isabu ya atu. Mandalola kiasi cha nyama kimalika nacho kulingana na kiasi aricho kila mtu anadima kurya. Mdahala mturume hedu ndenge ya mwaka mwenga isiyo na kaila. Munda atunza wanyama mhaka siku ya 18 ya mwezi. Siku hiyo Aisraeli yosi mandatsinza onyama na ziloni. Gonya mndahaka sehemu ya miriango milatso muhake ya mimo na vizingihi na kizingihi cha zulu yayo miriango ya nyumba mandiyo moria. Wosikuo mndarya mikahe siyongizwa 3 na mboga za utungu. Msire nyama mbitsi hedu za kugita, ela mundazirya za kuocha. Hata chokitswa na marondo najo jandani najo na vyochwe. Msisaze nyama zozosi zikakala hata madzacha. Kala handasala nyama zozosi hata madzacha, bai mundaziocha. Mundaziria vivi, mundazifunga mikumbu ujununi, kuno mdzavala virahu, na mdzagwirira midata yenu mikononi. Mndarya malo, iyo ni Pasaka ya Bwana. Usiku huo nindakira kaizatsi ya Misri, ni alage anajere osi akilume na anadamu wa anyama. Kidza nindadhibu milungu yosi ya Misri. Mimi ndimi Bwana. Yo milatso ndiyo kala mvano wenu wazo nyumba mndiyo mokala. Nikiono milatso nindatalala na kakuna utuo wosi undiohendeka kwenu ili kumwanonga. Wakati nindiho iadhibu tsi ya Misri. Siku hiyo mndakala mkikumbukira na mundakala mkiyusa here sikukuu ya Bwana. Mundayusa sikukuu ii here lagizo rakare na kare vijazi vyenu vyosi. Bwana anamwelezera Musa dzulu ya sikukuu ya mikahe isiyongizwa 3. Mundarya mikahe isiyongizwa 3 kwa siku fungahe. Siku ya kwanza mundahala 3 muyamboze kula madzumbani mwenu. Mana mtu yeyosi andirerya kitu chochosi kiricho na 3 kulaizira yo siku iyo siku ya kwanza muhaka yo siku ya fungahe andatengwa na Israeli. Mundatunganana mumwabudu Mlungu siku ya kwanza na siku ya fungahe. Kaiza siku zizo msihende kazi yoyosi isiyokala kutayarisha chakurya cha kila mtu tu basi. Mndakala mkiyusa sikukuu hii ya mikahe isiyongizwa 3 kwamba mdime kukumbukira kukala iyo ndo siku niriomboza vikosi vyenu kula kaizatsi ya Misri. munda yusa siku hii here lagizo ra kare na kare vijazi jenu josi. Munda ria mikahe siongizwa 3 kulaizira siku ya 18 na dziloni. Muhaka siku ya 20 na ng'menga ya mwezi wa kwanza na dziloni. Kwa siku fungahe musike 3 madzumbani mwenu. Na mtu yeyosi andiyeria utuwo wosi wa kungizwa 3 suti atengbe na Israeli. Akikala mjeni hedu mjalwa wa Israeli. Musirie utuwo wosi wa kwangizwa 3 mundari ya mikahe isiongizwa 3 kaiza makalo genu gosi. Pasaka ya kwanza. Vikara Musa akiai atumia ose ya Israeli akiambira, endani mkatagule ng'onzi kwa utu wa Adamu wenu, ili mutsinze na muse Pasaka. Halani vivungo vya mishopo. Poreni. Vifungo vya hisopo. Muvivike kwenye yo milato iliyo kibakulini, na muhake hodzulu za vizingisha dzulu na mimomiri ya miryango. Kidza mtu yeyosi kaizenu asimbole nyumbani mwakwe hata madzacha, kwani Bwana andakira kaiza yo si ili alaga Misri, na ndiho na milato dzulu za kizingi cha dzulu cha muriango, na wo mimo miri andatua kukira na kandamurichira ye malaika ang'malage angire madzumbani mwenu ang'malage. Gagwireni malagizo gaga ninwi na vijazi jenu kare na kare. Mundihongira kaiza yotsi andiyo mpa Bwana. Herarijo mwahidi rigwireni ragizo riri. Anaenu mandijo muza. Sikukuu ino behata ina maana yani kwenu mundambira. Ini sadaka ya Pasaka kwa Bwana. Kwa kukala iye watalala nyumba za Israeli ko Misri, na kihutija wakati ariho alaga Misri. O Israeli makizanya vitwa makimwabudu Bwana. Bayo Israeli machenda karakara na jarijo kala Bwana wamlagiza Musa na Haruni. Pigora 10 anajera kilume manafa. Vikara kuriofika usiku kulu Bwana kilagiza anajera kilume osi kaizati ya Misri kulaizira ye mwana mjere wa Farao. Muhali wa ufa wa kihi cha enzi cha mtawali. Muhaka mwana mjere wa mfungwa rieka la jela, na anajere anyama kufugba. Kujona Farao wa ng'menga ahumikie osi, na Misri osi makilamuka na usiku. Na lola kwa kala na kiriro kibomu kaizati ya Misri, maana kila nyumba ya kala idza fewa. Farao akimwiha Musa na Haruni na wosi kwa kiamba, ukani mbola nikula kaizati yangu ninu na wa Israeli, endani mkamwabudu Bwana here arijoamba. Halani ng'onzi zenu na ng'ombe zenu mwende here mrijoamba. Kidza kunivoyerani nisamehewe nami. Bai yo Misri makiakalata Israeli mambole kaiza yotsi, kwani we mere manamba bila vijo fudagoma. Bai wa Israeli makihala wounga na vifugwa na vifungwa bila kungizwa tatu na via jao ja kuvugulira makivifunga fulusini makivikuwa. Ao Waisraeli mahenda here marijolagizwa ni Musa, kwani mere manavo ya Misri vitu ja dhahabu na ja fedha mwenga na nguo. Bwana wahenda Misri makale na mioyo ya kuwahenza Aisraeli hata makiapa kila maricho kimala. Kwa utuo wa Israeli makiahoka Amisri ushaha wao. Aya na Israeli manauka Misiri. Kujona ana Israeli makinenda kula izira mudzi wa Ramesesi hata mudzi wa Sukoti. Nao walume hakeye mere ni here 100,000 hasiho kutala ache na hoho. Matuwiwa ni atwa angine anji hamwenga na badhi bomu ra ng'ombe, mbuzi na ng'onzi. Kidza makitengeza mikahe siongizwa 3 kwa kuhumira uriahunga wa kuvugwa mario kala mambola nawo Misri. Ungawo were kaungizirwe 3 kwa kukala mahenda kuingwa ko Misri na kama apire wakati wa kutengeneza leo. Vikara wa muda ambao wana Israeli maishi Misiri were ni miaka 450. Wa mwisho wa hiyo miaka 450 yo siku ya mwisho yenye atuosi ya Bwana mambo la kula kaizati ya Misri. Kwa kukala usikuo Bwana wachesa ili aamboze Aisraeli kula Misri. Bai usikuo Aisraeli osi manaviri ya kuchesa ili kuika heshima kwa Bwana. Vijo mandijo vihenda kaiza vijazi jao josi. Malagizo ga Pasaka. Bwana akiamwambira Musa na Haruni gaga ndo malagizo ga Pasaka. Mujeni kandari ya Pasaka ela kila mtumwa ariye galuzwa na fedha anadi makuria baada ya kukala mdzamwangiza lwembeni. Kakuna mcharo hedu muhenzi wa kazi aviriaye kuria Pasaka. Yo nyama indariwa ndani ya nyumba mwenga. Msimbole nyama yoyosi kulakaiza nyumba hiyo, kida msibande mso zawe hata mwenga. Aisraeli yosi mandayusa sikukuu hii na kala hana mjeni andiye ishika yenu na hende kusira Pasaka Bwana. Suti alume osi na kala hana mjeni andiye kala kahi yenu na henze kumusira Pasaka Bwana. Suti analume osi na angmakwe nyumbani mangizwe lwembeni. Ndo andadima kusongera hehi na kuusa Pasaka na yandakala heremu mwenga wao enyeji ayoti. Ela mtwarie kadzangwe kungizwa lembeni kandaria Pasaka ya Bwana. Malagizo gaga niga enyeji na ajeni maishio kahiyenu. Baya Israeli makihenda here Bwana arijomlagiza Musa na Haruni. Na siku hiyo yenye Bwana kiamboza Aisraeli kula kaizati ya Misri vikosi. Anajere manatengerwa Bwana. Mriango wa 10. Vikara Bwana akimwambira Musa, nitengerani anajere osi kila mwana wa kwanza wa kilume wa Mwisraeli ni wangu. Akikala wa mudamu hedu wa mnyama, iye ni wangu. Sikukuu ya mikahe isiongezwa 3. Bai Musa akiambira watu, ikumbukireni siku hii, siku mriombola Misiri, siku mriombola kula kaizati, mriokala mwatumwa. Kwani Bwana wamwamboza kula mumo kwa kuhumira nguvuze. Msirie mikahe yakungizwa 3 kaiza siku ya rero ya mwezi wa Abibu. Mnayamboza siku ya Abibu, mnayamboza tii. Vikara Bwana ndiho mureha kaheri kaiza tii ya Kana na Hiti, Amori, Ahivi na Jebusi. Sirio apirwa akarenu kukalana andapa nini. Si ituzayo mazia na asali na nyuchi na uchi wa nyuchi. Mundakala mkiyusa sherehe ikaiza mweziu. Kwa siku mfungahe mundaria mikahe isiongezwa 3. Nayo siku ya fungahe munda musira Bwana sikukuu. Kaiza zo siku fungahe mundaria mikahe isiongezwa 3. Hasionekane mkahe wa pangizwa 3 kaiyenu. Kaiza la lorenu rosi. Na siku hiyo mtu andamwambira mwanawe, anahenda vivi kwa utu wa gorigo muhendera Bwana, wakati arihombola kaizati ya Misiri. Sikukuu hii ndakala heremu vano ganzani mwa hako, na utu wa kukumbukiza kidhanguni hako, na utu wa kukumbukiza kidhanguni hako, ili sheria ya Bwana ikalekanwani mwako. Kwani Bwana adzamwamboza Misri kwa nguvu. Kwa vizho mndakala mkitimiza lagizo riri kila mwaka kaiza wakatiwe urioikwa. Malagizo dzulu za ana Ajeri. Vikara Bwana andiho mwangiza kaiza tia Kanani na kumpa si iyo here arijo apira ninwi na karenu kukalanda hapa. Munda mutengera Bwana kila mwana wa kwanza wa kilume. Ana kwanza osi ya kilume anyama mandakalani ya Bwana. Kila mwana wa kwanza wa kilume wanzowe munda mkombola kwa kumkakana na mwana wa ng'onzi elakala kamunda mkombola mbandeni singo afe. Kila mwana mjere wa kilume wa mudamu munda mkombola, na anaenu makimuza vino bema naye ninoni mundadzigidza mwambe Bwana wafamboza kula Misri kwa nguvu, kula kaiza tsifurio kala fuatumwa. Faraho rio kala adzaka kahalaka mare kufurichiza fende. Bwana walagiza kila mwana wa kwanza wa kilume wa mudamu na wa mnyama kaiza ya Misri. Ndo safuna ng'ambozera Bwana ana kwanza osi ya kilume anyama na kwa kombola ana ehu wa kwanza. Lagizo riri rindakala heremu vano mikononi mwenu, na utu wa kukumbukizwa vidhanguni mwenu. Mana Bwana wafamboza Misri kwa nguvu. Bwana analongoza Israeli. Vikara Farao riho arichira watu mende mlungu kalongozere na ngira ikirayo kaizati ya Afilisiti. Idzaho iyo yere ni futi, kwani mlungu wamba makigwirana na viha mandadima kirwa ni mioyo makau ya Misiri. Kwa vizho Mlungu wake alongoza na ngira ya kudengereka na ya kukirira na nyika kwenda luhande lwa bahari ya Shamu. Baya Israeli makimbola Misiri kuno madzagwirira viyera tayari kwa viha. Musa akiihala yo misoza ya Josefu achenda nayo, kwani Josefu were waapisha Aisraeli akiamba haho Mlungu adiho kudza muokola mundaihala misoza yangu kula kumwende nayo. Bayo Aisraeli makimbola Sukoti na machenda piga kambi kaiza mudzi wa Etamu kokanda ya nyika. Bwana wakwenda mwenga nao kaiza charo chao. Wakati wa mtsana walongoza ngirani kwa kuhumira nguzo ya ingu, na wakati wa usiku kila akialongoza, na wakati wa usiku wakala akialongoza na nguzo ya moho, kwamba mpate kumlangaza ili madime kunenda usiku na mtsana. Yo nguzo ya ingu ya wakati wa mtsana na yo nguzo ya moho wakati wa usiku kazishalaukire kulambereza ao watu. Mriango wa 18. Aisraeli manavuka bahari ya Shamu. Kujona Bwana akimwamba Musa, ambira na Aisraeli magaluke makapige kambi hehi na Hahirothi. Poreni. Kujona Bwana akimwamba Musa, ambira ana Israeli magaluke makapige kambi hehi na Hahirothi. Kahikahi ya migodili nayo bahari. Mandapiga kambi hokanda ya bahari kulolana na Baali Zofeni. Farao andaanza Waisraeli zuzuruka kaiza yotsi na yonyika inda idzagomeza. Nami ninda muhende Farao akale na singo nyomu na yanda atua. Nami ndapata nguma kukwirira kwaye Farao na jeshi rerosi na wa Misri mandamanya kukala mimi ndimi Bwana. Bai Aisraeli magihenda here marijoragizwa. Farao na jeshire manatuwa ana Israeli maudze. Mtawali wa Misri arihosikira kukala watu madzachimbira. Iye hamwenga nahumikie magalukwa ni moyo makiamba hata fudzanzadze besino kwa richa Israeli mende, nao ndio ahenzi akazi ya kwehu. Kujona jo Farao akitayarisha garire raviha kuvufwa ni farasi na akihala jeshire, akihala magari magana mahandahu madzo kukira gosi gakuvufwa ni farasi hamwengana magari mangine gosi ga Misri gakuvufwa ni farasi. Kila gari rere rinashikariwe. Bwana kimuhenda Farao mtawali wa Misri akale na singo nyomu hata akiatua wana Israeli. Wakati huo wa Israeli mere mambo la Misri bila woga. Bai ya Misri yani jeshi rosi ra Farao rikiatua Aisraeli. Ro jeshi rere rina farasi, magari gakuvufa ni farasi, na hiriki yao na shikaria osi amagulu. Bai ya Misri makiatua wa Israeli hata machenda agbira hokanda za bahari hehi na Hahirothi kulolana na Baali Zofeni. Mariho kala madzapiga kambi vikara Farao riho kala dzafika hehi Aisraeli matsuha matso na makipesa o Amisri makudzani makingirwa ni woga na makimrira Bwana makimwamba Musa vidze kwani kwere kunda kakunambira ko Misri hata ukifamboza ili fudze fufe kukunyika wamzadze kufamboza Misri we samba kisha frihoka lako Misri fakwambira ufuriche futuwe kuwa humikira Misri mana bahako kwa humikira Misri kuliriko kufa mumunyikani. Musa akiadzigidza Israeli akiamba msiogohe bule hurirani hu nini mundamona Bwana adzijomtija vivirero kwani Misri munawaona vivirero kamdaona kare na kare hurirani tuani kuhurira tunwi na Bwana ndamuhehera. Bwana akimwambira Musa mbona mnaniririra ambire wa Israeli matuwe kwenda mbere nulawa mudata wa kwako na ugoloze mkono wa kwako dzulu zayo bahari ugaje gomadzi na waine wa Israeli mandakira kahikahi yayo bahari majoge tsifurufu na lola nindiho ahenda wa Misri makale na singonyo mjomu hata mangire mumo matuwe nami nindadzipatira nguma kukirana naye Farao na jeshirerosi magarige gakuvufuma kuku na kuku hata yo kahikahi yazo pande mbiri za madzi hakikala hafurufu kujona wana Israeli makivuka na haho hafurufu kahikahi za mirima miri ya madzi kuno madzi na kuno madzi mariho na viriahu oshikari ya Misri nao makiatua wana Israeli na haho kahikahi ya madzi kuno madzapanda farasi na magari ga kuvufwa ni farasi bai jakala kuriho kala kuna ng'ala Bwana akiritsuha dzitso ro jeshi ra Misri kula kahikaiza womu mnara wa moho na ingu na oshikari akiangiza wasiwasi akihenda gomagurudumu ga magari gakuvufwa ni farasi gakirinyika nzi hata gakikala ganavurura kwa vizho kwenda kwao kukikala ni kwa gagada sana bai mariho hona viriahu oshikari ya Misri makiamba na huchimbire benwi kwani be Bwana Mlungu anahehera wa Israeli kujona jo Bwana akimwambira Musa goloza mkono kaheri dzulu zayo bahari ili goma dzigawirane gahose ao shikari ya Misri hamwenga na farasi yao na magari gao bai mlungu akigoloza wo mkono we dzulu zayo bahari here Bwana rijokala dzamwambira na kuriho chagoma dziga kiuyirana kwa nguvu here garijokala na Misri mariho na kukala goma dziga na uyirana kaheri majeza kumbola mo madzini machimbire ela Bwana akiyasukuma akiaudia kuko kahikahi za bahari bai goma dziga uyirana na gakiahala ushikari yose ya Misri mario kala manatua wana Israeli mo madzini hamwenga na farasi yao na magari gao kama salire hata mwenga ela Israeli mario ela wa Israeli omakijoga dzulu za tsifurufu kuno madzi gaimire here mirima miri kuku na kuku hata kwa makivuka kwa vizho bai siku hiyo Bwana watija Israeli kulakaiza mikono ya Misri, na awa Israeli majaliwa ni kuona nyufu za shikari ya Misri mokandakanda za madzi. Bai ya Israeli maona na matso gawenye jo Bwana rijo atengezera wa Misri kwa nguvu za kwakwe nyinji na kwa utuwo wenye bai makimwagoha Bwana kidza makimkuluhira iye hang'wenga na muhumwikiwe Musa. Mriango wa 15. Ana Israeli mana muimbira Bwana bai Musa hang'wenga na ana Israeli makimwimbira Bwana wirau makiamba haha nindamuimbira Bwana ga jo adzijoshinda vizho jo adzijoshinda vizho hata vinanguma kamare kahana farasi hata mwenga na ahiriki ao osi kwa sukuma baharini. Bwana nde nguvu ya wadimi wangu, iye nde adzieni tija ni mlungu wangu, nami nindamulika kwa maira nde mlungu wa kare yangu, nami nindamlutira nguma. Bwana ni shujaa wa viha, naye zinare nde Bwana. Magari ga viha ga farasi hamwenga na majeshi ga kwakwe gadza sukuma baharini. Shikari ya Farao madzio kuluhira madzahoha kaiza bahari ya Shamu, bahari ya kina idzabilingiza madzahoha tsini za bahari heremawe. Nguvu zohewe Bwana zinanguma kamare, nguvu zohewe Bwana ni kuwatematema maadui visiku. Kwa nguvu nyinji za ubomu wa nguma ni kuwabwaga usini makupingao kwa koroza kwako, ni kuwaocha here nyasi mbifu. Wahenda kuchemula tu na gomadzi gachanuka dzulu, madzibe manji gakiima ti here mrima, na gomadzi garigotsini kwenye ya bahari gakiganda. Hadui wamba nindatuwa nami nindagwira, nindavigaja vitu ja kwao josini hata nitosheke kamare. Gonya nitsolole mishu yangu nialage na mkono wangu uu, ela ukireha luvuto lukipiga na gomadzi ga bahari gakifunikira, na umakihoha here ng'andu ihohajo kaiza gomadzi manji. Ni mulungu iye hewe Bwana adimaye ni mulungu hiye ewe Bwana adimaye kuhalanishwa na uweriwo kwanza kawadimikika. Mahendogo ganguma hata ganafugosheza, mautu mabomu gahendago uwe nago ganafumasha. Wahenda kugoloza mkonowo wakurya dzulu za maadui hutu na yotsi ikiamiza. Kwa udzowo undalongoza watu urioakombola, na kwa nguvuzo undanyesangira hata mafike kaiza makalo maeri. Goma kabila gadzasikira na ganatetema. Atwa Filisiti madzadzalwa ni woga, abomu aedomu madzafa moyo. Nzagamba za abomu zidzagwirwa ni mkanda, na atwa Kanani madzagomerwa ni more woga na wasiwasi munji vidzagwira na kwa nguvuzo nyinji maimireti here vigango muhaka atuo hewe Bwana atuo mari urio akombola matalale undareha udze waike dzulu za murima omwenye haturiho hatengeza hakale makalogo hewe Bwana hatuhaeri hariho uriho haka na mkono womwenye nawe Bwana utawale kare na kare kwani shikare ya Farao hamwenga na magari gao gaviha na farasi akpao mario atuana Israeli mo madzini Bwana wagarichira gomadzi gakiahosa ela Israeli oma joga dzulu za tsifurufu kahizayo bahari hata makivuka vijo kona Muriamu nduguye Haruni kona Mariamu nduguye Haruni ariye wereni nabii naye akihavuha tamburini na acheosini du makimutua kuno manapiga tamburini pakuvina bai Mariamu werende ngoi wao naye waimba akiamba mwimbireni Bwana kwa jadzi jofushindira bevinanguma adzahala farasi na humikiao osi akamwaga baharini madzi gasigo nweka kujona Musa kiahala Israeli kula bahari ya Shamu na kialongoza hata machangira nyika ya Shuri bai manenda siku tahu kaizayo nyika bila kuona madzi mariofika kombere makiona madzi ela pakukala gere ga utsungu jomu kama dimire kuganwa bule bai ndo hatu hariahu makihaika mara vikara oatu makimuririra Musa makimamba vikara fundanwani sino bai Musa akimwambira Bwana na Bwana akimwanyesa kigongo Musa akikihala kirio kigongo akikitsuha mo madzini na gomadzi gakikala mazizimu baya rio kala kaiza hatu hariahu Bwana wajeza imani yao kwa kuwapa malagizo akiamba mkinisikira na kugahenda gariahu nihenzago mugahende kwa kuzigwira amri zangu na malagizo gangu mimi Bwana Mlungu wenu msindamurehera lupeho za manyonge bule za joniri joahendera wa Misri kwani mimi Bwana bendi minimu muhenza ni muho zaye makongo geni bai mariho ukahaho wa Israeli makwenda hata Elimu hatu haho here hana visima 12 jamatso na mitende mirongo mifungahe kwa vijo makipiga kambi hehina gomadzi
out of Egypt. In the desert, the whole community grumbled against Moses and Aaron, the Israelites saying to them, "If only we had died by the Lord's hand in Egypt. There we sat around pots of meat and ate all the food we wanted, but you have brought us out into this desert to starve this entire assembly to death." Then the Lord said to Moses, I will rain down bread from heaven for you. The people are to go out each day and gather enough for that day. In this way I will test them and see whether they will follow my instructions. On the sixth day, they are to prepare what they bring in, and that is to be twice as much as they gather on the other days. So Moses and Aaron saying to all the Israelites, in the evening you will know that it was the Lord who brought you out of Egypt, and in the morning you will see the glory of the Lord, because he has heard your grumbling against him. Who are we that you should grumble against us? Moses also said, you will know that it was the Lord when he gives you meat to eat in the evening and all the bread you want in the morning, because he has heard your grumbling against him. Who are we? You are not grumbling against us, but against the Lord. Then Moses told Aaron, say to the entire Israel community, come before the Lord, for he has heard your grumbling. While Aaron was speaking to the whole Israel community, they looked towards the desert, and there was the glory of the Lord appearing in the ground. The Lord tomorrow is to be a day of rest, a holy Sabbath to the Lord. So bake what you want to bake, and boil what you want to boil. Save whatever is left and keep it until morning. So they saved it until morning, as Moses commanded, and it did not stink or get maggots in it. Eat it today, Moses said, because today is a Sabbath to the Lord. You will not find any of it on the ground today. 6 days you are to gather, but on the seventh day, the Sabbath, there will not be any. Nevertheless, some of the people went out on the seventh day to gather it, but they found none. Then the Lord said to Moses, how long will you refuse to keep my commands and my instructions? Bear in mind that I, the Lord, has given you the Sabbath. That is why on the sixth day he gives you bread for 2 days. Everyone is to stay where he is. On the seventh day, no one is to go out. So the people rested on the seventh day. The people of Israel called the bread manna. It was white like coriander and a seed, and tasted like wafers made with honey. Moses said, "There is what the Lord has commanded. Take an omer of manna and keep it for the generations to come, so they can see the bread I gave you to eat it in the desert when I brought you out of Egypt." So Moses said to Aaron, "Take a jar and put an omer of manna to it, then place it before the Lord to keep for the generations to come." As the Lord commanded Moses, Aaron put the manna in the front of the testimony, that it might be kept. The Israelites ate manna 40 years until they came to the land that was settled. They ate manna until they reached the border of Canaan. And an omer is 1/10 of an ephah. Chapter 17. The whole Israel community set out from the desert of Sin, traveling from place to place as the Lord commanded. They camped at Rephidim, but there was no water for the people to drink. So they quarreled with Moses and said, "Give us water to drink." Moses replied, "Why do you quarrel with me? Why do you put the Lord to the test?" But the people were thirsty for water there, and they grumbled against Moses. They said, "Why did you bring us out of Egypt to make us and our children and livestock die of thirst?" Then Moses cried out to the Lord, "What am I to do with these people? They are almost ready to stone me." The Lord answered Moses, "Walk on ahead of the people. Take with you some of the elders of Israel, and take in your hand the staff with which you struck the Nile. And go, I will stand there before you by the rock of Horeb. Strike the rock, and water will come out for the people to drink." So Moses did this in the sight of the elders of Israel, and he called the place Masha and Meribah, because the Israel quarreled and because they tested the Lord, saying, "Is the Lord among us or not?" The Amalekites came and attacked the Israel of Rephidim. Moses said to Joshua, "Choose some of the men and go out to fight the Amalekites. Tomorrow I will stand on top of the hill with the staff of God in my hands." So Joshua fought the Amalekites as Moses had ordered, and Moses, Aaron, and Hur went to the top of the hill. As long as Moses held up his hand, the Israelites were winning. But whenever he lowered his hand, the Amalekites were winning. When Moses' hands were tired, they took a stone and put it under him, and he sat on it. Aaron and Hur held the hands up, one on another side, one on the other, and so the things had remained steady with the sunset. So Joshua overcame the Amorite army with the sword. Then the Lord said to Moses, "Write this on a scroll or something to be remembered and make sure that Joshua hears it, because I will completely blot out the memory of Amalekites from under heaven. Moses built an altar, called it, "The Lord is my banner." He said, "For the hands who are lifted up for the throne of the Lord will be at war against the Amalekites from generation to generation." Chapter 18. Then Jethro, the priest of Midian, the father-in-law of Moses, heard everything God had done for Moses and for his people, Israel, and how the Lord had brought Israel out of Egypt. After Moses had sent away his wife Zipporah, his father-in-law, Jethro, received her and her 2 sons. One son was named Gershom for Moses, and said, "I have become an alien in a foreign land." And the other was named Eleazar, for he said, "My father God, my helper, he saved me from the sword of Pharaoh." Jethro, Moses' father-in-law, together with Moses' sons and wife, came to him in the desert, where he was camped near the mountain of God. Jethro and sent word to him, "I, your father-in-law Jethro, am coming to you with your wife and 2 children and 2 sons." So Moses went out to meet his father-in-law, and bowed down and kissed him. They greeted each other and then went into the tent. Moses told the father-in-law about everything the Lord had done to him, to Pharaoh and the Egyptians for Israel's sake, and about all the hardship they had met along the way, and how the Lord had saved them. Jethro was delighted to hear about all the good things the Lord had done for the Israel in rescuing them from the hand of the Egyptians. He said, "Praise be to the Lord, who rescued you from the hand of the Egyptians and of Pharaoh, and who rescued the people from the hand of the Egyptian. Now I know that the Lord is greater than all other gods, for he did this to those who he treated Israel arrogantly." The Jethro, Moses' father-in-law, brought a burnt offering and other sacrifices to God, and Aaron came with all the elders of Israel to eat bread with Moses, father-in-law, in the presence of God. The next day, Moses took a seat to serve as judge for the people, and they stood around him from morning till evening. When his father-in-law saw all that Moses was doing for the people, he said, "What is this you are doing for the people? Why do you alone sit as judge, while all these people stand around you from morning till evening?" Moses answered, "Because the people come to me to seek God's will. Whenever they have a dispute, it is brought to me, and I decide between the parties and inform them of God's decrees and laws." Moses' father-in-law replied, "What you are doing is not good. It's not good. You need these people to come to you. Moses' father-in-law replied, "What you are doing is not good. You and these people who come to you will only wear you out. The work is too heavy for you. You cannot handle it alone. Listen now to me, and I will give you some advice, and may God be with you." You must be the people's representative before God and bring their disputes to him. Teach them the decrees and laws and show them capable men from all the people, men who fear God, trustworthy, over thousands, hundreds, fifties, and tens. Have them serve as judges for the people of all times, but have them bring every difficult case to you. The simple cases they can decide themselves. That will make your load lighter, because they will share it with you. If you do this, and God so commands, you'll be able to stand the strain, and all these people will go home satisfied. Moses listened to his father-in-law and did everything he said. He chose capable men from all Israel and made them leaders of the people, officials over thousands, hundreds and fifties and tens. They served as judges for the people all the time. The difficult cases they brought to Moses, but the simple cases they decided themselves. Then Moses sent his father-in-law on his way, and Jethro returned to his own country.
And I start. Now Jethro, the priest of Midian and father-in-law of Moses, heard of everything God had done for Moses and for his people, Israel, and how the Lord had brought Israel out of Egypt. After Moses had sent away his wife Zipporah, his father-in-law Jethro received her and her 2 sons. One son was named Gershom, and Moses said, I have become an Aryan. I'm repeating. 19. 19. In the 3rd month after the Israelites left Egypt, on the very day they came to the desert of Sinai. After they set out from Rephidim, they entered the desert of Sinai, and Israel camped there in the desert in front of the mountain. Then Moses went up to God, and the Lord called to him from the mountain. He said, this is what you are to say to the house of Jacob, and what you are to tell the people of Israel. You yourselves have seen what I did to Egypt, and how I carried you on eagle's wings and brought you to myself. Now, if you obey me fully and keep my covenant, then out of all nations you will be my treasured possessions. Although the whole earth is mine, you will be for me a kingdom of priests and a holy nation. These are the words you are to speak to the Israelites. So Moses went back and summoned the elders of the people and said before them all the words of the Lord, all the words the Lord had commanded to him to speak. Then people all responded together, we will do everything the Lord has said. So Moses brought them their answers back to the Lord. The Lord said to Moses, I'm going to come to you in a dense cloud, so that the people will hear me speaking with you, and will always put their trust in you. Then Moses told the Lord what the people had said. And the Lord said to Moses, go to the people and consecrate them today and tomorrow. Have them wash their clothes and be ready for the 3rd day, because on that day the Lord will come down on Mount Sinai in the sight of all people. Put limits for the people around the mountain and tell them, be careful that you do not go up. Do not go up the mountain or touch the foot of it. Whoever touches the mountain shall surely be put to death. He shall surely be stoned or shot with arrows. Not a hand is to be laid on him. Whenever man or animal, he shall not be permitted to live. Only when the ram's horn sound a long blast may they go up to the mountain.
After Moses had gone down the mountain to the people, he consecrated them, and they washed their clothes. Then he said to the people, "Prepare yourselves for the third day. Abstain from sexual relations." On the morning of the third day, there was thunder and lightning, with a thick cloud over the mountain, and a very loud trumpet blast. Everyone in the camp trembled. Then Moses led the people out of the camp to meet with God, and they stood at the foot of the mountain. Mount Sinai was covered with smoke, because the Lord descended on it in fire. The smoke billowed up from it like smoke from a furnace. The whole mountain trembled violently, and the sound of the trumpet grew louder and louder. Then Moses spoke, and the voice of God answered him. The Lord descended to the top of the Mount Sinai and called Moses to the top of the mountain. So Moses went up, and the Lord said to him, "Go down and warn the people, so they do not force their way through to see. The Lord and the many of them perish. Even the priests who approach the Lord must consecrate themselves, or the Lord will break out against them." Moses said to the Lord, "The people cannot come up Mount Sinai, because you yourselves warned us. Put limits around the mountain and set it apart as holy." The Lord replied, "Go down and bring Aaron up and you. But the priest and the people must not force their way through to come up to the Lord, or he will break out against them." So Moses went down to the people and told them. Chapter 20. And God spoke all these words: "I am the Lord your God, who brought you out of Egypt, out of the land of slavery. You shall have no other gods before me. You shall not make for yourself an idol in form of anything in heaven above, or on the earth beneath, or in the waters below. You shall not bow down to them or worship them. For I, the Lord your God, am a jealous God, punishing the children for the sin of the fathers to the third and fourth generation of those who hate me, but showing love to 1,000 generations of those who love me and keep my commandments. You shall not misuse the name of the Lord your God, for the Lord will not hold anyone guiltless who misuses his name. Remember the Sabbath day by keeping it holy. 6 days you shall labor and do all work, but the seventh day is a Sabbath to the Lord your God. On it you shall not do any work, neither you nor your son or daughter, nor your manservant or maidservant, nor your animal, nor the alien within your gates. For in 6 days the Lord made the heavens and the earth, the sea, and all that is in them, but he rested on the seventh day. Therefore the Lord blessed the Sabbath day and made it holy. Honor your father and your mother, so that you may live long in the land the Lord your God is giving you. You shall not murder, you shall not commit adultery, you shall not steal, you shall not give false testimony against your neighbor. You shall not covet your neighbor's house. You shall not covet your neighbor's wife, or his manservant or maidservant, his ox or donkey, or anything that belongs to your neighbor. When the people saw the thunder and lightning and heard the trumpet and saw the mountain in smoke, they trembled with fear. They stayed at a distance and said to Moses, "Speak to us yourself, and we will listen. But do not have God speak to us, or we will die." Moses said to the people, "Do not be afraid. God has come to test you, so that the fear of God will be with you, to keep you from sinning." The people remained at a distance while Moses approached the thick darkness where God was. Then the Lord said to Moses, "Tell the Israelites this: you have seen for yourselves that I have spoken to you from heaven. Do not make any gods to be alongside me. Do not make for yourselves gods of silver or gods of gold. Make an altar of earth for me, and sacrifice on it your burnt offerings and fellowship offerings, your sheep and goats and your cattle. Wherever I cause my name to be honored, I'll come to you and bless you. If you make an altar of stones for me, do not build it with dressed stones, for you will defile it if you use a tool on it. And do not go up to my altar on steps, lest your nakedness be exposed on it. Amen.
"21. If you buy a Hebrew servant, he is to serve you for 6 years, but in the 7th year he shall go free without paying anything. If he comes alone, he is to go free alone. But if he has a wife, when he comes, she is to go with him. But if master gives him a wife and she bears him sons and daughters, the woman and the children and her children shall belong to her master, and only the man shall go free. But if the servant declares, I love my master and my wife and children, and do not want to go free, then his master must take him before the judges. He shall take him to the door or to the doorpost and pierce his ear with an awl. Then he will be his servant for life. If a man sells his daughter a servant, she is not to go free as men's servants do. If she does not please the master who has selected her for himself, he must let her be redeemed. He has no right to sell her to foreigners because he has broken faith with her. If he selects her for his son, he must grant her the rights of a daughter. If he marries another woman, he must not deprive the first one of her food, clothing, and marital rights. If he does not provide her with these 3 things, she is to go free without any payment of money. Anyone who strikes a man and kills him shall surely be put to death. However, if he does not do it intentionally, but God lets it happen, he is to flee to a place I will designate. But if a man schemes and kills another man deliberately and take away from my altar and put him to death, anyone who attacks his father or his mother must be put to death. Anyone who kidnaps another and either sells him or still has him, anyone who kidnaps anyone and either sells him or still has him when he is caught must be put to death. Anyone who curses his father or mother must be put to death. If men quarrel and one hits the other with a stone or with his fist and does not die but he is confined to bed, the one who struck the blow will not be held responsible if the other gets up and walks around outside with his staff. However, he must pay the injured man for the loss of his time and see he is completely healed. If a man beats his male or female slave with a rod and his slave dies as a direct result, he must be punished. But he is not to be punished if the slave gets up after a day or 2, since the slave is his property. If men who are fighting hit a pregnant woman and she gives birth prematurely, but there is no serious injury, the offender must be fined whatever the woman's husband demands and the court allows. But if there is serious injury, you are not to take life for life, eye for eye, tooth for tooth, hand for hand, foot for foot, burn for burn, wound for wound, bruise for bruise. If a man hits a manservant or a maidservant in the eye and destroys it, he must let the servant go free to compensate for the eye. And if he knocks out the tooth of a maidservant and a maid, for a manservant or a maidservant, he must let the servant go free to compensate for both. If a bull goes a man and a woman to death, the bull must be stoned to death, and its meat must not be eaten. But the owner of the bull will not be held responsible. If, however, the bull has had the habit of gnawing and the owner has been warned but has not kept it penned up, and it kills a man or a woman, and the bull must be stoned, and the owner also must be put to death. However, if payment is demanded for him, he may redeem his life by paying whatever is demanded. This law also applies if the bull goes a son or a daughter. If the bull goes a man or a male or a female slave, the owner must pay 30 shekels of silver to the master of the slave, and the bull must be stoned. If a man uncovers a pit or digs one and fails to cover it, and an ox or a donkey falls into it, the owner of the pit must pay for the loss. He must pay its owner, and the dead animal will be his. If a man's bull injures the bull of another and it dies, they are to sell the live one and divide both the money and the dead animal equally. However, if it was known that the bull had the habit of gnawing, yet the owner did not keep it penned up, the owner must pay animal for animal, and the dead animal will be his. 22. If a man steals an ox or a sheep and slaughters it and sells it, he must pay back 5 head of cattle for the ox and 4 sheep for the sheep. If a thief is caught breaking in and is struck so that he dies, the defender is not guilty of bloodshed. But if it happens after sunrise, he is guilty of bloodshed. A thief must certainly make restitution, but if he has nothing, he must be sold to pay for his theft. If the stolen animal is found alive in his possession, whether ox or donkey or sheep, he must pay back double. If a man grazes his livestock in a field or a vineyard and lets them stray, and they graze in another man's field, he must make restitution from the best of his own field or vineyard. If a fire breaks out and spreads into the thorn bushes so that it burns shocks of grain and standing grain or the whole field, the one who started the fire must make restitution. If a man gives his neighbor silver or goods for safekeeping, and they are stolen from their home, from their neighbor's house, the thief, if he is caught, must pay back double. But if the thief is not found, the owner of the house must appear before the judges to determine whether he has laid his hands on the other man's property. In all cases of illegal possession of an ox, donkey, sheep, garment, or any other lost property about which somebody says, "This is mine," both parties are to bring their cases before the judges. For one whom the judges declares declared guilty must pay back double to his neighbor. If a man gives a donkey, an ox, a sheep, or any other animal to his neighbor for safekeeping, and it dies or is injured or it's taken away while no one is looking, the issue between them will be settled by taking an oath before the Lord that the neighbor did not lay hands on the other person's property. The owner is to accept this, and no restitution is required. But if the animal was stolen from the neighbor, he must make restitution to the owner. If it was torn into pieces by the wild animal, he shall bring in the remains as evidence, and he will not be required to pay for the torn animal. If a man borrows an animal from his neighbor and it is injured or it dies while the owner is not present, he must make restitution. But if the owner is with the animal, if the owner is with the animal, the borrower will not have to pay. If the animal was hired, the money paid for the hire covers the loss. If a man seduces a virgin who is not pledged to be married and sleeps with her, he must pay the bride price and she shall be his wife. If her father absolutely refuses to give her to him, he must pay the bride price for virgins. Do not allow a sorceress to live. Anyone who has sexual relations with an animal must be put to death. Whoever sacrifices to any god another than the Lord must be stoned, must be destroyed. Do not mistreat an alien or oppress him, for you were aliens in Egypt. Do not take advantage of a widow or an orphan. If you do, and they cry out to me, I will certainly hear their cry. My anger will be aroused, and I will kill you with the sword. Your wives will become widows, and your children fatherless. If you lend money to one of my people among you who is needy, do not be like money lender. Charge him no interest. If you take your neighbor's cloak and as a pledge, return it to him by sunset, because his cloak is the only covering he has for his body. What else will he sleep in when he cries out to me? I will hear, for I am compassionate. Do not blaspheme God or curse the ruler of your people. Do not hold back offerings for your granaries or your vats. You must give me the firstborn of your sons. Do not do the same with your cattle and your sheep. Let them stay with your mothers for 7 days, but give them to me on the 8th day. You are to be my holy people. You are to be my holy people. So do not eat the meat of an animal torn by wilder beasts. Throw it to the dogs. 23. Do not spread false reports. Do not help a wicked man by being malicious witness. Do not follow the crowd in the doing wrong. When you give a testimony in a lawsuit, do not pervert justice by siding with the crowd. Do not show favorism to a poor man in his lawsuit. If you come across your enemy's ox or donkey wandering off, be sure to take it back to him. If you see the donkey of someone who hates you fallen down under it's loud, do not leave it there. Be sure you help him with it. Do not deny justice to your poor people in your lawsuits. Have nothing to do with a false charge, and do not put an innocent or honest person to death, for I will not quit the guilt. Do not accept a bribe, or a bribe blinds for those who see and twist the words of the righteous. Do not oppress an alien. Yourselves know how it feels to be aliens, because you were aliens in Egypt. For 6 years you are to sow your fields and harvest the crops. But during the 7th year, let the land lie unpruned and unused. Then the poor among your people may get food out from it, and the wild animals may eat what they live. Do not do the same with your vineyard and your olive grove. 6 days do your work, but on the 7th day do not work, so that your ox and your donkey may rest, and the slave born in your household and the alien as well may be refreshed. Be careful to do everything I have said. Do not invoke the names of other gods. Do not let them be heard on your lips. 3 times a year you are to celebrate a festive to me. Celebrate the feast of unleavened bread. For 7 days eat bread made with yeast, as I commanded you. Do this at an appointed time in the month of Abib, for in that month you came out of Egypt. No one is to appear before me empty-handed. Celebrate the feast of harvest with the first fruits of the crops you sow in your field. Celebrate the feast in the inner gathering at the end of the year, when you gather in your crops from the field. 3 times a year, all the men are to appear before the sovereign Lord. Do not offer the blood of a sacrifice to me, along with any containing yeast. The fat of my festival offerings must not be kept until morning. Bring the best of the first fruits for your soil. Bring the best of your first fruits of the soil to the house of the Lord your God. Do not cook a young goat in the mother's milk. See, I am sending an angel ahead of you to guard you a long way and to bring you to the place I have prepared. Pay attention to him and listen to what he says. Do not rebel against him. He will not forgive your rebellion, since my name is in him. If you listen carefully to what he says and do all that I say, I will be an enemy to your enemies and will oppose those who oppose you. My angel will go ahead of you and bring you into the land of the Amorites, Hittites, Perizzites, Canaanites, Hivites, and Jebusites, and I will wipe them out. Do not bow down before their gods or worship them or follow their practices. You must demolish them and break their sacred stones into pieces. Worship the Lord your God, and his blessings will be on your food and water. I will take away sickness from among you, and none will miscarry or be barren in your land. I will give you a full lifespan. I will send my terror ahead of you and throw into confusion every nation you encounter. I will take all your enemies, turn their backs and run. I will send the hornets and ahead of you to drive the Hivites, the Canaanites, the Hittites out of your way. But I will not drive them out in a single year, because the land will become desolate and the wild animals too numerous for you. Little by little, I will drive them out before you until you have increased enough to take possession of the land. I will establish your borders from the Red Sea to the Sea of the Philistines, and from the desert to the river. I will hand over you to the people. I will hand over you to the people who live in the land, and you will drive them out before you. Do not make a covenant with them or their gods. Do not let them live in your land, or they will cause you to sin against me, because they worship their gods will certainly be a snare to you. 24. Then he said to Moses, come up to the Lord, you and Aaron, Nadab, Abihu, and 70 of the elders of Israel. You are to worship in a distance. But Moses alone is to approach the Lord. The others must not come near, and the people may not come up with him. When Moses went and told the people all the Lord's words and laws, they responded with one voice, everything the Lord has said we will do. Moses then wrote down everything the Lord had said. He got up early in the morning and built an altar at the foot of the mountain and set up 12 stone pillars representing the 12 tribes of Israel. Then he sent young Israelite men, and they offered burnt offerings and sacrificed young bulls as fellowship offerings to the Lord. Moses took half of the blood and put it in bowls, and then other half he sprinkled on the altar. Then he took the book of the covenant and he read it to the people. They responded, we will do everything the Lord has said. We will obey. Moses then took the blood, sprinkled it on the people, and said, this is the blood of the covenant that the Lord has made with you in accordance to all his words. Moses and Aaron, Nadab and Abihu, and the 70 elders of Israel went up and saw the God of Israel. Under his feet was something like a pavement made of sapphire, clear as the sky itself. But God did not raise his hand against these elders of the Israelites. They saw God and they ate and drank. Then the Lord said to Moses, Then the Lord said to Moses, come up to me on the mountain and stay here, and I will give you the tablets of stone with the law and the commands I have written for their instruction. Then Moses set out with Joshua, his aide, and Moses went up on the mountain of God. He said to the elders, wait here for us until we come back to you. Aaron and Hur are with you. Anyone involved in a dispute can go to them. When Moses went up to the mountain, the cloud covered it, and the glory of the Lord settled on the mountain. For 6 days the cloud covered the mountain, and then on the seventh day the Lord called to Moses from within the cloud. To the Israelites, the glory of the Lord looked like a consuming fire on top of the mountain. Then Moses entered the cloud as he went up on the mountain, and he stayed on the mountain 40 days and 40 nights.
Vikara Bwana akinena na Musa akimwamba, enda ukaambira Israeli kukala manimbozere sadaka ya vitu. Kila mtu andiemboza vituje kwa moyo mumwenga kihokere. Na vivi ndo vitu
na vivi ndo vitu hera, dhahabu na fedha na ndangu, nyuzi za buluu na za zambarau na tune, katani safi na nyoga za mbuzi, kingo za turume za kungizwa rangi tune, kingo za nyama wa pwani aifaye pombo, na mbao za mushita. Kisha masikose kureha mafuha ga zeituni ga kugwizira mataa, na vilungo ja kuchanganyira mafuha ga kuhasira na uvumba wa kunukato. Kisha na marehe shohamu na mawe mangine ga kima kibomu, gandigo donerwa choki simbao cha mulombi na kifuko cha pakwe cha langani. Bai na makikala madzagonya kureha jo vitu vijo na manitengezere hatu haheri, kwamba nikadime kutoa hamwenga nao. Hemariro be ninahenza muri yake na murangize via, ila kila kitu na kale karakara na wo mufano niro kwanyesa ko murimani. Kujona bwana akienderera kunena na Musa akimwamba, ambire manitengezere sanduku rambao za mushita. Ulwa sanduku riro undakala mikono miri na nusu, wala muwe ukale mikono mumwenga na nusu, na kimoche nacho kindakala mkono mumwenga na nusu. Mundariha kadhahabu safi nze na ndani. Ngonya muri dengereze mukungu wa marembo wa dhahabu safi. Mukigonya vivyo, tengezani vidanga vinne vya dhahabu, muvigwizanye nazo pembe za chini za sanduku, kila pembe kidanga kimwenga, upande uno viri na upande uno viri. Mukila haho tengezani mihi ya mushita, muihake dhahabu hatango gonya muyangize kahia jo vidanga lwavu luno muhi na lwavu luno muhi. Hivyo ndo mundu hivyo tukulira rosanduku. Mukikala mzangiza mihi yo mondani, mihi mo vidangani, siambozeni kaheri bule. Uricheni utue kukala mumo. Bai nikikupa gomawe mairi nirigo gao Bai nikikupa gomawe mairi nirigo gao za amuri kagaike kahi za rosanduku da mikilagane. Ukikala udzagonya vivyo, undatengeneza kihi cha mbazi. Kiricho ndo kindicho kala kifinikiro cha rosanduku. Kisha kindakala na ure wa mikono miri na nusu, na walamu wa mukono mwenga na nusu. Nawe undakitengeneza na dhahabu safi. Kisha undasanya makerubi airi a dhahabu, warungaraze dzulu jacho kifinikiro. Mumwenga mkono kuria, mwingine mkono kumoto. Kerubi mumwenga undamwaika kando ino, naye mwingine kando iria yacho kifinikiro cha uriso radhambi. Ao makerubi na kicho kifinikiro unda vigwirizanya vikale kitu kimwenga. O makerubi mandakala madzakunzula mahaha gao, ili makifinikire choki hichambazi. Kisha mandakala mana lolana kuno madzagbaga mato tini kulola choki hichambazi. Bai unda hala jo vihande jamawe virivyo orwa jo amuri. Virivyo chorwa yo amuri unda ujangize mondani yaro sanduku da kilagane. Gonya uhale choki finiki roche ufinikire. Nami ninda kala nikitunganana na kunena nawe hodzulu za choki kihi chambazi. Kahikai za ao makerubi airi maimireo dzulu za rosanduku ra kilagane. Nami hahondo nindo kupa amuri zosi za Israeli. Kona Mulungu akaendelea kunena na Musa akiamba, kisha unatengeneza meza ya mushita urehe undakala mikono miri na walamue ukale mkono mumwenga na kimoche kikale mkono mumwenga na nusu. Undaihaka dhahabu safi yosini hata go kamare. Gonya uindegereze mkungo wa marembo wa dhahabu pande zosi. Gonya undaitengezera furemu ya walamu wa here inchitahu. Kisha yo furemu nayo undaidengelezera mkungu wa marembo wa dhahabu. Undaitengezera vidanga vine vya dhahabu na kila kidanga ukibizanye na pembe mwenga ya kigulu na kila kidanga ukibizanye na pembe mwenga ya kigulu chayo meza vizho vidanga undavika hehi nayo furemu, kwani ndijo gwizwa yo mihiha kusukulira yo meza. Ukikala udzagonya kuhenda vizho, tengeneza yo mihiha ya kusukulira yo meza. Mihi iyo indakala ya mushita, ela undaihaka dhahabu. Undatengeneza masahani na vikombeje kwangizira manukato. Kisha undatengeneza vibakuli na tupa za kumbozera sadaka ya kinewa. Via vivi vyosi undavitengeneza na dhahabu safi. Bai undahala yo meza uyikembere za rosa ndukura kilagane. Gonya ukale ukiika yo mikahea kumbozwa sadaka mbere zangu dzulu za yo meza kila siku. Kujona jo Bwana akaendelea kunena na Musa akimwamba, undatengeneza viguzo vya kuikira mataa vya dhahabu safi. Kinguzo kicho undahenda kukisanya. Hakoracho kiguzo na mugongwe wa hakikaikahi na mafundoge na maluage ga kuchangiza marembo na vikale vitu kimwenga. Kinguzo kicho kindakala na tai tandahu, upande uno tahitahu na upande uno tahitahu. Hakiza jo vitai vihandahu, hakiza jo vitai vihandahu, kila kitai kindakala kina malua mahahu gaku halana na luala ra mulozi. Na kila lua lindakala na kigongo chaku kuringi rira. Wo mugongo wakaikaiwo undakala na malua mane ga kuhalana na luara mulozi. Na kila lua rindakala na kigongo cha kurigwirira. Undatengeneza mafundo mahahu ga kuhalana na lua riro kariza fumula fundo mwenga chini ya kila pande. Goma fundo na zotai nacho kiguzo na vigizanywe hamwenga vikale kitu kimwenga kizichofanywa na dhahabu safi. Ukigonya kutengeza cho kiguzo, tengeneza mataa mafungahe ugaike zulu za cho kiguzo, ili galaje mulangaza kahi zayo sehemu iliyo mbele za cho kiguzo. Viaja kuzinyira gomata hamwenga na visahani ja kupakwe najo na vitengezwe na dhahabu safi. Cho kiguzo cha kuikira gomata hamwenga na viaje josi na vitengezwe na kilo mirongo mihahu na 5 za dhahabu safi. Vitu vivi josi be vitengenezwe karakara na wo mfano niriwo kwanyesa kodzulu murimani. 26. Bwana akiendelea kunena na Musa akimwamba, tengeneza hema na matungamano. Hema riro undaritengeneza na shuka 10 za katani safi ya kuhenda kusukwa na nyuzi za buluu na za zambarau na tune na marembo ga makerubi na gafumwe kahi za zo shuka ni atu mavima nyao tototo zo shuka zosi zindakala karakara de kila shuka indakala na ure wa mikono 28 na walamu wa mikono 4. Zo shuka mundazibizanya 5 na kila shuka ya kanda kahiza zo shuka 5 mundizo bizanya mundaishonera mahanzi gauzi wa buluu kahiza ro pindo da pakwe. Halaniyo shuka ya kwanza kamare kahizajo shuka 5 za kwanza, nayo shuka ya mwisho kahizajo shuka nyingine 5. Muzangize mahanzi mirongo 5 mahanzi gaga na galolane. Ukila haho tengeza vidude mirongo 5 ja dhahabu ja kugojera vindijo kala here vigwiza nyiro ja kugwizanyira yo shuka. Kila shuka na ingwizanywe na mwanziwe ili rohe marosi rikale kitu kimwenga. Mulungu akiendelea kunena na Musa akimwamba, ukila haho tengeneza shuka 11 za nyoga za mbuzi. Shuka zizo undazihumira kutengeneza chandarua zingine kindicho biningiza rohema. Zo shuka 11 na zikale karakarade zosi. Kila shuka ikale na ure wa mikono mirongo mihahu na walamu wa mikono 4. Undahala shuka 5 uzibizanye lwakwe na zo shuka tandahu nazo uzibizanywe lwakwe. Yo shuka ya handahu undaipiga makumbi mairi ndo yombere za rohema. Undafuma mahanzi mirongo mitano dzulu na pindo rayo shuka ya kwanza kahiza zo shuka tano za kwanza na mahandizi mirongo mitano dzulu za pindo rayo shuka ya mwisho ya zo shuka nyingine. Ukigonya tengeneza vidude mirongo mitano jangadu kwenye zenye ngoto na ujangize kai za jo mahandizi ili ungwizanye jo shuka zosi zikale rishuka rimwenga ra rohema. Yo nusu shuka indio sala indalewalewa luhande wa nyuma la rohema ra Mulungu. Yo mikono miri ya nguo indio sala haki za kahi za zo pande mbili za rohema iriche ilewelewe ibiningize yo rohema. Mkono mwenga lwavulunwa, mkono mwingine lwavululu. Rohema undaritengeneza jandarua viri. Chandarua kimwenga kindakala cha kingo za turume zindizo gwira rangi tune na chandarua cha hiri kindicho kala dzulu zacho cha kwanza kindatengezwa na kingo za pombo. Bai Mulungu akienderera kunena kiamba riro hema undaritengeneza furemu za mbao za mushita. Mushita uziimishe. Uri wa kila furemu undakala mikono 10 na walamu undakala mkono mumwenga na nusu. Kila furemu indakala na topolo 2 zindizo humirwa kugwizanyira jo furemu. Luhande lwa kwa mwaka la rohema undatengeza furemu mirongo mire na maina mirongo mine ga fedha. Kila furemu indakala na maina mairi ga fedha gandigo gizwa zotopolo 2 za kwakwe. Luhande lwa kwa vuri lwa rohema nako undatengeneza furemi mirongo miri na maina mirongo mine ga fedha. Kila furemu indakala na maina mairi gandigo ngizwa zotopolo 2 za kwakwe. Luhande lwa nyuma la rohema lurilo muterero wa dzua undatengeneza furemu tandahu na furemu nyingine 2 za pembe na pembe. Mwenga pembe ino na mwenga pembe iria. Kwa nyuma ya hema furemu zizi za pembe na pembe zisingizanywe bule kotini. Zinda gwizanywa hamwenga ziunywe ni kidangako dzulu kwenye. Zosi 2 mundazi tengeneza kimwenga. Kwa vizho kwa jumula ko muterero wa dzua kundakala na furemu 8 na maina 10 na mahandahu ga fedha ga kwangizirira zo furemu kila furemu maina mairi. Bai Mulungu akienderera kunena kiamba ukigonya vizho undatengeneza papi 15 za mushita. Papi 5 zindakalani za kugwizanyira zo furemu za luhande lwa kwa mwaka ilayo hema papi 5 la kwa mwaka la rohema. Papi 5 zikaleniza kugwizanyira yo furemu za luhande la kwa zuri na 5 zikaleni za kugwizanyira zofuremu zirizo luhande la nyuma lwa rohema lurilo mutserero wa jua lo lupapi lo ho hakahikahi lundakira mo hakaikai mwazofuremu kula kanda hata kanda undahala zofuremu hamwenga na zopapi zosi uzihake dhahabu gonya zofuremu undazitengeneza vidanga vya dhahabu vindivyo funga zopapi ninanena kaheri rirohema beri tengeze zajo nirivyo panyesa kodzulu murima ni kwenye kujonavyo mulungu akienderera kunena kiamba kisha unatengeneza pazia hii undaitengeneza na nyuzi za buluu na za zambarao na tune hamwenga na katani safi ya kuhenda kusukwa pazia hii naifumirwe marembo ga makerubi kiza kisha gafumweto sana ni mutu avimanyaye pazia hii ikigoma kufumwa undaigoja zulu za mihongoni mine ya mushita mihongoni undakala ya hakwa mihongoni hii indakala ya hakwa dhahabu yosi na ikahi za maina mane ga fedha kisha undakala udzangizwa vidude zenye ngoto za dhahabu bai undahala yo pazia uigoje najo vidude vya kugojera gonya ukahalero sanduku la ushahidi udze urike nyuma ya yo pazia ndani ya ho hatuaeri kukira kueri kosi ili yo pazia ikadime kugaza na kuhatenga yo hatu aheri kulakwa yo hatu amba kulakwa yo hatu ya heri kukira kuheri kosi ukila haho undahala chokihi chambazi ukiningize ro sanduku ra ushahidi haki zaho hatu haheri kukira kuheri kosi yo meza ya kula jira sadaka ya mikahe yo andayika nzeya yo meza ya kula jira sadaka ya mikahe iyo undaika nze ya yo pazia luhande lwa kwazuri lwa rohema ulolane nacho kiguzo cha kuikira mataa ko luhande lwa kwa mwaka la rohema wo mulomo wa rohema undautengeneza pazia ikale ndo muriango pazia hii inatengenezwa na nyuzi za buluu na za zambarao na tune hamwenga na katani safi ya kuhenda kusukwa kazi hiyo yosi indahenda kufungwa na shindano kisha pazia hii undaitengeneza mihongohi mitano ya mushita uihake dhahabu na uitengezere maina matano ngadu mihongoni hii undayangwiza vidude vya kugojera vya dhahabu
Build an altar of acacia wood, 3 cubits high. It is to be square, 5 cubits long, and 5 cubits wide. Make a horn at the end at each of the 4 corners, so that the horns and the altar are of one piece. And overlay the altar with bronze. Make all its utensils of bronze, its pots to remove the ashes, and its shovels, sprinkling bowls, meat forks, and fire pans. Make a grating for it, a bronze network, and make a bronze ring at each of the 4 corners of the network. Put it under the ledge Put it under the ledge of the altar so that it is halfway up the altar. Make poles of acacia wood for the altar and overlay them with bronze. The poles are to be inserted into the rings so they will be on 2 sides of the altar. When it is carried, make an altar hollow out of boards. It is to be made just as you were shown on the mountain. Make a courtyard of the tabernacle. The south side shall be of 100 cubits long, and it shall have curtains of finely twisted linen with 20 posts and 20 bronze bases, and with silver hooks and bands of the post. The north side shall also be 100 cubits long, and it shall have curtains with the 20 posts and the 20 bronze bases, and with silver hooks and bands on the posts. The west side of the courtyard shall be 50 cubits wide and have curtains with 10 posts of the bases. On the east side, towards the sunrise, the courtyard shall also be 50 cubits wide. Curtains 15 cubits long, as to be on one side of the entrance, with 3 posts and 3 bases, and curtains 15 cubits long to be on the side with 3 posts and 3 bases. For the entrance to the courtyard, provide a curtain 20 cubits long of purple, blue, purple, and scarlet yarn, and finely twisted linen. The work of the embroiders, with 4 posts and 4 bases. All the posts around the courtyard are to have silver bands and hooks and bronze bases. The courtyard shall be 100 cubits long and 50 cubits wide, with curtains of finely twisted linen 5 cubits high, and with bronze bases. All the other articles used in the service of the tabernacle, whatever their function, including all the tents, pegs, for it is those for the courtyard, are to be of bronze. Command the Israelites to bring you clear oil of pressed olive for the light, so that the lamp may be kept burning in the tent of the meeting. Outside the curtain that is in front of the testimony, Aaron and his sons are to keep the lamps burning before the Lord from evening till morning. This is to be an everlasting ordinance among the Israelites for generations to come. Chapter 28. Have Aaron your brother brought to you from among the Israelites, along with his sons Nadab and Abihu, Eleazar and Ithamar, so that they may serve me as priests. Make sacred garments for your brother Aaron to give him dignity and honor. Tell all the skilled men to whom I have given wisdom in such matters that they are to make garments for Aaron and for his consecration, so that he may serve me as a priest. These are the garments that are to make a breastplate, an ephod, a robe, a woven tunic, a turban, and a sash. They are to make these sacred garments for your brother Aaron and his sons, so they may serve me as priests. Have them use gold and blue and purple and scarlet yarn and fine linen. Make the ephod of gold and of blue, purple, and scarlet yarn, and of finely twisted linen, the work of the skilled craftsman. It is to have 2 shoulder pieces attached to 2 of its corners, so it can be fastened. Its skillfully woven waistband is to be like it, of 1 piece with an ephod, and made with gold, with blue, purple, and scarlet yarn, and with finely twisted linen. Take 2 onyx stones and engrave them the names of the sons of Israel in the order of their birth, 6 names on 1 stone, and the remaining 6 on the other stone. Engrave the names of the sons of Israel on the other stones the way a gem cutter engraves a seal. Then mount the stones in gold filigree settings and fasten them on the shoulder pieces of the ephod as a memorial stone to the sons of Israel. Aaron is to bear the names on his shoulders as a memorial before God. Make gold filigree settings and 2 braided chains of pure gold, like a rope, and attach the chains of the settings. Fashion a breastplate for making decisions, the work of a skilled craftsman. Make it like the ephod, of gold and of blue, purple, and scarlet yarn, and of finely twisted linen. It is to be square, a span long and a span wide, and folded double. Then mount 4 rows of precious stones on it. In the first row there shall be ruby, a topaz, a beryl, and in the second row shall be turquoise, a sapphire, and an emerald. In the third row shall be jacinth, and agate, and amethyst. In the fourth row shall be chrysolite, an onyx, and a jasper. Mount them in gold filigree settings. There are to be 12 stones, 1 for each of the names of the sons of Israel, each engaged like a seal, and with the name of one of the 12 tribes. For the breastplate, make braided chain of gold like a rope. Make 2 gold rings for it and fasten them to the corners of the breastplate. Fasten the 2 gold chains to the rings at the corner of the breastplate, and on the other ends of the chains to the settings attaching them to the shoulder pieces of the ephod at the front. Make 2 gold rings and attach them to the other corners of the breastplate piece on the inside edges next to the ephod. Make 2 more gold rings and attach them to the bottom of the shoulder piece of the front, on the front of the ephod, close to the seam just above the waistband of the ephod. The rings of the breastplate are to be tied to the rings of the ephod with a blue cord, connecting it to the waistband so that the breastplate will not swing out of the ephod. Whenever Aaron enters the holy place, he will bear the names of the sons of Israel over his heart on the breastplate of decision as a continuing memorial before the Lord. Also put the Urim and the Thummim on the breastpiece, so that they may be over Aaron's heart whenever he enters the presence of the Lord. Thus, Aaron will always bear the means of making decisions for the children, for the Israelites, over his heart before the Lord. Make the rope of the ephod entirely of blue cloth, with an opening for the head in its center. There shall be a woven edge like a collar around its opening, so that it will not tear. Make pomegranate of purple, blue, and scarlet yarn around the hem of the robe, with gold belts between them. The gold belts and the pomegranates are to alternate around the hem of the robe. Aaron must wear it when he ministers. The sound of the bells will be heard when he enters the holy place before the Lord and when he comes out, so that he will not die. Make a plate of pure gold and engrave it on it as on a seal, holy to the Lord. Fasten a blue cord to it to attach it to the turban. It is to be on the front of the turban. It will be as Aaron's forehead, and it will bear the guilt involved in the sacred gifts the Israelites consecrate, whatever their gifts may be. It will be on Aaron's forehead continually, so that they will be acceptable to God, to the Lord. With the tunic of fine linen, make the turban of fine linen. The sash is to be the work of an embroider. Make tunics, sashes, and headbands for Aaron's sons, to give them dignity and honor. After you put these clothes on your brother Aaron and his sons, anoint and ordain them. Consecrate them so that they may serve me as priests. Make linen undergarment as a covering for the body, reaching from the waist to the thigh. Aaron and his sons must wear them whenever they enter the tent of meeting or approach the altar to minister in the holy place, so that they will not incur guilt and die. This is to be a lasting ordinance for Aaron and his descendants. Chapter 29. This is what you are to do to consecrate them, so that they may serve me as priest. Take a young bull and 2 rams without defect, and from fine wheat flour without yeast make bread and cake, mix with oil and wafers, spread with oil. Put them in a basket and present them in it, along with the bull and the 2 rams. Then bring Aaron and his sons to the entrance of the tent of meeting and wash them with water. Take the garments and dress Aaron with the tunic, the robe of the ephod itself, and the breastplate fastened the ephod on him by its skillful woven waistbands. Put a turban on his head and attach the sacred diadem to the turban. Take the anointing oil and anoint him by pouring it on his head. Bring his sons and dress them in tunic and put headbands on them. Then tie the sashes on Aaron and his sons. The priesthood is theirs by a lasting ordinance. In this way you shall ordain Aaron and his sons. Bring the bull to the front of the tent of meeting, and Aaron and his sons shall lay their hands on its head. Slaughter it in the Lord's presence and at the entrance of the tent of meeting. Take some of the bull's blood and put it on the horns of the altar with your finger, and pour on the rest of it at the base of the altar. Then take all the fat around the inner parts, the covering of the liver, and both kidneys around the inner parts and covering of the liver, and with both kidneys and the fat around them, and burn them on the altar. Burn the bull's flesh and its hide and its offal outside the camp. It is a sin offering. Take one of the rams, and Aaron and his sons shall lay their hands on its head. Slaughter it and take the blood and sprinkle it against the altar and all the sides. Cut the ram into pieces and wash the inner parts and the legs. Put them with the head and the other pieces. Then burn the entire ram on the altar. It is a burnt offering to the Lord, a pleasing aroma, an offering made to the Lord by fire. Take the other ram, and Aaron and his sons shall lay their hands on its head. Slaughter it, and take some of its blood, and put it on the lobes of the right ear of Aaron and his sons, and on the thumb of the right hand, and on the big toe of the right foot. Then sprinkle the blood against the altar on the altar on all sides. And take some of the blood of the altar and some of the anointing oil, and sprinkle it on Aaron and his garments, and on his sons and their garments. Then he and his sons and their garments will be consecrated. Take from this ram the fat tail, the fat around the inner part, and the covering of the liver, both kidneys and the fat around them, and the right thigh. This is the ram for the ordination. For the basket of bread made without yeast, which is before the Lord, take a loaf and a cake made with oil and wafers. Put all this in the hands of Aaron and his sons, and wave them before the Lord as a wave offering. Then take them from his hands and burn them to the altar along with the burnt offering for a pleasing aroma to the Lord, an offering made to the Lord by fire. After you take the breast of the ram for Aaron's ordination, wave it before the Lord as a wave offering, and it will be yours, and it will be your share. Consecrate those parts of the ordination ram that belong to Aaron and his sons, the breast that was waved and the thigh that was presented. This is always to be the regular share of the Israelites for Aaron and his sons. It is the contribution the Israelites are to make to the Lord for their fellowship offering. Aaron's sacred garments will belong to his descendants so that they can be anointed and ordained in them. The son who succeeds him as a priest and comes to the tent of meeting to minister to the holy place is to wear them 7 days. Take the ram for the ordination and cook the meat in sacred place at the entrance of the tent of meeting. Aaron and his sons are to eat the meat of the ram and the bread. This is the basket. They are to eat this offering by which atonement has been made for their ordination and consecration, but no one else may eat them because they are sacred. And if any of the meat of the ordination ram or any bread is left over till morning, burn it up. It must not be eaten because it is sacred. Do for Aaron and his sons everything I have commanded you, taking 7 days to ordain them. Sacrifice a bull each day as a sin offering to make atonement. Purify the altar by making atonement for it, and anoint it to consecrate it. For 7 days, make atonement of the altar and consecrate it. Then the altar will be most holy, and whatever touches it will be holy. This is what you are to offer on the altar regularly each day. 2 lambs a year old. Offer one in the morning and other at twilight. With the first lamb, offer a tenth of the ephah of fine flour mixed with a quarter of a hin of oil from pressed olive, and a quarter of a hin of wine as a drink offering. Sacrifice the other lamb at twilight with the same grain offering and its drink offering as in the morning, a pleasing aroma, an offering made to the Lord by fire. For the generations to come, this burnt offering is to be made regularly at the entrance to the tent of meeting before the Lord. There I will meet you and speak to you. There also I will meet with the Israelites, and the people will be consecrated by my glory. So I will consecrate the tent of meeting and the altar, and I will consecrate Aaron and his sons to serve me as priests. Then I will dwell among the Israelites and be their God. They will know that I am the Lord their God, who brought them out of Egypt so that I might dwell among them. I am their God. Chapter 30. Make an altar of acacia wood for burning incense. It is to be square, a cubit long and a cubit wide, and 2 cubits high. Its horns of one piece with it. Overlay the top and all the sides and the horns with pure gold, and make a gold molding around it. Make 2 gold rings for the altar below the molding, 2 on the opposite sides, to hold the poles used to carry it. Make the poles of acacia and overlay them with gold. Sorry. Put the altar in front of the curtain and is before the ark of the testimony, before the atonement cover, that is over the testimony, where I meet with you. Aaron must burn fragrant incense on the altar every morning when he tends the lamps. He must burn incense again when he lights the lamp at twilight. So incense will burn regularly before the Lord for the generations to come. Do not offer an altar, any other incense, or any other burnt offering or grain offering, and do not pour a drink offering on it. Once a year, Aaron shall make atonement on its horns. This annual atonement must be made with the blood of the atoning sin offering for generations to come. It is most holy to the Lord. Then the Lord said to Moses, when you take census of the Israelites to count them, each must pay the Lord a ransom for his life at the time he's counted. Then no plague will come on them when you number them. Each one who crosses over to those already counted is to give half a shekel, according to the sanctuary shekel, which weighs 20 gerahs. This half shekel is an offering to the Lord. All who cross over, those 20 years old or more, are to give an offering to the Lord. The rich are not to give more than half a shekel, and the poor are not to give less. When you make the offering to the Lord, atone for your lives. Receive the atonement money from the Israelites and use it for the service of the tent meeting. It will be a memorial for the Israelites before the Lord. Make the atonement for your lives. Then the Lord said to Moses, make bronze basin. It is bronze stand with its bronze stud for washing. Place it between the tent of meeting and the altar, and put water in it. Aaron and his sons are to wash their hands and feet with water from it. Whenever they enter the tent of meeting, they shall wash with water so that they will not die. Also, when they approach the altar to minister by presenting an offering made to the Lord by fire, they will wash their hands and their feet so that they don't die. This is to be a lasting ordinance for Aaron and his descendants for generations to come. Then the Lord said to Moses, take the following fine pieces, 500 shekels of liquid myrrh, half as much of fragrant cinnamon, 250 shekels of fragrant cane, 500 shekels of acacia, and all according to the sanctuary shekel, and a hin of olive oil. Make this into a sacred anointing oil, a fragrant blend, the work of a perfumer. It will be the sacred anointing oil. Then use it to anoint the tent of meeting, the ark of the testimony, the table and all its articles, the lampstand and its accessories, the altar of incense and the altar of burnt offering and all the utensils, and the basin with its stand. You shall consecrate them so that they will be most holy, and whatever touches them will be holy. Anoint Aaron with his sons and consecrate them so that they may serve me as priests. Say to the Israelites, this is to be my sacred anointing oil for generations to come. Do not pour it on men's body, and do not make any oil with the same formula. It is sacred, and you are to consider it sacred. Whoever makes perfume like it, and whoever puts it on any other than a priest, must be cut off from his people. Then the Lord said to Moses, take a fragrant spice, gum resin, onycha, and gold barbam, and pure frankincense, all in equal amounts, and make a fragrant blend of incense, the work of a perfumer. It is to be salted and pure and sacred. Grind some of its powder and place it in front of the testimony in the tent of meeting, where I will meet with you. It shall be most holy to you. Do not make an incense with a formula for yourself. Consider it holy to the Lord. Whoever makes any like it to enjoy its fragrance must be cut off from his people. That's the word of the Lord.
the tribe of Judah, and have filled him with the Spirit of God, with skill, ability, and knowledge in all kinds of crafts, to make artistic design for the work in gold, silver, and bronze, to cut and set stones, to work in wood, and to engage in all kinds of craftsmanship. Moreover, I have appointed Oholiab, son of Elishama of the tribe of Dan, to help him. Also, I have given him skill to all the craftsmen to make everything. I have commanded you the tent of meeting, the ark of testimony, with the atonement covers on it, and all the other furnishing of the tent, the table and its article of pure gold, lampstand and all its accessories, the altar of incense, the altar of burnt offerings and all its utensils, the basin with its stand, and also the woven garments, both the sacred garments for Aaron, the priest, and garments for his sons, when they serve as priests, and anointing of oil, and fragrant incense for the holy place. They are to make them just as I command them. Then the Lord said to Moses, say to the Israelites, you must observe my Sabbath. This will be a sign between me and you for the generations to come, so you may know that I'm the Lord who makes you holy. Observe the Sabbath, because it is holy to you. Anyone who desecrates it must be put to death. Whoever does any work on that day must be cut off from his people. For 6 days work is to be done, but the seventh day is Sabbath of rest, holy to the Lord. Whoever does any work on the Sabbath, they must be put to death. The Israelites are to observe the Sabbath, celebrating it for the generation to come as lasting covenant. It will be a sign between me and the Israelites forever. For in 6 days the Lord made the heavens and the earth, and the seventh day he abstained from work and rested. When the Lord finished speaking to Moses on Mount Sinai, he gave him the 2 tablets of the testimony, the tablets of stone and inscribed by the finger of God. Chapter 32. When the people saw that Moses was long in coming down from the mountain, they gathered around Aaron and said, come, make us gods, who will go before us. As for this fellow Moses who brought us out of Egypt, we don't know what has happened to him. Aaron answered them, take off the gold earrings that your wives, your sons, and your daughters are wearing, and bring them to me. So all the people took off their earrings and brought them to Aaron. He took what they handed him and made it into an idol cast in the shape of a calf. Fashioning with a tool, then he said, these are your gods, O Israel, who brought you out of Egypt. When Aaron saw this, he built an altar in front of the calf and announced, tomorrow there will be a festival to the Lord. So the next day the people rose early and sacrificed burnt offering and presented fellowship offerings. Afterward they sat down to eat and drink and got up to indulge in revelry. Then the Lord said to Moses, go down, because your people whom you brought up out of Egypt have become corrupt. They have been quick to turn away from what I commanded them. Of Egypt have become corrupt. They've been quick to turn away from what I commanded them and have made themselves an idol, cast in the shape of a calf. They've bowed down to it and sacrificed, to it and have said, "These are your gods, Israel, who brought you out of Egypt." I've seen these people, the Lord said to Moses, and they are stiff-necked people. Now leave me alone so that my anger may burn against them and that I may destroy them. Then I will make you into a great nation. But Moses sought the favor of the Lord his God. "O Lord," he said, "why should your anger burn against your people, whom you brought out of Egypt with great power and a mighty hand? Why should the Egyptians say, 'It was with an evil intent that you brought them out to kill them in the mountains and to wipe them off of the face of the earth'? Turn from your fierce anger, relent and do not bring disaster on your people. Remember your servants Abraham, Isaac, and Israel, to whom you swore by your own self, 'I will make your descendants as numerous as the stars in the sky, and I will give your descendants all this land. I promised them, and it will be their inheritance forever.' Then the Lord relented and did not bring on his people the disaster he had threatened. Moses turned and went down the mountain with the 2 tablets of the testimony in his hands. They were inscribed on both sides from the back. And the tablets were the work of God. The writing was the writing of God engraved on the tablets. When Joshua heard the noise of the people shouting, he said to Moses, 'There is the sound of war in the camp.' Moses replied, 'It is not the sound of victory. It is not sound of defeat. It is the sound of singing that I hear.' When Moses approached the camp and saw the calf and the dancing, his anger burned and threw the tablets out of his hand, breaking them to pieces at the foot of the mountain. And he took the calf they had made and burned it in the fire. Then he grounded it to powder, scattered it on the water, and made the Israelites drink it. He said to Aaron, 'What did these people do to you, that you led them into such great sin?' 'Do not be angry, my Lord,' Aaron answered. 'You know how prone these people are to evil. They said to me, "Make us gods who will go before us." As for this fellow Moses who brought us out of Egypt, we don't know what has happened to him.' So I told them, 'Whoever has any gold jewelry, take it off.' Then he gave me the gold, and I threw it in the fire, and out came this calf. Moses saw that the people were running wild, and that Aaron had let them get out of control, and so become a laughingstock to their enemies. So he stood at the entrance to the camp and said, 'Whoever is for the Lord, come to me.' And all the Levites rallied to him. Then he said to them, 'This is what the Lord, the God of Israel, says. Each man strap a sword to his side. Go back and forth through the camp from one end to the other, each killing his brother and friend and neighbor.' The Levites did as Moses commanded, and that day about 3,000 of the people died. Then Moses said, You have been set apart to the Lord today, for you were against your own sons and brothers, and he has blessed you this day. The next day Moses said to the people, "You have committed a great sin, but now I will go up to the Lord. Perhaps I can make atonement for your sin." So Moses went back to the Lord and said, "Oh, what a great sin these people have committed. They have made themselves gods of gold. But now, please forgive their sin. But if not, then blot me out of the book you have written." The Lord replied to Moses, "Whoever has sinned against me, I will blot out of my book. Now go, lead the people to the place I spoke of, and my angel will go before you. However, when the time comes for me to punish, I will punish them for their sin." And the Lord struck the people with a plague because of what they did with the calf Aaron had made. Chapter 33. Then the Lord said to Moses, "Leave this place, you and the people you brought out of Egypt, and go up the land I promised on oath to Abraham, Isaac, Jacob, saying, I will give it to your descendant. I will send an angel before you and drive out the Canaanites, Amorites, Hittites, Perizzites, Hivites, and Jebusites. Go up to the land flowing with milk and honey, but I will not go with you, because you are stiff-necked people. I might destroy you on the way." When the people heard these distressing words, they began to mourn, and no one put on an ornament. For the Lord had said to Moses, "Tell the Israelites, you are a stiff-necked people. If I were to go with you even for a moment, I might destroy you. Now take off your ornaments, and I will decide what to do with you." So the Israelites stripped off their ornaments at Mount Horeb. Now Moses used to take a tent and pitch it outside the camp some distance away, calling it the tent of meeting. Anyone inquiring of the Lord would go to the tent of meeting outside the camp, and whenever Moses went out to the tent, all the people rose and stood at the entrance to the tents, watching Moses until he entered the tent. As Moses went to the tent, the pillar of cloud would come down and stay at the entrance while the Lord spoke with Moses. Wherever the people saw the pillar of cloud standing at the entrance to the tent, they all stood and worshipped, each at the entrance to this tent. The Lord would speak to Moses face to face, as a man speaks with his friend. Then Moses would return to the camp, but his young aide Joshua, son of Nun, did not leave the tent. Moses said to the Lord, "You have been telling me, lead these people, but you had not let me know whom you will send with me. You have said, I know you by name, and you have found favor with me. If you are pleased with me, teach me your ways, so I may know you and continue to find favor with you. Remember that this nation is your people." The Lord replied, "My presence will go with you, and I will give you rest." Then Moses said to him, "If your presence does not go with us, do not send us up from here. How will anyone know that you are pleased with me and your people unless you go with us? What else will distinguish me and your people from all the other people on the face of the earth?" And the Lord said to Moses, "I will do the very thing you have asked, because I am pleased with you and I know you by name." Then Moses said, "Now show me your glory." And the Lord said, "I will cause all my goodness to pass in front of you, and I will proclaim my name, the Lord, in your presence. I will have mercy on you, I will have mercy, and I will have compassion on whom I will have compassion." But he said, "You cannot see my face, for no one may see me and live." Then the Lord said, "There's a place near me where you may stand on a rock. When my glory passes by, I will put you in a cleft in the rock and cover you with my hand until I've passed by. Then I will remove my hand and you'll see my back, but my face must not be seen." Chapter 34. The Lord said to Moses, "Chisel out 2 stone tablets like the first one. I will write on them the words that were on the first tablets, which you broke. Be ready in the morning and then come on Mount Sinai. Present yourself to me. There on top of the mountain, no one is to come with you or be seen anywhere on the mountain. Not even the flocks and the herds may graze in front of the mountain." So Moses chiseled out 2 stone tablets like the first one and went up Mount Sinai early in the morning, as the Lord had commanded him, and carried the 2 stone tablets in his hands. Then the Lord came down in the cloud and stood there with him and proclaimed his name, the Lord. And he passed in front of Moses, proclaiming, the Lord, the compassionate and gracious God, slow to anger, abounding in love and faithfulness, maintaining love to 1,000, forgiving wickedness, rebellion, and sin. Yet he does not leave the guilty unpunished. He punishes the children and and their children for the sin of the fathers to the third and fourth generation. Moses bowed to the ground and at once worshipped. "O Lord, if I have found favor in your eyes," he said, "then the Lord go with us. Although this is a stiff-necked people, forgive our wickedness and sin, and take us as your inheritance." Then the Lord said, "I'm making a covenant with you. Before all your people I will do wonders, never before done in any nation in all the world. The people you live among will see how awesome is the work that I, the Lord, will do for you. Obey what I command you today. I will drive out before you the Amorites, Canaanites, Hittites, Perizzites, Hivites, and the Jebusites. Be careful not to make a treaty with those who live in the land where you are going, or there will be a snare among you. Break down their altars, smash their sacred stone, and cut down their Asherah poles. Do not worship any other god, for the Lord, whose name is jealous, is a jealous God. Be careful not to make a treaty with those who live in the land, for when they prostitute themselves to their gods and sacrifice to them, they will invite you and you will eat their sacrifice. And when you choose some of their daughters as wives, your sons and their daughters prostitute themselves to their gods, they will lead your sons to do the same. Do not make cast idols. Celebrate the feast of unleavened bread. For 7 days eat bread made without yeast, as I commanded you. Do this at the appointed time in the month of Abib, for in the month you came out of Egypt. The first offering of every womb belongs to me, including all the firstborn males of your livestock, whether from herd or flock. Redeem the firstborn donkey with a lamb, but if you do not redeem it, break its neck. Redeem all your firstborn sons. No one is to appear before me empty-handed. 6 days you shall labor, but on the 7th day you shall rest. Even during the plowing season and harvest, you must rest. Celebrate the Feast of Weeks with the first fruit of wheat, harvest, and the Feast of Gathering at the turn of the year. 3 times a year, all your men are to appear before the sovereign Lord, the God of Israel. I will drive out nations before you and enlarge your territory, and no one will covet your land when you go up 3 times each year to appear before the Lord your God. Do not offer the blood of a sacrifice to me along with anything containing yeast, and do not let any of the sacrifices from the Passover feast remain until morning. Bring the best of the first fruit of your soil to the house of the Lord your God. Do not cook a young goat in its mother's milk. Then the Lord said to Moses, "Write down these words, for in accordance with these words I have made a covenant with you, with Israel." Moses was there with the Lord 40 days and 40 nights, without eating bread or drinking water. And he wrote on the tablets the words of the covenant, the Ten Commandments. When Moses came down from Mount Zion with the 2 tablets of the testimony in his hand, he was not aware that his face was radiant because he had spoken with the Lord. When Aaron and all the Israelites saw Moses, his face was radiant and they were afraid to come near him. But Moses called to them. So Aaron and all the leaders of the community came back to him and he spoke to them. Afterward, all the Israelites came near him, and he gave them all the commands the Lord had given him on Mount Sinai. When Moses finished speaking to them, he put a veil over his face. But whenever he entered the Lord's presence to speak with him, he removed the veil until he came out. And when he came out and told the Israelites what he had been commanded, they saw that his face was radiant. Then Moses would put the veil back over his face until he went in to speak with the Lord.
Exodus 35 says, Moses assembled the whole Israelite community and said to them, "These are the things the Lord has commanded you to do. For 6 days work is to be done, but the 7th day shall be your holy day, a Sabbath of rest to the Lord. Whoever does any work on it must be put to death. Do not light a fire in any of your dwellings on the Sabbath day." Moses said to the whole Israelite community, "This is what the Lord has commanded. From what you have, take an offering for the Lord. Everyone who is willing to bring to the Lord an offering of gold, silver, and bronze, blue, purple, and scarlet yarn, and fine linen, goat hair, ram skins, dyed red, and hides of sea cows, acacia wood, olive oil for the light, spices for the anointing oil and for the fragrant incense, and onyx stones, and other gems to be mounted on the ephod and breastpiece. All who are skilled among you are to come and make everything the Lord has commanded: the tabernacle with its tent and its covering, clasps, frames, crossbars, posts, and bases, the ark with its poles and the atonement cover and the curtain that shields it, the table with its poles and all its articles and the bread of the presence, the lampstand that is for light with its accessories, lamps and oil for the light, the altar of incense with its poles, the anointing oil and the fragrant incense, the curtain of the doorway at the entrance to the tabernacle, the altar of burnt offering with its bronze grating, its poles and all its utensils, the bronze basin with its stand, the curtains of the courtyard with its posts and bases, and the curtain for the entrance to the courtyard, the tent pegs for the tabernacle and for the courtyard, and the ropes, the woven garments worn for ministering in the sanctuary, both the sacred garments for Aaron the priest and the garments for his sons when they serve as priests. Then the whole Israelite community withdrew from Moses' presence, and everyone who was willing and whose heart moved him came and brought an offering to the Lord for the work of the tent of meeting, for all its service, and for the sacred garments. All who were willing, men and women alike, came and brought gold jewelry of all kinds, brooches, earrings, rings, and ornaments. They all presented their gold as a wave offering to the Lord. Everyone who had blue, purple, or scarlet yarn, or fine linen or goat hair, ram skins dyed red, or hides of sea cows brought them. Those presenting an offering of silver or bronze brought it as an offering to the Lord. And everyone who had acacia wood for any part of the work brought it. Every skilled woman spun with their hands and brought what she had spun: blue, purple, or scarlet yarn, or fine linen. And all the women who were willing had the skill spun the goat hair. The leaders brought onyx stones and other gems to be mounted on the ephod and the breastpiece. They also brought spices and olive oil for the light and for the anointing oil and for the fragrant incense. All the Israelite men and women who were willing brought to the Lord free will offerings for all the work the Lord through Moses had commanded them to do. Then Moses said to the Israelites, "See, the Lord has chosen Bezalel, son of Uri, the son of Hur, of the tribe of Judah, and he has filled him with the Spirit of God, with skill, ability, and knowledge in all kinds of crafts, to make artistic designs for work in gold, silver, and bronze, to cut and set stones, to work in wood, and to engage in all kinds of artistic craftsmanship. And he has given both him and Oholiab, son of Ahisamach, of the tribe of Dan, the ability to teach others. He has filled them with the skill to do all kinds of work as craftsmen, designers, embroiderers in blue, purple, and scarlet yarn and fine linen, and weavers of all of them, master craftsmen and designers. So Bezalel, Oholiab, and every skilled person to whom the Lord had given skill and ability to know how to carry out all the works of constructing the sanctuary are to do the work just as the Lord has commanded. Then Moses summoned Bezalel and Oholiab, and every skilled person to whom the Lord had given the ability and who was willing to come to do the work. They received from Moses all the offerings the Israelites had brought to carry out the work of constructing the sanctuary, and the people continued to bring free will offerings morning after morning. So all the skilled craftsmen who were doing all the work on the sanctuary left their work and said to Moses, "These people are bringing more than enough for doing the work the Lord commanded to be done." Then Moses gave an order, and they sent this word throughout the camp: "No man or woman is to make anything else as an offering for the sanctuary." And so the people were restrained from bringing more, because what they had already was more than enough to do all the work. All the skilled men among the workmen made the tabernacle with 10 curtains of finely twisted linen and blue, purple, and scarlet yarn, with cherubim worked into them by skilled craftsmen. All the curtains were the same size, 28 cubits long and 4 cubits wide. They joined 5 of the curtains together and did the same with the other 5. Then they made loops of blue material along the edge of the curtain, along the edge of the end of cutting in one set, and the same was done in the end cutting in the other set. They also made 50 loops on one cutting and 50 loops on the end cutting on the other set, with loops opposite each other. Then they made 50 gold clasps and used them to fasten the two sets of curtains together so that the tabernacle was a unit. They made curtains of goat hair for the tent over the tabernacle, 11 altogether. All 11 curtains were the same size, 30 cubits long and 4 cubits wide. They joined 5 of the curtains into one set and the other 6 into another set. Then they made 50 loops along the edge of the end curtain in one set, and also along the edge of the end curtain in the other set. They made 50 bronze clasps to fasten the tent together as a unit. Then they made for the tent a covering of ram skins dyed, and over that covering are of hides of sea cows. Then they made upright frames of acacia wood for the tabernacle. Each frame was 10 cubits long and a cubit and a half wide, with 2 projections set parallel to each other. They made all the frames of the tabernacle this way. They made 20 frames for the south side of the tabernacle and made 40 silver bases to go under them, 2 bases for each frame, 1 under each projection. For the other side, the north side of the tabernacle, they made 20 frames and 40 silver bases, 2 under each frame. They made 6 frames for the far end, that is the west end of the tabernacle, and 2 frames were made for the corners of the tabernacle at the far end. At these 2 corners of the frames were double from the bottom all the way to the top and fitted into a silver ring. Both were made alike. So there were 8 frames and 16 silver bases, 2 under each frame. They also made crossbars of acacia wood, 5 for the frames on one side of the tabernacle, 5 for those on the other side, and 5 for the frames on the west at the far end of the tabernacle. They made the center crossbar so that it extended from end to end at the middle of the frames. They overlaid the frames with gold and made gold rings to hold the crossbars. They also overlaid the crossbars with gold. They made curtains of blue, purple, and scarlet yarn and finely twisted linen with cherubim worked into it by a skilled craftsman. They also made 4 posts of acacia wood for it and overlaid them with gold. They made gold hooks for them and cast their 4 silver bases. For the entrance to the tent, they made curtain of blue, purple, and scarlet yarn and finely twisted linen, the work of an embroider. And they made 5 posts with hooks for them. They overlaid the tops of the posts and their bands with gold and made their 5 bases of bronze. That's the word of the Lord.
Exodus chapter 37 to 38. Bezalel made the ark of acacia wood, 2.5 cubits long, a cubit and a half wide, and a cubit and a half high. He overlaid it with pure gold, both inside and out, and made a gold molding around it. He cast 4 gold rings for it and fastened them to its 4 feet, with 2 rings on one side and 2 rings on the other. Then he made poles of acacia wood and overlaid them with gold. And he inserted the poles into the rings on the sides of the ark to carry it. He made an ultimate cover of pure gold, 2.5 cubits long and a cubit and a half wide. Then he made 2 cherubim out of hammered gold at the end of the cover. He made the cherub on one end and the second cherub on the other. At the 2 ends he made them of one piece with the cover. The cherubim had their wings spread upward, overshadowing the cover with them. The cherubim faced each other, looking forward toward the cover. They made the table of acacia wood, 2 cubits long, a cubit wide, and a cubit and a half high. Then they overlaid it with pure gold and made a gold molding around it. They also made around it a rim a hand breadth wide and put a gold molding on the rim. They cast 4 gold rings for the table and fastened them to the 4 corners. Where the 4 legs were, the rings were put close to the rim to hold the poles used in carrying the tables. The poles for carrying the table were made of acacia wood and were overlaid with gold. And they made from pure gold the articles of the table, its plates and dishes and bowls, and its pitchers for the pouring out of drink offerings. They made the lampstand of pure gold and hammered it out, base and shaft. It over like cups, buds, and blossoms were of one piece with it. 6 branches extended from the sides of the lampstand, 3 of one side and 3 of the other. The cups, shaped like almond flowers with buds and blossoms, were on the branch, 3 of the next branch, and the same for all 6 branches extending from the lampstand. And and on the lampstand were 4 cups shaped like almond flowers with buds and blossoms. 1 bud was under the first pair of branches extending from the lampstand, a second bud under the second pair, and 3rd bud under the 3rd pair, 6 branches in all. The buds and all the branches were all of one piece of the lampstand, hammered out of pure gold. They made it 7 lamps, and all well as its wick timbers and strays of pure gold. They made the lampstand and all the accessories from the talent of pure gold. They made the altar incense out of acacia wood. It was square, a cubit long and cubit wide, and 2 cubits high its horns, of one piece with it. They overlaid the top and all the sides and the horns with pure gold and made a gold molding around it. They made 2 gold rings below the molding, 2 on opposite sides to hold the poles used to carry it. They made the poles of acacia wood and overlaid them with gold. They also made the sacred anointing oil and the pure fragrant incense, the work of a perfumer. They built the altar of burnt offering of acacia wood, 3 cubits high. It was square, 5 cubits long and 5 cubits wide. They made a horn at each of the 4 corners, so that the horns and the altar were of one piece, and they overlaid the altar with bronze. They made all its utensils of bronze, its pots, shovels, sprinkling bowls, meat forks, and fire pans. They made a granting for the altar, a bronze network to be under its ledge. Halfway up the altar, they cast bronze rings to hold the poles for the 4 corners of the bronze granting. They made the poles of acacia wood and overlaid them with bronze. They inserted the poles into the rings so they would be on the side of the altar for carrying it. They made it hollow out of boards. They made the bronze basin and its bronze stand from the mirrors of the women who served at the entrance to the tent of the meeting. Next, they made the courtyard. The south side was 100 cubits long, and had curtains of finely twisted linen, with 20 posts and 20 bronze bases, with silver hooks and bands on the posts. The north side and also 100 cubits long, and had 20 posts and 20 bronze bases, with silver hooks and bands on the posts. The west and The west end was 50 cubits wide and had curtains with 10 posts and 10 bases, with silver hooks and bands on the posts. The east end, towards the sunrise, was also 50 cubits wide. Curtains 15 cubits long were on the side of the entrance, with 3 posts and 3 bases, and curtains 15 cubits long were on the other side of the entrance to the courtyard, with 3 posts and 3 bases. All the curtains around the courtyard were of finely twisted linen. The bases for the posts were bronze. The hooks and bands on the posts were silver, and their tops were overlaid with silver. So all the posts of the courtyard had silver bands. The curtain for the entrance to the courtyard was of blue, purple, and scarlet yarn and finely twisted linen. The work of the embroider, it was 20 cubits long, and its curtains of courtyard 5 cubits high, with 4 posts and 4 bronze bases. Their hooks and bands were silver, and their tops were overlaid with silver. All the tent pages of the tabernacle and the surrounding courtyard were bronze. These are the amounts of the materials used for the tabernacle of the testimony, which were recorded at Moses' command by the Levites under the direction of Itmar, son of Aaron, the priest, Bezalel, son of Uri, the son of Hur, of the tribe of Judah, made everything the Lord commanded Moses. With him was Oholab, son of Ahisamach, of the tribe of Dan, and craftsman and designer, and embroider in blue, purple, and scarlet yarn and fine linen. The total amount of gold from wave offering used for all the work on the sanctuary was 29 talents of 730 shekels, according to the sanctuary shekel. The silver obtained from those of the community who were counted in the census was 100 talents and 1,775 shekels. According to the sanctuary shekel, 1 beker per person, that is half a shekel, according to the sanctuary shekel, from everyone who had crossed over to those counted 20 years old or more, a total of 550 men. The 100 talents of silver were used to cast the bases for the sanctuary, and for the curtain 100 bases from the 100 talents. 1 talent for each base. They used the 1,775 shekels to make the hooks for the posts, to overlay the tops of the posts and make their bands. The bronze from wave offering was 70 talents and 2,400 shekels. They used it to make the bases for the entrance to the tent of meeting, the bronze altar with its bronze granting all its utensils, the bases for the surrounding courtyard and those for its entrance, and all the tent pegs for the tabernacle and those for the surrounding courtyard. This is the word of the Lord.
I read Exodus chapter 39 and 40 and Leviticus chapter 1 and 3. From the blue, purple, and scarlet yarn, they made woven garments for ministering in the sanctuary. They also made sacred garments for Aaron, as the Lord commanded Moses. They made the ephod of gold and of blue, purple, and scarlet yarn, and of finely twisted linen. They hammered out thin sheets of gold and cut strands to be worked into the blue, purple, and scarlet yarn and fine linen, the work of a skilled craftsman. They made shoulder pieces for the ephod, which were attached to two of its corners so it could be fastened. Its skillfully woven waistband was like it of one piece with the ephod and made with gold and with blue, purple, and scarlet yarn and with finely twisted linen, as the Lord commanded Moses. They mounted the onyx stones in gold filigree setting and engraved them with a seal with the names of the sons of Israel. Then they fastened them to the shoulder piece of the ephod as a memorial stones for the sons of Israel, as the Lord commanded Moses. They fashioned the breastpiece, the work of a skilled craftsman. They made it like the ephod of gold, and of blue, purple, and scarlet yarn, and of finely twisted linen. It was square, a span long, and a span wide, and a folded double. Then they mounted four rows of precious stone on it. In the first row, there was a ruby, a topaz, and a beryl. In the second row, a turquoise, a sapphire, and an emerald. In the third row, a jacinth, an agate, and an amethyst. In the fourth row, a chrysolite, an onyx, and a jasper. They were mounted in gold filigree fillings. They were 12 stones, one for each of the names of the sons of Israel, each engraved with a seal with the name of one of the 12 tribes. For the breastpiece, they made braided chains of pure gold like a rope. They made 2 gold filigree settings and 2 gold rings, and fastened the rings to 2 of the corners of the breastpiece. They fastened the 2 gold chains to the rings at the corners of the breastpiece, and the other ends of the chains to the 2 settings, attaching them to the shoulder pieces of the ephod at the front. They made 2 gold rings and attached them to the other 2 corners of the breastpiece on the inside edge next to the ephod. Then they made 2 more gold rings and attached them to the bottom of the shoulder piece on the front of the ephod, close to the seam just below the waistband of the ephod. They tied the rings of the breastpiece to the rings of the ephod with a blue cord, connecting it to the waistband so that the breastpiece would not swing out from the ephod, as the Lord commanded Moses. They made the robe of the ephod entirely of blue cloth, the work of the weaver, with the opening of the center of the robe like the opening of a collar, and the band around this opening so that it will not tear. They made pomegranates of the blue, purple, and scarlet yarn, and finely twisted linen around them of the robe. And they made belts of purple gold, of pure gold, and attached them around the hem between the pomegranate. The bells and pomegranates alternated around the hem of the robe to be worn for ministering, as the Lord commanded Moses. For Aaron and his sons, they made tunics of fine linen, the work of the weaver, and the turban of the fine linen, the linen headbands and twisted linen, and the undergarments of the finely twisted linen. The sash was of finely twisted linen and blue, purple, and scarlet yarn, the work of the embroiderer, as the Lord commanded Moses. They made the plate, the scarlet diadem, out of pure gold, and engraved on it, like an inscription on a seal, holy to the Lord. Then they fastened the blue cord to it to attach it to the turban, as the Lord commanded Moses. So all the work of the tabernacle, the tent of the meeting, the completed was completed. The Israelites did everything just as the Lord commanded Moses, and they brought the tabernacle to Moses, the tent and all its finishings, its crabs, frames, crossbars, posts, bases, the covering of ram skins dyed red, the covering of the hides of sea cows, and the shielding curtains, the ark of the testimony with its poles and atonement cover, the table with all its articles, and the bread of the presence, the pure gold lampstand with its row of lamps and all its accessories, and the oil for the light, the gold altar, the anointing oil, the fragrant incense, and the curtain for the entrance of the tent, the bronze altar with its bronze grating, its poles and all its utensils, the basin with its stand, the curtains of the courtyard with its posts and bases, and the curtain for the entrance to the courtyard, the rope and the tent pegs for the courtyard, all the furnishings for the tabernacle, the tent of the meeting, and the woven garments worn for the ministering in the sanctuary, both the sacred garments for Aaron the priest, and the garments for his sons when serving as priests. The Israelites had done all the work, just as the Lord had commanded Moses. Moses inspected the work and saw that they had done it just as the Lord had commanded. So Moses blessed them. Then the Lord said to Moses, chapter 40, Then the Lord said to Moses, set up the tabernacle, the tent of the meeting, on the first day of the first month. Place the ark of the testimony in it and shield the ark with the curtain. Bring in the table and set out what belongs to it. Then bring in the lampstand and set it up its lamps. Place the gold altar of incense in front of the ark of the testimony and put the curtain at the entrance of the tabernacle. Place the altar of burnt offering in front of the entrance to the tabernacle, the tent of meeting. Place the basin between the tent of meeting and the altar and put water in it. Set up the courtyard around it and put the curtain at the entrance of the courtyard. Take the anointing oil and anoint the tabernacle and everything in it. Consecrate it all, its furnishings, and it will be holy. Then anoint the altar of burnt offering and all its utensils. Consecrate the altar, and it will be the most holy. Anoint the basin and its stand, and consecrate them. Bring Aaron and his sons to the entrance of the tent of meeting and wash them with water. Then dress Aaron in the sacred garments, anoint him and consecrate him, so he may serve me as a priest. Bring his sons and dress them in tunics. Anoint them just as you anointed their father, so they may serve me as priests. Their anointing will be to a priesthood that will continue for all generations to come. Moses did everything just as the Lord commanded him. So the tabernacle was set up on the first day of the first month in the second year. Then when Moses set up the tabernacle, he put the bases in place, erected the frames, and inserted the crossbars, and set up the posts. Then he spread the tent over the tabernacle and put the covering over the tent, as the Lord commanded him. He took the testimony and placed it in the ark, attached the poles to the ark, and put the atonement cover over it. Then he brought the ark into the tabernacle and hung the shielding curtain and shielded the ark of the testimony, as the Lord commanded him. Moses placed the table in the tent of meeting on the north of the tabernacle outside the curtain, and set out the bread on it before the Lord, as the Lord commanded him. He placed the lampshade in the tent of meeting opposite the table on the south side of the tabernacle, and set up the lamp before the Lord, as the Lord commanded him. Moses placed the gold altar in the tent of meeting in front of the curtain, and burned fragrant incense on it. as the Lord commanded him. Then he put up the curtain at the entrance of the tabernacle. He set the altar of burnt offering near the entrance to the tabernacle of the tent of the meeting, and offered to it burnt offerings and grains offering as the Lord commanded him. He placed the basin between the tent of the meeting and the altar and put water in it for washing. And Moses and Aaron and his sons used it to wash their hands and feet. They washed whenever they entered the tent of the meeting or approached the altar, as the Lord commanded Moses. Then Moses set up the courtyard around the tabernacle and altar and put up the curtain and the entrance of the courtyard. And so Moses finished the work. Then the cloud covered the tent of meeting, and the glory of the Lord filled the tabernacle. Moses could not enter the tent of meeting because the cloud has settled on it, and the glory of the Lord filled the tabernacle. In all the travels of the Israelites, whenever the cloud lifted from the above the tabernacle, they would be set out. But if the cloud did not lift, they did not set out until the day it lifted. So the cloud of the Lord was over the tabernacle by day, and fire was in the cloud by night, in the sight of all the house of Israel during all their travels. Leviticus chapter 1. The Lord called Moses and spoke to him from the tent of meeting. He said, "Speak to the Israelites and say to them, when any of you bring an offering to the Lord, bring as your offering an animal from either the herd or the flock. If the offering is a burnt offering from the herd, he is to offer a male without defect. He must present it at the entrance to the tent of the meeting so that it will be acceptable to the Lord. He is to lay his hand on the head of the burnt offering, and it will be accepted on his behalf. To make the atonement for him, he is to slaughter the young bull before the Lord, and then Aaron's sons, the priests, shall bring the blood and sprinkle it against the altar on all sides, at the entrance of the tent of the sons of Aaron. The tent of sons of Aaron, the priests are to put on the altar and arrange wood on the fire. Then Aaron's sons, the priests, shall arrange the pieces, including the head and the fat, on the burning wood that is on the altar. He is to wash the inner parts of the legs with water, and the priest is to burn all of it on altar. It is a burnt offering, an offering made by fire, an aroma pleasing to the Lord. If the offering is a burnt offering from the flock, from either the sheep or the goats, he is to offer a male without defect. He is to slaughter it at the north side of the altar before the Lord, and Aaron's sons and the priests shall sprinkle its blood against the altar on all sides. He is to cut it into pieces, and the priest shall arrange them, including the head and the fat, on the burning wood that is on the altar. He is to wash the inner parts of the legs with water, and the priest is to bring all of it and burn it on the altar. It is a burnt offering, an offering made by fire, an aroma pleasing to the Lord. If the offering to the Lord is a burnt offering of birds, he is to offer a dove or a young pigeon. The priest shall bring it to the altar, wring off the head, and burn it on the altar. Its blood shall be drained out on the side of the altar. He is to remove the crop with its contents and throw it to the east side of the altar, where the ashes are. He shall tear it open by the wings, not severing it completely. And then the priest shall burn it on the wood, and that it is on the fire on the altar. It is a burnt offering, an offering made by fire, an aroma pleasing to the Lord. Chapter 2. When someone brings a grain offering, the Lord brings a grain offering to the Lord. His offering is to be of fine flour. He is to pour oil on it, put incense on it, and take it to Aaron's sons the priests. The priest shall take a handful of the fine flour and oil, together with all the incense, and burn this as a memorial portion on the altar, an offering made by fire, an aroma pleasing to the Lord. The rest of the grain offering belongs to Aaron and his sons. It is a most holy part of the offering made to the Lord by fire. If you bring grain offering baked in an oven, it is consistent of fine flour, cakes made without yeast and mixed with oil, or wafers made without yeast and spread with oil. If your grain offering is prepared on a griddle, it is to be made of fine flour mixed with oil and without yeast. Crumble it and pour oil on it. It is a grain offering. If your grain offering is cooked in a pan, it is to be made of fine flour and oil. Bring the grain offering made of these things to the Lord and present it to the priest, who shall take it to the altar. He shall take out the memorial portion from the grain offering and burn it on the altar as an offering made by fire, an aroma pleasing to the Lord. The rest of the grain offering belongs to Aaron and his sons. It is the most holy part of the offering made to the Lord by fire. Every grain offering you bring to the Lord must be made without yeast, for you are not to burn any yeast or honey in an offering made to the Lord by fire. You may bring them to the Lord as an offering of the first fruits, but they are not to be offered on the altar as a pleasing aroma. Season all your grains offering with salt. Do not leave the salt of the covenant of your God out of your grain offering. Add salt to all your offerings. If you bring a grain offering of first fruits to the Lord, offer crushed heads of new grain roasted in the fire. Put oil and incense on it. It is a grain offering. The priest shall burn the memorial portion of the crushed grain and the oil, together with all the incense, as an offering made to the Lord by fire. Chapter 3. If someone's offering is on a fellowship offering, and he offers an animal from the herd, whether male or female, he is to present before the Lord an animal without defect. He is to lay his hands on the head of the offering and slaughter it at the entrance of the tent of the meeting. Then Aaron's sons, the priests, shall sprinkle the blood against the altar on all sides. From the fellowship offering, he is to bring a sacrifice made to the Lord by fire. All the fat that covers the inner parts or is connected to it, both kidneys with the fat on them near the loins, and the covering of the liver, which he will remove with the kidneys. Then Aaron's sons are to burn it on the altar on top of the burnt offering, that is on a burning wood, as an offering made by fire, an aroma pleasing to the Lord. If he offers an animal from the flock as a fellowship offering to the Lord, he is to offer a male or female without defect. If he offers a lamb, he is to present it before the Lord. He is to lay his hand on the head of his offering and slaughter it in front of the tent of meetings. Then Aaron's sons shall sprinkle its blood against the altar on all sides. From the fellowship offering, he is to bring a sacrifice made to the Lord by fire. It is its fat, the entire fat tail, cut off close to the backbone. All the fat that covers the inner parts or is connected to them, both kidneys with the fat on them near the loins, and the covering of the liver, which he will remove with the kidneys. The priest shall burn them on the altar as food, an offering made to the Lord by fire. If this offering is a goat, he is to present it before the Lord. He is to lay his hand on its head and slaughter it in front of the tent of meetings. Then Aaron's sons shall sprinkle its blood against the altar on all sides, from what from what he offers, he is to make this offering to the Lord by fire. All the fat that covers the inner parts or is connected to them, both kidneys with the fat on them near the loins, and the covering of the liver, which he will remove with the kidneys. The priest shall burn them on the altar as food, an offering made by fire, a pleasing aroma. All the fat is the Lord's. This is a lasting ordinance for the generations to come. Wherever you live, you must not eat any fat or any blood. That's the word of the Lord.
Leviticus chapter 4 to chapter 6. The sin offering. The Lord said to Moses, "Say to the Israelites, when anyone sins unintentionally and does what is forbidden in any of the Lord's commands, if the anointed priests bringing guilt on the people, he must bring to the Lord a young bull without defect as a sin offering for the sin he has committed. He is to present the bull at the entrance to the tent of meeting before the Lord. He is to lay his hand on its head and slaughter it before the Lord. Then the anointed priest shall take some of the bull's blood and carry it into the tent of meeting. He is to dip his finger into the blood and sprinkle some of it 7 times before the Lord in front of the curtain of the sanctuary. The priest shall then put some of the blood on the horns of the altar of fragrant incense that is before the Lord in the tent of meeting. The rest of the bull's blood he shall pour out at the base of the altar of burnt offering at the entrance to the tent of meeting. He shall remove all the fat from the bull of the sin offering, the fat that covers the inner parts or is connected to them, both kidneys with the fat on them near the loins, and the covering of the liver, which he will remove with the kidneys, just as the fat is removed from the ox, sacrificed as a fellowship offering. Then the priest shall burn them on the altar of burnt offering. But the hide of the bull and all its flesh, as well as the head and legs, the inner parts of the offal, that is all the rest of the bull, he must take outside the camp to a place ceremonially clean, where the ashes are thrown and burn it in a wood fire on the ash heap. If the whole Israelite community sins unintentionally and does what is forbidden in any of the Lord's commands, even though the community is unaware of the matter, they are guilty. When they become aware of the sin they committed, the assembly must bring a young bull as a sin offering and present it before the tent meeting. The elders of the community are to lay their hands on the bull's head before the Lord, and the bull shall be slaughtered before the Lord. Then the anointed priest is to take some of the bull's blood into the tent of meeting. He shall dip his finger into the blood and sprinkle it before the Lord 7 times in front of the curtain. He is to put some of the blood on the horns of the altar that is before the Lord. It is in the tent of the meeting. The rest of the blood he shall pour out at the base of the altar of the burnt offering at the entrance of the tent of meeting. He shall remove all the fat from it and burn it on the altar, and do with this bull just as he did with the bull for the sin offering. In this way, the priest will make atonement for them, and they will be forgiven. Then he shall take the bull outside the camp and burn it as he burnt the first bull. This is a sin offering for the community. When a leader sins unintentionally and does what is forbidden in any of the commands of the Lord his God, he is guilty. When he is made aware of the sin he committed, he must bring as his offering a male goat without defect. He is to lay his hand on the goat's head and slaughter it at the place where the burnt offering is slaughtered before the Lord. It is a sin offering. Then the priest shall take some of the blood of the sin offering with his finger and put it on the horns of the altar of the burnt offering, and pour out the rest of the blood at the base of the altar. He shall burn all the fat on the altar of the fat, as he burned the fat of the fellowship offering. In this way, the priest will make atonement for the man's sin, and he will be forgiven. If a member of the community sins unintentionally and does what is forbidden in any of the Lord's commands, he is guilty. When he is made aware of the sin he committed, he must bring at his offering for the sin he committed a female goat without defect. He is to lay his hand on the head of the sin offering and slaughter it at the place of the burnt offering. Then the priest is to take some of the blood with his finger and put it on the horns of the altar of the burnt offering, and pour out the rest of the blood at the base of the altar. He shall remove all the fat, just as the fat is removed from the fellowship offering, and the priest shall burn it on the altar as the aroma pleasing to the Lord. In this way, the priest will make atonement for him, and he will be forgiven. If he brings a lamb as his sin offering, he is to bring a female without defect. He is to lay his hand on its head and slaughter it for a sin offering, at the place where the burnt offering is slaughtered. Then the priest shall take some of the blood of the sin offering with his finger and put it on the horns of the altar of the burnt offering, and pour out the rest of the blood at the base of the altar. He shall remove all the fat, just as the fat is removed from the lamb of the fellowship offering, and the priest shall burn it on the altar, on the top of the offerings made to the Lord by fire. In this way, the priest will make atonement for him and the sin he has committed, and he will be forgiven. Chapter 5. If a person sins because he does not speak up when he hears a public charge to testify regarding something he has seen or learned about, he will be held responsible. Or if a person touches anything ceremonially unclean, whether the carcasses of unclean wild animals or of unclean livestock or of unclean creatures that move along the ground, even though he is unaware of it, he has become unclean and is guilty. Or if he touches human uncleanliness, anything that would make him unclean, even though he is unaware of it, when he learns of it, he will be guilty. Or if a person thoughtlessly takes an oath or to do anything, whether good or evil, in any matter, one might carelessly swear about, even though he is unaware of it. In any case, when he learns of it, he will be guilty. When anyone is guilty in any of these ways, he must confess in what way he has sinned, and as a penalty for the sin he has committed, he must bring to the Lord a female lamb or goat from the flock as a sin offering. And the priest shall make atonement for him for his sin. If he cannot afford a lamb, he is to bring 2 doves or 2 young pigeons to the Lord as a penalty for his sin, one for a sin offering and the other for burnt offering. He is to bring them to the priest, who shall first offer the one for the sin offering. He is to wring its head from its neck, not severing it completely, and is to sprinkle some of the blood of the sin offering against the side of the altar. The rest of the blood must be drained out at the base of the altar. It is a sin offering. The priest shall then offer the other as a burnt offering in the prescribed way, and make atonement for him for the sin he has committed, and he will be forgiven. If, however, he cannot afford 2 doves and 2 young pigeons, he is to bring as an offering of his sin, a tenth of an ephah of fine flour for a sin offering. He must not put oil or incense on it, because it is a sin offering. He is to bring to the priest, who shall take a handful of it as a memorial portion and burn it on the altar on top of the offerings made to the Lord by fire. It is a sin offering. In this way, the priest will make atonement for him for any of these sins he has committed, and he will be forgiven. The rest of the offering will belong to the priest, as the case of the grain offering. The guilt offering. The Lord said to Moses, when a person commits a violation and sins unintentionally in regard to any of the Lord's holy things, he is to bring to the Lord a penalty, a ram from the flock, one without defect, and of the proper value in silver according to the sanctuary shekel. It is a guilt offering. He must make restitution for what he has failed to do in regard to the holy things. Add a fifth of the value to that and give it to the priest, who will make atonement for him with the ram and as a guilt offering, and he will be forgiven. If a person sins and does what is forbidden in any of the Lord's commands, even though he does not know it, he is guilty and will be held responsible. He is to bring to the priest as guilt offering a ram from the flock, one without defect and of the proper value. In this way, the priest will make atonement for him for the wrong he has committed unintentionally, and he will be forgiven. It is a guilt offering. He has been guilty of wrongdoing against the Lord. Chapter 6. The Lord said to Moses, if anyone sins and is unfaithful to the Lord by deceiving his neighbor about something entrusted to him or left in his care, or stolen, or if he cheats him, or if he finds lost property and lies about it, or if he swears falsely, or if he commits any such sin that people may do. When he thus sins and becomes guilty, he must return what he has stolen or taken by extortion, or what was entrusted to him, or the lost property he found, or whatever it was he swore falsely about. He must make restitution in full, add a fifth of the value of it, and give it all to the owner on the day he presents his guilt offering. And a penalty he must bring to the priest, that is to the Lord, his guilt offering, a ram from the flock, one without defect and of the proper value. In this way, the priest will make atonement for him before the Lord, and he will be forgiven for any of these sins he did and made him guilty. The burnt offering. The Lord said to Moses, give Aaron and his sons this command. These are the regulations of the burnt offering. The burnt offering is to remain on the altar throughout the night till morning, and the fire must be kept burning on the altar. The priest shall then put all these linen clothes with linen and garments next to his body, and it shall remove the ashes, and shall remove the ashes of the burnt offering that the fire has consumed on the altar, and place them beside the altar. Then he is to take off these clothes and put on others, and carry the ashes outside the camp to a place that is ceremonially clean. The fire on the altar must be kept burning. It must not go out. Every morning the priest is to add firewood and arrange the burnt offering on the fire and burn the fat of the fellowship offerings on it. The fire must be kept burning on the altar continuously. It must not go out. The grain offering. These are the regulations of the grain offering. Aaron's sons are to bring it before the Lord in front of the altar. The priest is to take a handful of the fine flour and oil together with all the incense on the grain offering, and burn the memorial portion on the altar as an aroma pleasing to the Lord. Aaron and his sons shall eat the rest of it, but it is to be eaten without yeast in a holy place. They are to eat it in the courtyard of the tent of the meeting. It must not be baked with yeast. I have given you it as their share of the offering made to me by fire. Like the sin offering and the guilt offering, it is most holy. Any male descendant of Aaron may eat it. It is his regular share of the offering made to the Lord by fire of the generations to come. Whatever touches them will become holy. The Lord said to Moses, "This is the offering Aaron and his sons are to bring to the Lord on the day he is anointed, a tenth of an ephah, and fine flour as a regular grain offering, half of it in the morning and half in the evening. Prepare it with oil on a griddle. Bring it well mixed and present the grain offering broken in pieces as an aroma pleasing to the Lord. The son who is to succeed him as anointed priest shall prepare it. This is the Lord's regular share, and it is to be burnt completely. Every grain offering of the priest shall be burnt completely. It must not be eaten." The sin offering. The Lord said to Moses, say to Aaron and his sons, "These are the regulations of the sin offering. The sin offering is to be slaughtered before the Lord, in the place the burnt offering is slaughtered. It is most holy. The priest who offers it shall eat it. It is to be eaten in a holy place, in the courtyard of the tent of the meeting. Whatever touches any of the flesh will become holy, and if any of the blood is spattered on a garment, you must wash it in a holy place. The clay pot the meat is cooked in must be broken, but if it is cooked in a bronze pot, the pot is to be scoured and rinsed with water. Any male in a priest's family may eat it. It is most holy. But any sin offering whose blood is brought into the tent of the meeting to make atonement in the holy place must not be eaten. It must be burnt." That is the word of the Lord.
Leviticus chapter 7, the guilt offering. These are the regulations for the guilt offering, which is most holy. The guilt offering is to be slaughtered in the place where the burnt offering is slaughtered, and its blood is to be sprinkled against the altar on all sides. All its fats shall be offered, the fat tail and the fat that covers the inner parts, both kidneys with the fat on them near the loins, and the covering of the liver, which is to be removed with the kidneys. The priest shall burn them on the altar as an offering made to the Lord by fire. It is a guilt offering. Any male in a priest's family may eat it, but it must be eaten in a holy place. It is most holy. The same law applies to both the sin offering and the guilt offering. They belong to the priest who makes atonement with them. The priest who offers a burnt offering for anyone may keep its hide for himself. Every grain offering baked in an oven or cooked in a pan or on a griddle belongs to the priest who offers it. And every grain offering, whether mixed with oil or dry, belongs equally to all the sons of Aaron. The fellowship offering. These are the regulations for the fellowship offering. A person may present to the Lord. If he offers it as an expression of thankfulness, then along with this thank offering, he is to offer cakes of bread made without yeast and mixed with oil, wafers made without yeast and spread with oil, and cakes of fine flour, well kneaded and mixed with oil. Along with his fellowship offering of thanksgiving, he is to present an offering with cakes of bread made with yeast. He is to bring one of each kind of an offering, a contribution to the Lord. It belongs to the priest who sprinkled the blood of the fellowship offering. The meat of the fellowship offering of thanksgiving must be eaten on the day it is offered. He must leave none of it till morning. If, however, his offering is the result of a vow or is a free will offering, the sacrifice shall be eaten on the day he offers it. But anything left over may be eaten on the next day. Any meat of the sacrifice left over till the third day must be burnt up. If any meat of the fellowship offering is eaten on the third day, it will not be accepted. It will not be credited to the one who offered it, for it is impure. The person who eats any of it will be held responsible. Meat that touches anything ceremonially unclean must not be eaten. It must be burnt up. As for other meat, anyone ceremonially clean may eat it. But if anyone who is unclean eats any meat of the fellowship offering belonging to the Lord's, that person must be cut off from his people. If anyone touches something unclean, whether human uncleanness or unclean animal or any unclean detestable thing, and that eats any of the meat of the fellowship offering belonging to the Lord, that person must be cut off from his people. Eating fat and blood forbidden. The Lord said to Moses, "Say to the Israelites, do not eat any of the fat of cattle, sheep, or goats. The fat of animals found dead or torn by wild animals may be used for any other purpose, but you must not eat it. Anyone who eats the fat of an animal from which an offering by fire may be made to the Lord must be cut off from his people. And wherever you live, you must not eat the blood or any bird or animal. If anyone eats blood, that person must be cut off from his people." The priest's share. The Lord said to Moses, "Say to the Israelites, anyone who brings a fellowship offering to the Lord is to bring part of it as his sacrifice to the Lord. With his own hands, he is to bring the offering made to the Lord by fire. He is to bring the fat together with the breast and wave the breast before the Lord as a wave offering. The priest shall burn the fat on the altar, but the breast belonging to Aaron and his sons. You are to give the right thigh of the fellowship offering to the priest as a contribution. The son of Aaron who offers the blood and the fat of the fellowship offering shall have the right thigh as his share. From the fellowship offering of the Israelites, I have taken the breast that is waved and the thigh that is presented and have given them to Aaron, the priest, and his sons as their regular share from the Israelites. This is the portion of the offering made to the Lord by fire that were allotted to Aaron and his sons on the day they were presented to serve the Lord as priests. On the day they were anointed, the Lord commanded that the Israelites give this to them as their regular share for the generations to come. These then are the regulations for the burnt offering, the grain offering, the sin offering, the guilt offering, the ordination offering, and the fellowship offering, which the Lord gave Moses on Mount Sinai as the Lord on the day he commanded the Israelites to bring their offering to the Lord in the desert of Sinai. The ordination of Aaron and his sons. The Lord said to Moses, "Bring Aaron and his sons, their garments, the anointing oil, the bull from the sin offering, the 2 rams, and the basket containing bread made without yeast, and gather the entire assembly at the entrance of the tent of meeting." Moses did as the Lord commanded him, and the assembly gathered at the entrance of the tent of the meeting. Moses said to the assembly, "This is what the Lord has commanded to be done." Then Moses brought Aaron and his sons forward and washed them with water. He put the tunic on Aaron, tied the sash around him, clothed him with the robe, and put the ephod on him. He also tied the ephod to him by its skillfully woven waistband, so it was fastened on him. He placed the breastpiece on him and put the Urim and Thummim in the breastpiece. Then he placed the turban on Aaron's head and set the gold plates, the sacred diadem, on the front of it as the Lord commanded Moses. Then Moses took the anointing oil and anointed the tabernacle and everything in it, and so consecrated them. He sprinkled some of the oil on the altar 7 times, anointing the altar and all its utensils, and the basin with its stand to consecrate them. He poured some of the anointing oil on Aaron's head and anointed him to consecrate him. Then he brought Aaron's sons forward, put tunic on them, tied sashes around them, and put headbands on them, as the Lord commanded Moses. He then presented the bull for the sin offering, and Aaron and his sons laid their hands on its head. Moses slaughtered the bull and took some of the blood, and with his finger he put it on the horns of the altar to purify the altar. He poured out the rest of the blood at the base of the altar, so he consecrated it to make atonement for it. Moses also took all the fat around the inner parts, the covering of the liver, and both kidneys and their fat, and burnt it on the altar. But the bull, with its hide and its flesh and its offal, he burnt up outside the camp as the Lord commanded Moses. He then presented the ram for the burnt offering, and Aaron and his sons laid their hands on its head. Then Moses slaughtered the ram and sprinkled the blood against the altar on all sides. He cut the ram into pieces and burnt the head, the pieces and the fat. He washed the inner parts and the legs with water and burnt the whole ram on the altar as a burnt offering, a pleasing aroma, an offering made to the Lord by fire, as the Lord commanded Moses. He then presented the other ram, the ram for the ordination, and Aaron and his sons laid their hands on its head. Moses slaughtered the ram and took some of its blood and put it on the lobe of Aaron's right ear, on the thumb of his right hand, and on the big toe of his right foot. Moses also brought Aaron's sons forward and put some of the blood on the lobe of their right ear, on the thumbs of their right hands, and on the big toe of their right feet. Then he sprinkled blood against the altar on all sides. He took the fat tail, all the fat around the inner parts, the covering of the liver, both kidneys and their fat, and the right thigh. Then from the basket of bread made without yeast, which was before the Lord, he took a cake of bread and one made with oil and a wafer. He put these on the fat portion and on the right thigh, He put all this in the hands of Aaron and his sons and waved them before the Lord as a wave offering. Then Moses took them from their hands and burnt them on the altar on top of the burnt offering as an ordination offering, a pleasing aroma, and an offering made to the Lord by fire. He also took the breast, Moses' share of the ordination's ram, and waved it before the Lord as a wave offering, as the Lord commanded Moses. Then Moses took some of the anointing oil and some of the blood from the altar and sprinkled them on Aaron and his garments, and on his sons and their garments. So he consecrated Aaron, his garments, and his sons and their garments. Moses then said to Aaron and his sons, Cook the meat at the entrance to the tent of meeting and eat it there with the bread from the basket of ordination offering, as I commanded, saying, Aaron and his sons are to eat it. Then burn up the rest of the meat and the bread. Do not leave the entrance to the tent of meeting for 7 days until the days of your ordinations are completed. For your ordination will last 7 days. What has been done today was commanded by the Lord to make atonement for you. You must stay at the entrance to the tent of the meeting day and night for 7 days and do what the Lord requires, so you will not die. For that is what I have been commanded. So Aaron and his sons did everything the Lord commanded through Moses. The 8th day, Moses summoned Aaron and his sons and the elders of Israel. He said to Aaron, Take a bull calf for your sin offering and a ram for your burnt offering, both without defect, and present them before the Lord. Then say to the Israelites, Take a male goat for a sin offering, a calf and a lamb, both a year old and without defect, for a burnt offering, and an ox and a ram for a fellowship offering, to sacrifice before the Lord, together with a grain offering mixed with oil. For today the Lord will appear to you. They took the things Moses commanded to the front of the tent of meeting, and the entire assembly came near and stood before the Lord. Then Moses said, This is what the Lord has commanded you to do, so that the glory of the Lord may appear to you. Moses said to Aaron, Come to the altar and sacrifice your sin offering and your burnt offering, and make atonement for yourself and the people. Sacrifice the offering that is for the people and make atonement for them, as the Lord has commanded. So Aaron came to the altar and slaughtered the calf as a sin offering for himself. His sons brought the blood to him, and he dipped his finger into the blood and put it on the horns of the altar. The rest of the blood he poured out at the base of the altar. On the altar he burnt the fat, the kidneys, and the covering of the liver from the sin offering, as the Lord commanded Moses. The flesh and the hide he burnt up outside the camp. Then he slaughtered the burnt offering. His sons handed him the blood, and he sprinkled it against the altar on all sides. They handed him the burnt offering piece by piece, including the head, and he burnt them on the altar. He washed the inner parts and the legs and burnt them on top of the burnt offering on the altar. Aaron then brought the offering that was for the people. He took the goat for the people's sin offering and slaughtered it and offered it for a sin offering, as he did with the first one. He brought the burnt offering and offered it in the prescribed way. He also brought the grain offering, took a handful of it, and burnt it on the altar in additional to the morning's burnt offering. He slaughtered the ox and the ram as the fellowship offering for the people. His sons handed him the blood, and he sprinkled it against the altar on all sides. But the fat portion of the ox and the ram, the fat tail, the layer of the fat, the kidney, and the covering of the liver, this they laid on the breast, and then Aaron burnt the fat on the altar. Aaron waved the breast and the right thigh before the Lord as a wave offering, as Moses commanded. Then Aaron lifted his hands towards the people and blessed them. And having sacrificed the sin offering, the burnt offering, and the fellowship offering, he stepped down. Moses and Aaron then went into the tent of meeting. When they came out, they blessed the people, and the glory of the Lord appeared to all the people. Fire came out from the presence of the Lord and consumed the burnt offering and the fat portion on the altar. And when all the people saw it, they shouted for joy and fell face down. The death of Nadab and Abihu. Aaron's sons Nadab and Abihu took their censers, put fire in them, and added incense. And they offered an authorized fire before the Lord, contrary to his command. So fire came out from the presence of the Lord and consumed them, and they died before the Lord. Moses then said to Aaron, "This is what the Lord spoke of when he said, 'Among those who approach me, I will show myself holy. In the sight of all the people, I will be honored.'" Aaron remained silent. Moses summoned Mishael and Elzaphan, sons of Aaron's uncle Uzziel, and said to them, "Come here, carry your cousins outside the camp, away from the front of the sanctuary." So they came and carried them still in their tunic outside the camp, as Moses ordered. Then Moses said to Aaron and his sons Eleazar and Ithamar, "Do not let your hair become unkempt, and do not tear your clothes, or you will die, and the Lord will be angry with the whole community. But your relatives, all the house of Israelites, may mourn for those the Lord has destroyed by fire. Do not leave the entrance to the tent of meeting, or you will die, because the Lord's anointing oil is on you." So they did as Moses said. Then the Lord said to Aaron, "You and your sons are not to drink wine or other fermented drinks whenever you go into the tent of meeting, or you will die. This is a lasting ordinance for the generation to come. You must distinguish between the holy and the common, between the unclean and the clean. And you must teach the Israelites all the decrees the Lord has given them through Moses." Moses said to Aaron and his remaining sons, Eleazar and Ithamar, "Take the grain offering left over from the offering made to the Lord by fire and eat it prepared without yeast beside the altar. For it is most holy. Eat it in a holy place, because it is your share and your sons' share of the offering made to the Lord by fire, for so I have been commanded. But you and your sons and your daughters may eat the breast that was waved and the thigh that was presented. Eat them in a ceremonial clean place. They have been given to you and your children as your share of the Israelites' fellowship offering. The thigh that was presented and the breast that was waved must be brought with the fat portion of the offering made by fire, to be waved before the Lord as a wave offering. This will be the regular share for you and your children, as the Lord has commanded. When Moses inquired about the when Moses inquired about the goat of when Moses inquired about the goat of the sin offering and found that it had been burnt up, he was angry with Eleazar and Ithamar, Aaron's remaining sons, and asked, "Why didn't you eat the sin offering in the sanctuary area? It is most holy. It was given to you to take away the guilt of the community by making atonement for them before the Lord. Since its blood was not taken into the holy place, you should have eaten the goat in the sanctuary area as I commanded." Aaron replied to Moses, "Today they sacrificed their sin offering and their burnt offering before the Lord. But such things as this have happened to me. Would the Lord have been pleased if I had eaten the sin offering today?" When Moses heard this, he was satisfied. That is the word of God.